Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Challengers Career 2023 Spring. I'm Atlas, and I'm joined by the gorgeous Chronicler for the inaugural broadcast of Global Challengers, officially.
Finally, officially.
Isn't it incredible?
Yeah. This is a great moment. I'm really happy. I'm here with you, Atlas. We have been away from each other for a fair amount of time.
Yeah.
It's been a little while, and there's no better way for me to return to the 2023 season than doing it with Challengers. For you, you've dabbled every now and then.
Yeah.
But you're
I
about
at least
to get.
watch.
I know, but it's very different when you're actually experiencing the Challengers content. Because if you're tuning in for the first time, if you're like co-streaming, that's not for me. I want an official broadcast. Well, you have that now, and Challengers is really a beautiful, wondrous league with a mind of its own.
It absolutely is. I'm really excited because we get to start off with the previous Challenger champions as well in our first match. And it's the same team, isn't it, Chronicler?
No, it's not. They're all gone. And Atlas and I, we had a meeting recently. I was actually talking about, I think that team, which has been fully promoted to the LCK, will do quite well, unsurprisingly. Atlas did not share my enthusiasm. What I do think we can agree on is that today, unfortunately for Nongshim, well, fortunately for the players, but unfortunately for the organization in terms of Challengers, the complete roster has been revamped because, of course, Dundun, Sylvie, Fiesta, Vidal, and Peter were all called up to the LCK, where they will be playing, which great for fans of that team. But that does mean that their roster right now will be suffering a little bit. The only one, of course, is G, who sticked around from last split. And they're playing against DRX. And DRX, even though they've had their fair share of issues with actually closing out, are a force to be reckoned with in terms of Challengers.
Yeah, and they still have a few of the names that you might recognize.
Oh,
you know, Satab in that mid lane, who did play a couple of games in the LCK. That's a bit of information that I definitely didn't need to do as much research on because, of course, thankfully, I do have Chronicler here next to me. But Challenger is not something that we've kept a really close eye on. And now, this year, that's all going to change.
It's interesting because I tried to keep an eye on it last year. And even then, it was very hard because the format back then was like a lot of best of ones. Like it was 4 round robins and it ran for like 4 days a week, and half the matches were, it was a lot. And now we have basically the same as the LCK format.
Yeah, exactly right. And there are going to be 2 days that we're not going to be broadcasting here on Twitch just because it's on the same time as the LCK.
Yeah, we can't be yet.
We need to clone ourselves, and that way we can be broadcasting all of the days at all times. But you guys at home will need to clone yourselves as well so you can enjoy the LCK and Challenger at the same time, or maybe just have an extra screen. But listening to 2 broadcasts at the same time does sound difficult.
Well, maybe if we're clones, then, there will be a lot of similarities, a lot of overlap.
Yeah, this is already going off the rails. I love it. We've started off exactly the way that we wanted to for today's broadcast. But no, what I'm saying is there will be a lot of catching up to do on each Monday. Not so much, well, I mean, I guess there's a lot this Monday, but every time that we do come back to a Challenger broadcast, there'll be a couple of days that we just won't have watched because it's impossible. Let's have a look at the overview here of the schedule and things like that. As I was just mentioning moments before, we're on every Monday and Tuesday, and then Thursday and Friday's games are going to be co-streamed. I believe not in English, unfortunately, but there might be something we can figure out in the future.
Maybe in the future, yeah. I know I won't be because, again, Thursday and Friday are LCK days, of course. In terms of format, as I already mentioned, last time around it was, I think, a format that's really good for getting a lot of games in, but it was also a little bit confusing, and best of ones have all the downsides, which is why we've seen a lot of leagues shift away from it. And now Challengers is it's just the same as LCK. It's the same concept. It's the same format. Of course, the LCK has been slightly revamped in terms of playoffs, with now adding a little bit of a double elimination bracket. But the classic LCK format that you know and love, double round robin, best of 3s, is now also made its way towards Challenger.
Yep, and also if you're confused about those huge numbers at the bottom of your screen there, just wipe off 3 of the zeros at the end and you have basically
approximately
USD. right? So, you know, winning $3 for getting MVP and all that sort of stuff, definitely fantastic. And the winning team's going to take away $35, which certainly is not bad at all. Same teams that you're used to seeing in the LCK. Of course, D+ Kia used to be Damwon Kia. We're probably going to say Damwon quite a few times. In our last match, especially, but over the beginning of the season, it's going to be difficult to get that one right. Please forgive us, D+ Kia, if we do make the mistake.
We'll try our best. It takes a little bit of time to get it out of your system. Fortunately, we're working a lot, so we got a lot of practice, Atlas. As mentioned, double elimination now introduced, also the challengers, which also didn't have it. Same as what we had in the LCK first half. Of the bracket will not have double elimination, and then starting at round 2, if you do lose, you'll be able to get another chance, and maybe we'll see some switch ups. We have of course seen, I think, really both sides of the coin. We've seen really good single elimination at Worlds, and then we have also seen some incredible double elimination, particularly in the LPL, where the storylines there were very, very cool to see.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And we've also got the integrated rosters, which is also really, really cool. Means that a lot more calling up and sending down can happen throughout the season. Not entirely sure how much of that is going to be realistically going on. Here in the LCK, we generally stick to rosters a little bit more over the last little while. Of course, not talking about T1 from a couple of years ago. Let's not discuss that, shall we? But of course, yeah, you can mix and match a whole lot easier this time around, which is sort of the rough estimation of what's being represented here by a whole lot of people in different colors.
What's the most important thing is that call-ups are a lot easier, which might not matter because a lot of the players that we did want to see up, players like Pace, players like Bulldog, for the challenger rosters, kind of a loss that they have been called up.
Yep.
But for the overall quality of the LCK, I think it's going to be cool. That also means that in challengers, we're going to have so many new names. Now, some teams have stayed mostly the same. Damwon Kia has it, or there you go already. D+ Kia already not changed at all. DRX also largely the same. But when you look at Nongshim, when you look at Hanwha, when you look at Brion, those teams have really changed the way that the rosters are structured. It makes it really hard because doing scouting pre-challengers is really tough. Scouting challengers is hard enough as it is with the formats and up until now, not actually having an official broadcast. But fortunately, that is no longer the case.
Yep, let's get into our first matchup though, shall we, Chronicler? As these are the players we're introducing to you from Nongshim Red Force, the team that was able to win last season of Challenger with Dundun, 0-7 on his jacks, heroically gonking down the Nexus. Absolutely beautiful stuff. But now I've got a few more people to introduce you to.
We will tell the story of how that went, that co-stream went, because that was a great story in of itself later down the line, and talk about the story of the previous roster of Red Force. But for Nongshim, the most important thing is that Jiwoo is still there. And Jiwoo, to me, was somewhat of a surprise. Vital, when he left for the LGL last split, was someone that I thought was going to be a really, really costly sacrifice. But as it turned out, they were fine. They won with Jiwoo, and he, while I think didn't necessarily hit the consistency of Vitals, did have a lot of highs in terms of his AD carry performance. Now, for the rest of the names, as mentioned, Scouting Academy, especially if you don't speak Korean, like is the case unfortunately for me and Atlas, is extremely tough. This team, though, is expected to be one of the top dogs for challengers because it's the same roster, and they've been really good for quite a while now.
Yep, even with Sponge instead of Peach, of course. I think we've been raving on about Peach and Clear for a very long time now.
Yeah.
Peach no longer on the roster, but Clear is still there towards that top side. Saytab, of course, won a few hearts when the entirety of this this team was subbed in during the COVID times of a couple of years ago. So looking forward to seeing what he's going to have for us here after it's been playing for quite some time. A lot of these Challenger players very, very young, but Saytab really starting to settle in, and we'll see how he's going to be able to perform here today. Because I think if we're going to be, you know, giving some expectations for this match, I'm feeling like DRX might have a slight leg up. Would that be safe to say there, Chronicler?
Yes. Yes, I really like how subtle you are, Atlas. I feel like you may be shaking off some rust. Usually you're, you know, not one to
I've been up a mountain
be
for a
nice.
week, you know, so
You
I've
have-
reached a bit of a zen state.
Yeah, you've gotten closer to yourself in the cosmos. You don't want to put out any negativity.
No, absolutely not. I saw 5 shooting stars in one night, which was, you know, in like a sitting of like
Wonderful.
15 minutes.
What
It was
a
pretty
lack
good.
of light pollution can do.
It is actually how that one works. Also a lot more Milky Way, which I don't think actually is relevant to shooting stars whatsoever. But there we go. We've gone completely off the rails as we prepare for Nongshim to take on DRX. So this year, Chronicler, do you want to take us through some of the changes to the League of Legends that we're going to be experiencing?
Well, that's a very fun and loaded question because the preseason has been widely criticized for having a lack of changes. There's been some new introductions. There's a couple of new items, most notably Jack Show, the protein, which there's been a lot of jokes already. Protein shakes, I think, was one. I forgot who coined it.
Isn't it Protein?
Well, it depends on who you ask, yeah.
Wait,
But
whether
can
you
make the
ask
joke-
someone who's
you can
correct
make-
or
you
someone
can
who's
make
wrong?
you can make the joke regardless, Atlas. I'm trying to explain what's happening here.
If you've ever played Pokemon, you understand Protein instead of Protein.
Okay, Atlas.
It's Pokemon ability.
You know what? I'm not because of that. I'm not even gonna finish. We're gonna go to draft, and I'm not gonna talk about what changed in the video game, and you can sort it out yourself.
I guess we're not
After
pulling the car over.
Well,
We're not going to do it.
You were off in your mountain, so I'm sure you know nothing. So good luck
Chronicler,
with that one.
there have been some bans. Let's have a look at those. As the Jace, Ashe, and Heimerdinger have been removed. I like Ashe Heimerdinger being taken away. Bit of a throwback to our old mates that managed to win a world championship last year. The Lucian ban, no surprise. One thing that's standing out a little bit like a sore thumb is the Yuumi Zeri Sivir situation that could potentially find its way onto the Rift now that we saw yesterday on the LPL and have been seeing a lot. It seems like the more things change, the more they do not change at all.
Would not be shocked to see a Zeri lock-in. First, that is something that we have been gravitating towards. However, Cassante also incredibly strong, has been very high on the list of really any player that played top lane in the preseason has been very, very strong.
Do you want to know a fun fact about Cassante?
Hit me.
Pretty sure it's the only champion that Clear has a positive win rate on this season in solo queue.
Well, it's already solo queue. We'll forgive him. We'll forgive him.
Oh no,
okay?
GP as well. I take it all back. Yeah, I did have that stat in front of me at some point, but I've lost it.
There we go.
And there's the Zeri.
Zeri's back. Fun.
Oh my goodness.
The Maokai here has been rapidly rising as a very strong AP pick in the jungle. Mostly been seen with the Phase Rush, which is a very good, well-rounded rune. Oh, yeah, we are still here. I'm
Yep.
going to ignore that for as long as we can.
And this
because
is,
Maokai is actually fun to talk about.
Yeah, this is actually something that we were talking about yesterday, though, just before we get to the Maokai point, which is something that's actually kind of relevant to this particular season. But I think that locking in the Yuumi is so much better than locking in the Zeri, because then you either get the Zeri, the Yuumi Sivir, or you get the Zeri Yuumi.
Yeah, we're back to, we think Zeri is better, but is it really better than Sivir and Yuumi? And personally, I'm skeptical. I am very much on the Yuumi hype train, as many people have been. The champion is exceptionally hard to shut down in a lane like this. Obviously, never going to be the goal, but when combined with a very, very strong bruiser like Cassante especially, it becomes really tough to really get anything going. What I wanted to talk about before you rudely interrupted me, was the Rod of Ages coming back. It's a fan favorite, and initially it was not good at all, and then they kept buffing it, and now it is good. Now it's quite a strong item, and as a result, champions like Ryze, champions like the Kassadin have been somewhat rising in priority. Wonder if DRX is going to give the counter pick over here, or rather try and hide, but where they are going to go with their composition. But Renekton going to get locked in. As general, Renekton kind of goes with everything. Mostly going to be a meat shield deal to buy some space for the Zeri and the Lulu. But not the best to play into a... especially if that Gangplank gets locked in. Although I have no idea who goes where then. But I'm down for flexing, you know? Embrace the madness that is challengers.
Well, the new and somewhat improved Syndra has been locked in here for Call Me. Well, maybe. Maybe it's been locked in for Call Me. as there is the Lee Sin. So looking pretty standard here on the Nongshim side. I was looking at the DRX comp and I was thinking, well, they are a Galio away from basically what RNG played yesterday and did relatively well. And I believe that was Zerayumi in that particular composition, so slightly different. But I think Galio would still fit beautifully on this DRX comp if Satab wants to play it. Of course, Satab, he played a bunch of Victor, if I remember correctly, when he was playing in the LCK. Does like his control mages and is going to pick up the Azir this time around. He wants that agency, and you can't blame him. Also, he's against a relatively stationary mage in the mid lane. And so you get that flash, and you feel pretty good about getting a scoop.
Nice thing for DRX that they're able to really play around Plata. I think he has, even though with how much credit I've been giving to Clear in particular as a extremely well-rounded top laner, he has been, to me, the most consistent factor on this roster, has been really, really good for quite a while, has been benefiting from having Jun as a support, who now has, of course, also been called up, is now playing for Kwangdong in the LCK together with Taeyun. And that is something that might actually hurt DRX a lot. I think they were definitely not necessarily relying, but Jun was, to me, a big part of why the team looked so cohesive, the voice that they had. But for Nongshim, it's much harder because, again, this is a roster that is very freshly formed. Yeah. So a composition like this where you have, I think in terms of execution as Nongshim, it's pretty straightforward, right? You try to create some space with your Syndra. You have a lot of topside power with Cassante, Lee, and the Syndra early on. If you can land some combos, and you have a really nice scaling element as well towards that bot side. Versus, I think, a little bit more execution heavy come from DRX. The one upside for DRX, if they get ahead, Maokai, when he gets lead, is not enjoyable to play against. So Yumi can mitigate it a little bit, but I see not a lot of combat with that. And that's with Yumi, right?
Yeah.
And that says a lot.
Yeah, no, it's looking a little bit scary for Nongshim. I do like the power that they do have slightly in the mid game, with the fact that you can use Sivir to power up the Bash Bros coming towards from that top side of the map with Cassante and Lee Sin. Syndra kind of fits into that sort of theme as well, having you know, more of that mid game power spike. Although now with the changes, she will be able to get a few of those upgrades coming on through a little bit earlier on in theory. So we'll see how that one does go. But it is just about time to hop onto the Rift for our very first game of Challenger in 2023. LCK CL, the global broadcast for the first time, officially. Very excited, Chronicler, are you? Can you hold back? He can. Here we are, onto the Rift for game number 1 of Nongshim taking on DRX.
I was about to answer in all my wild enthusiasm.
Oh, we are going,
Plata.
it's just going to be full CL. Oh
Okay,
no, they
fine.
gave up because they knew that he was going to be there, but then he managed to get the back off. Oh, that...
He's just fine.
I was
Also,
expecting just like all the flashes.
Setup got an early ward here, already on 1 CS.
There we go.
Chovy-esque practices here. Plata did have to use his Ghost, but that's a summoner that I think you're going to give up very, very happily, even with Lee possibly paying attention towards that bot side. I don't think you have a lot of kill pressure. Also very defensive summoners being picked up here by Jiwoo and HH or double H? Like, what do you? We have some stuff we need to talk about here in terms of naming conventions.
Taking some damage here towards the bottom side of the map. Just bopping and blocking though. No worries there at all. Piero having a good time. But we'll see how this bottom lane's going to go. Of course, needs no real introduction because this is what we've been watching for like all of last year. So yeah, it's just the Zerayumi situation, and even though the Yumi's on the other side of the Rift, it's just these 4 champions in some order have been all over the shop.
What you were referring to earlier, and no, not that. I'm talking about the preseason. To continue on that note, if this is the first competitive league that you've watched, there are also jungle pets, which, while very cute, haven't really changed that much. If you have the blue smite, you get as Maokai does in this case, Sponge went for that one. You get a little bit of extra movement speed and brushes. With green, you get a shield, and with yellow, you get some, or a red redder, which hasn't been picked in this scenario, you get some extra damage. It's all nice. Hasn't really substantially changed the role. Scuttle timer is now a little bit later. There's no longer a shield on that, but it hasn't really.
No more denying of camps as well.
Yeah, well,
which is kind of interesting.
Kind of. it's definitely a much bigger investment. The one thing that I do like is I think that the reducing level 1 invades, the power of those, I'm kind of on board with. But yeah, the counter jungling being mitigated is not a change that I necessarily love. What I do love though, or maybe more accurately find very, very funny, is that on patch 13.2, we will have a significant revamp in terms of items. Most notably, the AD carry items are going to be completely different. So that might be where the meta says, okay, now this is enough. We're going to completely swap it around. Infinity Edge being lowered from a 60% crit to a 40% crit threshold is going to make big waves, I think, in terms of what champions are viable. But that's not this patch. Yeah. This patch is Sivir and Yumi.
Hey, and there's some...
Sari and Lulu. There's a new
Lucian
dragon.
Lucian Nami, you know?
Oh, Lucian, yeah. Yeah, that exists. That's good.
Yeah.
We haven't seen that, right, for a while? Lucian Nami?
Yeah, no, I haven't seen that one for a while. That's basically, that's a new thing. I'm pretty sure that's a new thing, Chronicler. Looking forward to seeing that. Was banned this game.
I like Chemtech.
Oh wait, yeah, we get Chemtech now. So this is also not the same. Like, if you guys are getting PTSD from the old terrible Chemtech Drake, it has been changed up just a little bit. I like the idea of having all of the plants do weird stuff. So I'm excited to see. Like, we can't get a Chemtech Rift this time around, but still.
This is one of the very few things that I aggressively fight about with Brendan Valdez, because he hates the plants. Always has. He's not a fan. Personally, I love the plants. I think jumping twice as far, one of the funniest things in the video game. Yep. I am a big fan. I really enjoy it. But as you said, not going to be the case here. Chemtech Soul, as already pointed out, and both the Soul and the Rift, frankly, maybe even the Rift was worse than the Soul with the stealth.
I mean, the Rift was the worst part. That was the worst part.
Has completely been taken away. Now you get more empowered plants, and the Soul I think is interesting, if a little underpowered. I wonder how that's going to be as we get deeper and deeper into the season. But basically, when you get lower, when you get below 50% health, you become a lot stronger. The downside of that, I think, is that if you just get 100 to 0'd, which even post-ability patch we see every now and then, it doesn't really kick in fast enough. So hopefully I am wrong, and that Drake will be a little bit more substantial, because I like the Souls to be strong as possible gank opportunity here.
Yeah, Setab in trouble. Scat of the Week will connect there as the ulti comes through. Flash comes out, and they'll take the R for Flash trade in the case of Nongshim. Very nicely done.
Really, really nice. That means that in any follow-up situation, Setab not going to have the opportunity as Sponge going to go in.
Yeah, you're going to find Sounder there. Sounder and Sponge.
Yeah.
It's a good one. Real good one. Anyway, Sounder's going to wander away. Tree not exactly the most threatening at this point in the game. Clear is looking to try and grab himself a tower plate, and is going to be able to do so. As we do manage to get the Q to land there. Pushes him back underneath the turret. Flies on through there with the ultimate. Still looking to try and chase after Clear, who does use the Dominus. There is the stun. Decent amount of damage. Manages to pull him back one more time. And it is going to be first blood in the 1v1 over to the Cassante.
And very nicely done. Clear, player that often has been credited for his very, very consistent gameplay. Very reliable player, can play multitude of styles. Getting a 1v1s, and very unfortunate for him. Starts off with the initial knock-up. That might have been fine, but crucially there, Melee able to get the knockback, grab him back underneath the turret, and as a result, Claire being very far up the lane, not able to get away, will be able to catch most of this wave. So even though that kill is really, really nicely, and when it's credit, hits the knockback, gets him closer, and then, yeah, Claire, unfortunately, with lane in the flash there, does get pulled back. And then now, easy opportunity. Doesn't have the Fury or the cooldowns to win this extended fight, as Cassante has a lot of sustain and a lot of tankiness. But he does keep this entire wave. So even though it's unfortunate and he will be behind, it's not a horrible scenario. We'll be able to pick up that entire cannon wave. And as long as he can try and make sure that he doesn't get stuck in that extended lane again when the ultimate for Cassante is up again, I think Claire should still be able to be in a decent spot here.
Yeah, I also think that the Bramble Vest was completed as they were doing that first battle. You'll have to correct me if I'm wrong there, but Certainly could have made things a little bit more difficult there for Clear, as Koldomik not going to be healing for as much, plus the extra armor going to be fantastic. But very nicely done there from our Cassante player, Mihail, up there towards the top side. We'll see whether Clear can pull it back, as got a bit of a congregation. Looks like the Rift Herald is being considered for now, as Sounder's got his cat. I like that Sounder is playing a blind champion. Kind of makes sense. He needs to rely more on sound.
Oh my god, he has a Sonic Wave as well.
I know.
Synergy Atlas.
Actually, Sounder's champion. Sounder might be dead. However, his name, very accurate. That's going to be a kill going over to the Zeri the Cat. Of course, with nowhere to go, that's going to equal a double. All of a sudden, DRX feeling a whole lot better than when their Crocodile died in the top lane.
And this is the unfortunate reality of playing your first Challengers game, or playing your first of any game in a new league. There might be some nerves. I don't think that January Sounder will just stand there, get engaged on by Maokai on short range without Flash being used and die.
Yeah.
Not the best look, can happen, and of course...
No, it's because Zeri's broken. That's why. That's why. Because, you know, Denunciator said it in Twitch chat. Zeri's just... Zeri's overpowered. That's why she just got the double kill.
No, I don't like Zeri. We're not doing this as, ooh, call me.
All right, goes for a little bit of a shift, but you can see Call Me absolutely fine. So cool, calm, and collected.
There's two musical references I can already think of from the top of my head for Call Me.
Got it. Maybe.
There's Call Me Maybe.
Yeah.
And there's You Used to Call Me on my cell phone.
Yeah, true. I think it should.
I'm sure there should be more.
Because we're here with you, it should just be the Carly Rae Jepsen reference.
That would be my preference.
That's the only one.
But I don't want to enforce my. Actually, I do that all the time.
You do that all the time.
Yeah, never mind. When it comes to Carly Rae Jepsen, I do get a bit over enthusiastic. Every now and then.
Well, right now, I actually think that last fight around the Rift Herald, the one where Sounder just decided that he wasn't going to be able to survive, I think that might be quite relevant moving forward here. As you can already see, about 1,000 gold advantage, but DRX already had a composition that was feeling a whole lot better about just going as long as Nongshim wanted and feeling great about it. So I'm a little bit worried about the state of the game here for our Nongshim friends, of course, defending Challenger champions.
It's also where the gold is allocated, because if this gold went over to Lulu, or even if it went to Clear, right? Renekton can definitely be a threat, but I do think Nongshim has the tools to kind of mitigate the impact that a Renekton can have. But unfortunately for Nongshim, it's on one of the most notorious hypercarries of 2023. Was completely taken out of the meta due to a lot of consistent nerfs. At Worlds, didn't see her at all as a result.
Oh, okay, man. Just getting the control ward in. We're fine.
Ooh, Setup getting taken low. So now round 2. Not going to be the case.
I feel like if he skipped the last auto on that ward that he threw out there, might have been able to get in range, but wasn't able to get over there. And so therefore the Scat of the Week not going to be capitalized on. You can see CS numbers looking pretty good for Call Me in that mid lane as Q connects. Prowling projectile there as well. You can see Piero pretty happy about his situation right now, just wandering around, gets the wild growth for the knock-up. Kickback's going to connect though, and that is a very dead Lulu. I feel like Piero had a plan, and it didn't work at all.
Yeah, I'm a bit confused there as well. Might have to do with the fact that they wanted to try and fake that Sponge was in the area. I think you saw the initial hesitation as well from Nongshim there.
Yeah.
Are they going to go in? Because if Sponge is there, yeah, I don't think you win that 3v3 with the lead that already has been built up for DRX. But Sounder says, I'll give it a go. I'm going to try. And this time around, there is no Maokai, and Piero doesn't have Flash, and as a result, just dies unceremoniously.
Indeed. Maybe just thought that he was dead. Without the Flash, of course, you're not really going to be able to get out of there unless you can use your movement speed and juke very, very effectively. So I'm not entirely sure.
Can't juke through a wall, Atlas.
I know, but he could have just gone down, you know, and just walked through the brush. You know,
yeah, Jiwa was there.
Yeah.
It's cutting him off.
Yeah. I mean, Plato was there. Could have just at least looked menacing.
Yeah.
Not sure. Definitely looked like a bit of a dead Lulu situation. Anyway, DRX now just going to come on down and look to knock down the front door. They are going to be able to get at least a couple of turret plates here. Also, Skolmy is going to turn up a little bit late there, but does manage to get the money. Nice little Scat of the Week lands one more time. Been pretty impressed by this mid laner so far. Landing those skill shots, looking pretty good as Plato's going to be able to dash his way back. No worries at all.
Maybe a possibility there for Nongshim to play around that mid lane. Rod of Ages about to be acquired here for Call Me. Going to, of course, lead to, especially if you can kind of sync it up, the power spike of the Rod of Ages combined with the Syndra, getting stronger and stronger as the game goes on. As I'm feeling a little worried about this top lane here. Do have to note that Clear does have his core drinker finish. That is a big power spike, but as you already noted, will have his healing reduced when it's in extended fights. I think Cold and Meek generally you still be fine. As, oh, here we go again.
Yeah, there's the ulti coming through from the Maokai. Wild Growth invested as well as there's the Emperor's Divide to just grab Call Me. Looking to try and get out of there, but instead it's the tree that's going to fall down, and now DRX have to scatter. Nongshim standing their ground.
Big challengers. Yeah, it only took 13 minutes, and we find ourselves wondering, what's going on? Why are we taking a fight?
Well,
what is happening?
Well, Clear might be able to get some revenge here as he flashes forward, not able to get enough damage. Oh, the minions auto attack, but no, manages to get the shield, and Cassante is Cassante as it turns out.
Amazing. I'm so back. I'm so glad we're back. Because in the LCK, we would probably rightly go on a questioning streak. Why was that fight taken around mid? What are we doing? Why are we fighting that aggressively when we're not sure we can 100-0 the end?
Because they were trying to get vision for the Hextech Drake that's going to be coming up in a minute.
No, that's not what's happening. The call is we can kill Lee fast enough. Kero goes in, and they really throw everything at him, and this time around, the reinforcements are there. And I actually really like this from Nongshim, because for DRX, that looks like a surefire kill. It's a repeat of the play that happened in the top side of the map, but now we know Nongshim, they were conditioning them. That one play was just bait, because this time around, the backup is actually there. They keep Sounder alive, and now as a result, going to pick themselves up the second Rift Herald. I do think, though, that I would much rather see them prioritize Dragon. They have one already, so Dragon stacking from DRX, if they do pick it up, is still going to be relatively far away, and looks like they will be able to contest nonetheless. A lot of first item spikes coming through here, and we do see Demonic Embrace already done here for Sponge as well. Going to give a little bit of extra body, but it looks like Nongshim will be able to do both here.
Yeah, just going to head on down there using that vision that they're able to pick up by winning that fight that we weren't necessarily expecting them to. DRX do get the news. Dragon still not taken just yet. Lee Sin not exactly
he walks up
with as many friends as he would like. There's the kickback though, as Sponge not going to be able to get in range. Emperor's Divide goes wide, unfortunately, as the final chapter comes down. Pleta is immediately going to get exhausted as we get the best Drake in the game. Thank you so much for organizing that, whoever did so. Call Me in a whole host of trouble.
He lives!
Yeah, manages to get the tree on his way out as well, as it's Mihile that's able to get that kill. Clear coming down, Dominance already popped here, wants to try and find an avenue in. Can't find a slice target to get that dice in there, and doesn't have flash available either, so he's just a wandering crocodile, and Piero might also be taken down, but Glitter Lance is going to be there to be frustrating, and they do make it out. Nongshim just winning fights, Chronicler. That's what's happening.
Yeah, I'm kind of baffled. I would call Unidiv because of the fact that for 2 times in a row now, we've seen Nongshim members look like juicy targets and then barely stay alive. Most notably here, the exhaust means that Plata can't join the fight. Satop, due to the flash, unable to really get anything on Call Me, and Call Me, due to the short range of Zeri, final hits not going to hit. And Drake goes over to Nongshim. Do have to say though, when it comes to the macro, DRX immediately teleport towards top, and they get double side lane turret. So they do actually are able to keep the gold even though they trade unfavorably. But what I do really like, especially in a league that is as scrappy as Challengers, is Nongshim's willingness to just throw whatever we have at any given time at their opponents.
Yeah, it feels like a little bit of a hands difference situation within these team fights, which is very, very interesting, given the fact that I would have thought that the coordination wouldn't quite be there yet for Nongshim, a team that has only just really started playing together, as of course the entirety of the Nongshim LCK squad from last year is no more, and the previous champions of Challenger for summer last year are now the main LCK roster. So this is a team that haven't necessarily been able to put in that much time to get that in-fight coordination. Just seems like already things kind of working out just fine. However, it doesn't take away any of the problems that they might face in the later game, given, you know, the Maokai and the Azir and the Zeri situation. But if they manage to get enough money into Jiwoo, may not even be a problem.
Yeah, that's the saving grace here for Nongshim. I think Syndra also will provide a lot of threat later in the game. Makes playing the game a lot harder for both Setup and Clear. When a scattered weak hits you, you're just going to immediately die. I do think that the Bruiser build from Clear is a good call in that regard, because I really like Prowler's Claw, Renekton, you know, Blade the Rune King. Prowler's Claw has a lot of immediate threat that can allow you to 100 to 0 80 carry, but you're playing into a Sivir with a Yuumi and Exhaust and Heal. So that realistically isn't going to happen. So instead, Clear trying to offer a lot of value by being a big, beefy frontline. Also, for Sponge, I haven't really talked about his build yet, is going to go for Demonic Embrace, but looking to opt into a more tanky build from there on out, which I think is a good call. You will still have plenty of magic damage available with your Azir, and from ahead, I think it feels incredibly strong to go like more AP heavy, go maybe a Leon Grease as well. But when you're on even footing, having an actual front line is definitely valuable, and that is a possibility. As gold, dead even, kills relatively low.
I mean, Nongshim theoretically doing exactly the right thing, right? Because they've stacked up a couple of Drakes as well, a possibility of getting towards an earlier soul of the best Drake in the game, and therefore might be able to mitigate some of what could be seen as late game disadvantages. Although the more I look at it, the more it's a little bit of a wash, and this is also Challenger, so how much does it all even really mean when it comes to the late game outside of just executing better?
Oh yeah, I'm glad.
I'm starting to figure it out. I'm starting to figure it out.
Yeah, but you don't really know until you've really you've been through it.
Yeah.
You know, but I'm glad that you're already mentally prepared for. We don't know. That was one of my most uttered sentences last year when I did the Challengers Co streams. Is we don't know.
Do you know what I know? I know that they changed the name of Cloud Drake to Wind Drake, specifically for Challenger. So you might be thinking that the overlay is wrong. It's not. Cloud Drake actually has a different name for the Challenger broadcast. So we are now Wind Drake Enjoyers, as we're going to be seeing one in 20 seconds time. DRX coming over, trying to get some vision themselves.
Kiara, I think you're dead.
He may just be. Manages the wild growth, but doesn't get the knockup for it. Colmy's just going to sweep up that kill. Final chapter not going to quite get there, but Sounder is just going to listen for the right moment to murder Azeri, and he's going to be able to do beautifully here. Sponge going to be treated exactly like his namesake here, as Nongshim say that they don't want a Wind Drake right now. They want a Baron.
Atlas, I posed the question at the beginning of the day, to what extent is DRX going to feel that Jun is no longer with them? And I don't even want to, you know, put this on Piero specifically, even though he's been called out a bunch of times. That can happen. We saw the same thing happen to Sound at the beginning of the game. But the most important thing is that this team looks a little bit clueless, and not in a way that they have no idea what they're doing, but this is a team that, I think, out of any Challenger teams, was the smartest. They were the most well-rounded, they were the ones that played the most solid macro game. That is what led them to be the dominant force that they were in 2022. And none of that's here, right? Like, none of that's here right now. They're just walking up, and of course, Peach has already been gone for a while now. Piero now taking over as well. But we are actually seeing very clearly, I think, that this DRX is going to need a major readjustment, because what's happening here is Piero is, which is a good idea, trying to set up a little bit of vision around a pit, but he's not ready at all, whereas Nongshim has shown very clearly, perhaps to a fault, that they're going to fight, they're going to scrap, and especially as Lulu, you don't really can be in a position like that unless you have an immediate response. So DRX trying to cut corners a little bit here, and that may be a conscious decision, it may not be, but it does mean that with now Baron picked up, yeah, you got one Cloud Drake as DRX. Woohoo!
Yay!
Yay!
However, it is still the best Drake in the game, so perhaps mind what you say just for a moment. Nongshim, though, they are going to be able to take down this inner turret here, and you can see the gold lead starting to stretch. About 5,000 gold now, as Satab is going to do the best he can to even this one out. Bounties are available as well, but looks like Mihail's going to get here in order to stop that one from happening. So DRX certainly feeling on the ropes, and it looked like, you know, after that initial play that did work out well for them, it felt like after that, things just really started to fall apart. It felt like the gameplay got a little bit more sloppy, and they're going to have to really pick it up if they want to be able to win here. Maybe even if they want to win this series, as if Nongshim are able to take this, it's fantastic for momentum moving into the second game, especially for a new team of young players like Nongshim are. Q going to barely miss there. I think that really scraped by the back of the Maokai's pajamas, but still, Sonic Wave not going to connect as DRX is trying to pick up the pieces.
And now we are going to see DRX try and desperately defend until the Baron buff runs out. Got about a quarter of the time left. And once that has happened, I think DRX might be looking for some possible opportunities. Can also give it the next Drake as well, but like, what are the item breakpoints that we're looking for? Pladas is still quite far away. Satab gets caught. CC.
Layering of CC certainly working out relatively well there as Satab going down to about 1/3, but otherwise he is going to be just fine.
Well, he's alive. I don't know if he's fine. I think they're having a bit of a rough time.
Yeah, he's got 2 summoner spells though, and everything like that. Like he's feeling good. He'll come back. Has his Shadow Flame now at the ready. Has now got a little bit of a zoom in here. Feels like the observers, at least, Yundo was thinking that something was going to happen there. Chronically, could you feel it in the way that he was observing?
Yeah.
I'm assuming that we're watching Yundo's one. He also works with the global broadcast for the LCK, and in his off time does a little bit of observing here for the Challenger streamer. Sponge! Oh dear. There is the chain CC, and he twisted advanced himself to the Nether Realm from what it looked like there. 8-2 is the kill score here as we're scattering more weak, and that is exactly what Nongshim are doing. Call me getting it absolutely correct. As the inner turret is going to fall down, every single tower outside of the base of DRX has been razed. And we've got a minute and a half on the Drake, 2.5 on the Baron, and Nongshim in full control. They've just looked way more coordinated. And this is absolutely not what I was expecting at all.
No, I'm shocked. We were coming in, we were going over the matches of the day, and I was, yeah, this should be a quick 2-0 for DRX.
Yeah.
Easy peasy.
Yeah. We should not have doubted the 2022 Summer
Stop saying that.
Champions
It's a completely different team. Only G was there. I know you're joking.
You said completely different, except G was there.
Yeah, okay. Well, not completely different. Substantially different.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah, different enough. Absolutely. However, looks like something in the organization, you know, maybe it's what they're feeding these players, you know?
I maybe. I think it's a little column. Nongshim looking a lot better. Some maybe beginner nerves for some of the players. Mihail, Sounda, and or actually, I say it's really just Sounda who got caught once, made one mistake, and outside of that, he's been great. Mihail and Call Me obviously doing very well in this game as well. But it's also DRX. It's not looking too hot, looking very frazzled, looking like a shadow of the team, and that both makes me a little bit more excited for Kwangdong's performance, because I'm gonna pull a barrel and just blame everything on the support change. And that's not, again, that's not to detriment of Piero, but June was, in my opinion, the best supporting challenger. He was a player that I think offered so much to the team, and when you lose a voice like that, readjusting is very, very tough. And we should also not forget that as good as DRX has been, actually winning in key moments has been a bit of a recurring problem for them.
Yeah. Basically, as an organization, before the World Championship of last year, that was the recurring theme. Now that, you know, they went ahead and won Worlds, it's a little bit annoying.
I still can't believe that we're watching World Champion organization DRX. That is baffling to me.
Yeah.
That's still...
Yep.
I don't get it.
It's just something we're going to have to get used to.
And you know what the cool thing is? Maybe one of these players down the line wins Worlds.
100%. Yeah.
Well, I don't know about 100%. I think that's very optimistic, but...
Well, I mean, there's definitely
100% that there's a chance.
I think that LCK Challenger has... It must be a very, very high probability of one of the players in Challenger from the LCK
It really should be.
eventually
Yeah.
winning
No,
a
I
world
agree.
championship. Because it's a great breeding ground, and there's so many Korean players that have shown so much dominance after coming through said system. Mihail going to walk on through, sees the control ward. Don't think he's going to kill it. It's a good idea.
It's bait.
Yes,
But they're
indeed.
they're not taking it at all because they don't really have to.
Yeah. DRX playing defensively, which I like to see, because they were, prior to this, playing extraordinarily aggressively and losing a lot.
The pet, like, running and flying around is really, really funny.
I
Happens
do
quite a
like
lot.
that there's just a bit of Pokemon
Yeah.
in my League of Legends these days.
Ooh, there we go.
Yeah, Baron has been started here as Nongshim. They know that they've been spotted. As you can see, Q going to connect here as Sounder looking for Piero one more time. This Lulu has been in a lot of trouble. There's the kickback onto Sponge. He's in the pit, and he's immediately in the death chamber. Now, we've got Clear trying to come on through, wants to be able to lock something down. It's a big ulti to come through here as the Crocodile's going to get thrown back in amongst them. The Gore Drinker was fantastic for a moment there, but it's a double kill now for the Sivir. There is a Zeri situation, but the stun comes through, and Call Me says maybe next time. As Nongshim, they're looking for the win.
And teleport's coming down, and I think that might have been it. DRX, a last Hail Mary attempt, but Sponge getting blown up in seconds. And Sounder, I gotta say, I am impressed. After a very rough early game in your first Challenger games, coming back like that,
Yeah.
I think super impressive.
Absolutely. Especially when it caused HH to die as well. Absolutely fantastic stuff. Who do you think POG is going to go? Oh, I think I may be calling it. I think I'm gonna go with a mid lane preference myself, because I just think that Call Me was landing a lot. Although, yeah, Sounder was also pretty amazing.
Atlas has a vote.
I have a vote.
That is very big. I'm gonna give it to Sounder. I think he's earned it.
Yeah,
I think
I'm gonna Call Me.
that honestly, after that first initial kill, I thought it was going to be a very quick spiral and a lot of problems, but not going to be the case already in this first game. Nongshim upsetting what I think many expected to be a relatively one-sided game. Well, we got a one-sided game, just not in the direction that we were expecting, and it is just the best of one. I don't want to make any grand statements, but if this goes into a quick 2-0 here,
Yeah.
that would be something. That would be a very surprising start. And it's Challenger, so you can always go in circles about, is it really surprising if something's surprising? Because nothing makes sense. But I want to give credit where credit is due. Really nice first game here from Nongshim. A team that, again, they won with a miracle run. I don't want to say DRX-esque, because that is one of a kind, but still, very, very surprising results that they found for themselves, winning the playoffs in 2022 summer. Coming back, you also see again Jiwoo, of course, is a Sivir in a game where he wasn't threatened at all, but you do see, I think, something that we saw of him last split as well, where if he gets given the space, he pumps out a lot of damage.
And I'm actually quite impressed, because most of that game it was Sounder and Call Me getting a bunch of work done around the map, right? It wasn't one of these it wasn't one of these massive AD carry pop-offs, but to see that kind of damage number after being relatively subdued throughout the game, not being that sort of flashy player or anything like that, just getting that consistent damage down, exactly what a Sivir wants to do. Very impressed by how Jiwoo played out this game myself as well.
You know what the best part of this game was that because of, you know, I think Kasante's still fun because he's new.
Yeah.
I do think he's definitely strong. He's a strong champion. That's fine. Mile played him well. But because of how much mid-action there was, because of how prevalent Sound and Call Me were, there was also a lot of distraction from that cat in the book. We were not that frustrated by it, because, and then when you think back, Sounder had a Yumi on him for like 4 out of the 5 plays that he made. But we're gonna try and shove that under the rug.
Yeah, let me I can ask you another question, like I asked you in Champion Select. If that Zeri had been a Yumi instead.
No, I don't think it would make a difference here. I mean, I know you're trying to get a rise out of me, but I actually
No, I'm just saying, no, if DRX had a priority picked Yumi instead,
No, I know.
I think it would have helped.
I don't think it would have made a difference.
Oh, really?
Looking at the play, no,
Alright.
not particularly.
Well, actually, that's kind of a decent point.
Like, think back to the game we just watched, Atlas.
Yeah. I just think that it wasn't about the Zeri. Anyway, maybe that's just me. Cormy's going to pick up the POG. Atlas 100% POG pick rate thus far in 2023.
I like a redemption story, Atlas.
I think I was 100% also in 2022. I think I voted twice.
It's not a marathon, Atlas. Wait, no, it is a marathon. Oh my God. We gotta get back. We gotta get back into it.
You're already sprinting it.
Yeah. As Call Me and Sauna, really, that mid-jungle 2v2 from two players that have just been called up to the Challengers level. Really impressive. Very, very well done. His Scatter the Weeks were instrumental in setting up a lot of the mid-game plays. Also shut down a couple of attempted plays coming through from the opponents. And you also see, this is something you saw at Worlds as well, like if your mid-jungle 2v2 has the map on lockdown, it becomes very hard to do anything. And I think that's a really big difference that we saw here. DRX was completely unable to deal with not having mid-prio, not being able to have any movement or any leeway on the map, and Nongshim really caught them off guard.
They did, and it just looked like Nongshim wanted it more as well throughout a lot of this game. They really tightened up a lot of that play after the issues. So we are going to get into some highlights. Let's check it out. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Challengers Korea 2023. Almost said 2022. My brain balked for a second there. Didn't actually decide to say 2022 this time around. It is going to happen at some point this year. But
We would have never known if you hadn't told us, Atlas.
Exactly. And what you also may not have known is who won that last game. If you were just watching the break screen, you hadn't actually seen the first game, well, in fact, it was Nongshim that managed to pick up the victory. That is also not us. That is Nuclear, the machine. The machine, just machine. And of course, Dongjun, who's going to be casting the Korean broadcast of Challenger. Actually, mega stacked, like Challenger broadcast lineup. Really, really cool.
Yeah.
Anyway, is Nongshim going to win game 2?
I don't know, because it's Challengers. Based on the gameplay of game 1, I'm like, yep. Yep, because I do think in the current meta, there is a lot of potential for snowballing. And if you get an early lead and you get early items, you start stacking Drakes, it can become really hard for opponents to come back. But I don't think that what was happened here, because up until like 15, 20 minutes, it was actually very even. It was just a series of consequential mistakes from DRX, mistakes that I didn't think they made nearly as many of last year, that really cost them very quickly. And they're the type of mistakes that you can fix them in a game. You can also say, okay, you know, shake off the rust a bit. But I'd be a little worried if I was a DRX fan, and I'm just very positively surprised by what Nongshim has shown. And I want to remind everyone, of course, we're now on the official broadcast, but one thing I loved about Challengers is that everybody, even you watching at home, collectively embraced the madness and embraced the positivity that these are 16-year-old pro gamers. Like, did you have responsibility when you were 16? Because I didn't. And if I would have been given any, I don't think I would have done very well.
No,
okay, some of them are not, but they are.
And what we're really trying to do here is trying to preserve what was the positive atmosphere of the Chronicler Soup-sponsored co-stream of Challenger. That's what we need to do. Yeah.
I should have started a line of soups.
You should have.
I really should have. Wow.
I
never even considered
the opportunity is still there. The future exists. I'm pretty sure. Even though I've only ever lived in the present.
I'm casting 6 days a week.
Yeah. Well, DRX have selected the red side.
Again. Okay.
But here in Challenger, we actually don't call it the red side. We call it the red zone. They have selected the red zone.
I'm down. I'm
all actually super psyched. I want Wind Drake. I want a different name for every single Drake, and I want to call sides different,
Zones.
just slightly different names.
I love it.
Yeah. So we need red zone and blue zone, and we've got Wind Drake already. Ground Drake.
Okay, so we have Wind
Inferno Drake.
Ground Drake. No, that's too close.
Poison Drake.
Just Fire Drake.
I mean, Fire Drake. Everyone always says that anyway.
Lava Drake.
Lava Drake! Oh, that's brilliant. Water Drake is a pretty easy one. Do you want something different for
Drake.
that? Lake Drake?
Can we do Lake Drake?
Oh, that's even better. It's in, a little lake as well.
Nice.
Oh, really
I'm
into
down.
it. All right, well, speaking of things that we are, Nongshim have banned away the same champions. DRX have also banned away the same champions. We'll see what the final one is going to be. It is just going to once again be Varus.
Is it time?
Is it the Salty?
Well, you're picking Cassante. That's a no-brainer.
Yeah. Mihail was also pretty good at it, managing to get that solo kill onto clear, as now DRX might just decide, instead of locking in the Maokai, to lock in Zeri-Yumi. Okay, never mind.
That is not the adjustment I was expecting. I don't know whether this is a pick for Claire, whether this is his answer into the Cassante, or whether this is a reprioritization for Sponge. I don't know why you wouldn't pick Yumi. I'm completely on board with you here, Atlas. Maybe you are worried that you will get shut down, but I find it hard to believe. Now, I do think that barring mid-jungle, and there are still adjustments available there, comps were not necessarily at fault. I do think the comp from DRX was perfectly fine in terms of play.
Serviceable.
And this is something that I really want to highlight often with specifically challengers in relation if you're an LCK viewer, you watch the normal pro leagues. Execution is everything. I have seen teams throw more like unlosable games than I can count. I've seen teams win games that they had no business, and I really do believe that when you're talking at a Worlds level, when you're talking at a LCK or an LPL level, even the LCS and the LEC, I think comps matter a lot. I think there is a lot of difference in how easy it is to play out, what the margins are, but these players are just playing on a different level. They are playing much more volatile, much more inexperienced. So I really like Challenger draft for that regard, because even if you look at this and you see this is as boring as it gets, right? It's Sivir, it's Zeri, it's Yuumi, it's Lulu. But last game wasn't boring.
Yeah.
We had a good time.
Do you think that
Don't pick Renekton again.
could Call Me maybe play?
Oh, okay. They do go for the Gnar.
I actually just wanted to say Call Me maybe. I didn't really want to talk about it. Syndra hasn't been something that he's really been known for in his previous games here in Challenger for good old Call Me. So looking forward to seeing what he's going to do here as new and improved Udyr being considered.
I love Yuumi Hecarim.
Yuumi Hecarim, pretty broken, of course. Another
Yuumi
tried
Wukong
and true
also.
one. Yeah.
Maybe it's a recurring theme. Bruiser and Yuumi is what makes us excited.
I mean, I would have really liked Vi as well, because Vi is sort of the classic anti-Zeri option.
I like Vi.
Would have been
Yeah.
something that could have worked. That's a Talia, man. I'm becoming like
Blind?
very quickly a massive Call Me fan.
You're
I mean,
getting there. I've been lobbying for years, trying you to be a fan. It will be the Azir after all, so losing
to be
some
perfectly
points
honest,
there.
I always liked that song.
It is it's just a good
It's
song.
a bit of a banger, isn't it?
It's just a good song.
I really wish.
I wonder how long we can run the Call Me jokes.
I mean, I think we can do it all season until he stops playing.
Ooh,
yes,
yes. Why am I saying yes? Because I think if Kassadin is meta, that's bad. And it means that he and his items will get nerfed soon. And I think that will be good for the game. So,
Keep playing it.
because if you look at the game and you see Kassadin and Zeri and Sivir and Yuumi and Azir, you might not be expecting anything to happen. But there will, because that's just how it goes. I do actually think that specifically the Kassadin with the Sejuani is quite nice. Kassadin does have the ability to stack the permafrost relatively quickly, of course being melee and having an auto reset on his W. But outside of that, it's not really a great Sejuani angle, and I'm wondering whether this is a comfort thing for Sponge, where he specifically called, please let me play something else, because I did not have a good game. Sponge, to me, together with Piero, were the clear weak points in
I
the
thought
previous
Piero
game.
was a little bit more of that weak point, getting caught out, especially towards the mid to late game, trying to get deep vision down. When, as an enchanter support, you really need to pick those timings very, very well, unless you want to create clear openings for your opposition. So it was certainly the downside to me. But they have made sure that Nongshim have their own adjustments to make as well. Far more of that AoE teamfight comp to come through from them. Now, I kind of think that it sort of almost works out better.
What they should do, Nongshim should swap mid and top.
Do you know also they're playing the new champion, Monkey King, which is pretty cool.
I hadn't even noticed that. That's a banger.
Yeah, it's Jet Li, dude.
I just wanna again reiterate. If they swap lanes, like I don't think DRX can play the game, because playing Kassadin to Cassante, that's not you can't do that. And playing Azir into Gnar,
True.
yeah,
That'd actually be kind of dope. Speaking of which, I really love the color adjustment that they do for this zoom in. Really, really awesome. Kind of wish
they're not
that.
swapping.
Yeah, no, they're not going to. Because that's not how it works. Mihail is a top laner. Okay.
Is it Mihail or Mihail?
Isn't that the same? Didn't you say the same word twice?
No, I feel like the stress is on different parts of the world. It's Mihail versus Mihail.
Yeah. But isn't it me, not my? Because otherwise it'd be a Y?
Maybe.
I'm sure Kevin Kim knows.
I don't. I actually, this is one of those situations where it would be better if his name was written in Korean. Because the beauty of Korean is it's very self-explanatory in terms of how to pronounce stuff.
That's actually very true. Very phonetic as far as language is concerned.
Incredibly
Do you want to know the...
well-designed
Speaking of well-designed...
writing system. Yeah.
What is well-designed is the commentary setup that we have here at Challenger, which involves a screen in front of me that has Twitch chat on it. And so Not, is that not Evan? Because it's like heaven, but spelled with an A instead of an H.
So I guess it's Mihao.
So he's thinking it's Mihail because of MapleStory. And also, I know that MapleStory, incredibly popular here in Korea. Hi, Peru.
Okay, so it is Mihail.
Let's go with Mihail.
No,
No,
Mihail.
I'm just skipping it.
No, I'm not.
Just a M. Just ignore the I completely and just skip to the Heil. Because we can agree on that. We agree it starts with M. Therefore, just get rid of it.
Mihail?
And we're fine.
I don't like that. I mean, he is playing Cassante, so I guess it's, you know, phonetically somewhat consistent.
Somewhat. We'll see how it goes. Satab going to have a difficult time in the early stage of the game. This is a matchup that we used to see a whole lot more than we have recently, unless it's a Showmaker game, in which case you'll see it all the time, because Showmaker just loves Kassadin.
Even when he really shouldn't.
Yes, almost especially
It's an addiction.
when he shouldn't.
Yeah,
Precisely. I remember a certain game with Showmaker versus Faker with a Kassadin involved that there's a lot of people that want to forget.
Well. That was...
Good times. Good times. I think that was a final as well.
Yeah. Oh, that was a timeline.
It was. It definitely was. Anyway, Call Me just going to be trying to get some harassment down here onto Satab. I think that Azir is almost a champion that's more comfortable for him than that of the Syndra that he was looking very comfortable on. A champion that I think a lot of pros could find a bit of difficulty getting used to again, because changing the timing on the Q scatter, that probably frustrated a lot of people for a very long time.
Yeah. Also want to highlight that Satab has not gone for Fleet, which is something Kassadin's often used to go for, both for the extra movement speed and a little bit of additional sustain that it gives. So his early laning phase is actually quite rough. Obviously, will be fine as soon as he can get through his first back. And I do think Conqueror, when it comes to the later stage of the game, obviously going to have a lot of strength in extended fights.
Yep.
Might be having a mid lane play here. Call Me is very, very far up the lane. Do have a little bit of setup here. Sponge making his way over.
Yeah, big zoom out here from Yundo as well as Sounder. Oh, it definitely feels like he's in position here. Decoy could certainly come through as he does just pop on forward. Nimbus Strike going to come out first and then decides to use that for the extra gap close. Really cute stuff.
But Sponge, this is all you need. You don't need to do more. I was about to say Satab. That's something. Trying to go for the back cancel there might end with a kill, might end with your death as well. But this is really all the space you need, I think, as Kassadin in this lane. Because again, obviously post 6, you're completely fine. Now we will have the opportunity to collect that full wave. He's not being threatened, because I do think that Call Me was trying to set up a dive together with Sounder there. So nice read by Sponge. Good after what was a relatively rough game previously. And oh my god, this is a doomed lane state here for Pleta and Piero. Very, very rough. And G was just gonna chill.
Yeah.
Not go anywhere.
Just trims
watch
the wave
the
a little
minions
bit.
die. Oh my god.
Okay, so that's an entire wave lost by Pleta and Piero. Jiwoo is going to look for a little bit of a back timing, so is going to clear it out now. Looks for a bit of a wave reset, but I think that is still going to be pushing towards them, which is just a great situation here for Nongshim. Not so much to be said for DRX, although just a cull sitting on the Sivir right now as Pleta comes back to lane. Oh, they don't see it.
So really want to highlight what happened here sequentially. So Jiwoo is setting up a shove in bot lane, obviously, as Sivir tries to get it shoved out so he can back. And because Sounder went over the wall, while the vision was still up, it gave a feeling of security to DRX. And obviously now, when I get taken, Satab might even be in trouble here.
He's only level 5! The Force Pulse is going to come through there, but it's a Cat and a Lee Sin. But the rest of the cavalry were on their way. Satab is going to survive this one for the moment. But so far, great start here for Nongshim, despite what the gold might be telling you at the top of your screen. The extra Lake Drake to be picked up here. We do have Earth Dragon. That's exactly what I said.
I love it.
I said Ground Drake, but I think Earth Drake is much better.
It makes me so happy. I love challengers so much. It just...
We definitely need to make sure that we do this, that we change the names of things just very small changes, but it needs to be clear that it is the Challenger broadcast, no pun intended. Sorry about the DRX top laner also being clear.
Just gonna let you sit in that one for a bit. As
Happy
overall,
to.
early pickup of the Draker for Nongshim, very nicely done. I think very well played around the vision from DRX. Fortunately, also, yeah, as you saw there, Piero going for the, or a little while back, for the Scryer's Orb. The other way around. And now, Call Me might be in trouble because Setap has his ultimate available.
Yeah, shifts the sands, but the permafrost is going to come through there, but just Setap not interested. Just going to back away.
The key thing there is that Sponge can go forward still as a summoners as well, but if Setap goes forward and walks into a Sounder with an ultimate, he will just get blown up very, very rapidly. Even without the ultimate, I think the burst might be enough to take down the Kassadin. Of course, notoriously not strong against AD, and even with an ultimate early on, going to be somewhat of a liability. And overall, I think the state of the game for DRX is still fine. I don't think that it's a situation of you have Kassadin, so you just instantly win the late game. Even with the champion being quite strong. Just because there is severe Yuumi and Azir on the other end, right? Like, there is still plenty of playmaking potential. If Jiwoo can stay safe, if they can find an exhaust on the Kassadin, if Call Me can maybe create space, or soon they can find some backline axes and threaten so that Setap isn't able to be backed up by the rest of his team, then there should still be a possibility for Nongshim, even in the later stage of the game, to win. Also, note that Claire is clearly a lot more solid as... Ooh.
Yeah, Pleta throwing down the ultimate. They do get the exhaust out. That is going to be pretty important for DRX going towards any sort of battle that could be incoming. You can see that Sounder is looking to grab himself a Rift Herald now that they know that DRX are towards that bottom side, as Nongshim slink back towards the safety of their turret, or the relative safety of their turret, considering the fact that they could just be dove. Pleta taking a bit of free damage there, though, which is definitely not what he really wants. And as the wave gets cleared out, Sponge is going to be prioritizing the Krugs instead, as Jiwoo is just going to face check this one. Sponge just here by himself. He's against a Cat and a Sivir, as now Piero is looking to try and get around, and DRX are going to be able to come through. They managed to get the steal away of the camp, and also should be able to loot some plates from this turret as well, as here we go. DRX nicely done. Jiwoo just going to follow the wave in, though, so 2 plates going to come through, no more to come out there, and in trade for the Rift Herald, you're pretty happy about this as Nongshim, I could imagine. Yeah,
I don't think you mind really that much. If you can ever get a dive off, although it is quite hard to dive anyone on DRX, except if you rotate with the bot lane, you can, even by just bullying someone off, get a first turret bot for yourself. I think Rod of Ages is very good. I don't know if I agree with Azir going Rod of Ages, but it looks like that's the direction that we're going in here.
I think Call Me just goes Rod of Ages. Because I don't even think Rod of Ages is that good on Syndra.
No.
So I think Call Me just likes it. You know, just like... And I respect that, you know? You just pick your favorite item and you build it. You know?
On anything.
On anything. And Setap definitely should be building it, so that makes a lot of sense.
Well, in the East Kassadin, yeah. It's like him and Ryze are basically the poster boys.
Yeah. And Anivia.
Anivia as well.
Oh, wait. Or is Anivia's item the Warmogs?
No, I like it. I think it's fine. I think Anivia, and in a very, very distant past, if you wanted to get really cheeky with it, I think on like Maokai or Cho, you know, there was an era where you could build Rod of Ages on tanks.
Cho'Gath, what a time to be alive.
You remember, right?
Oh,
I'm not
absolutely.
making that up. There you go. But I do think it's Ryze and Kassadin most notably, who
not
shockingly...
Malphite's Deathfire Grass Brush, that's all you build.
Shockingly are both relevant in the meta right now.
Singed! Singed! The other roller guy. But yeah, no, I think
I forgot about Singed.
Yeah, Kassadin definitely is the poster boy.
No, he can't do that.
What?
I was thinking about Lance going Rod of Ages Singed support.
That sounds like the worst idea. As Call Me going to avoid the Winter's Wrath quite nicely. Also manages to convince his opponents to avoid the Emperor's Divide.
Sponge was in his head.
Yeah, very nicely done. Still managed to get the Rift Herald down here as Setap's going to be dashing forward, still taking a fair bit of Sand Soldier damage, as this charge is going to give money over purely to Sounder, which Call Me is not exactly excited about. That is just fine. DRX moving back towards this bottom side as Jiwoo is just farming up these minions. Very even in farm across the lanes, to be perfectly honest, outside of Sounder having a couple of a camp lead. And Setap taking a bit of damage here in this mid lane, but otherwise, as you can see, head by 10CS himself. And as the Kassadin, you're definitely feeling fantastic about that.
Yeah. I'm not really sure what's happening in my challenger games. This is very low impact gameplay.
Yeah.
It's not a lot of kills. I have been touting challengers for the entirety of last year as this wacky, fun, anything can happen league with a lot of action that totally is way faster than the LCK.
Hey, if anything can happen, then also no action can happen, Chronicler. Okay?
Well, maybe a lot of things could happen, but not no action.
Okay.
That never happened.
Okay, things need to happen.
Anything, really.
Okay, Satab going to be doing a bit of damage there to call me. Not too much of a worry here, as you might get your wish fulfilled, Chronicler. There's potentially some action could come through here. The Drake is going to go down relatively low. Earth Drake surviving for now, and also getting in amongst the battle, as we can see. Sounder wanting to just lock this one down as he can, as there is the ulti to come through. Drake secured there by Sponge, as it is going to be the playful Trickster, soaking up a lot of that CC. Chemtech Drake is going to come through. We're going to be blasting over walls, but before that, it's going to be a team fight. The Sivir taken down first, and Satab getting a 12.5-minute first blood on his Cassidon.
And Piero went for Flash Self Wildgrove there. I want to see a replay of that
fight. Oh, that's the barrel play.
Oh yeah, he went for it. And first blood for Cassidon, amazing. We got Poison Drake or Toxic.
Sorry, Poison Drake. Yeah, I got caught up in the moment.
I like Toxic.
Toxic Drake's kind of good. You know, is it going to be doing ramping poison damage or just regular poison damage?
I was thinking more because we already have called me. Maybe we do Toxic, like the great
Britney Spears song?
The classic.
I'm into it. Toxic Drake going to be counting down 4 minutes until that one does come through for our first. Let's check out the replay of this battle.
Again, want to highlight, we have posturing coming through here. Or rather, this is after the posturing. As it looks kind of rough with Sounda being able to catch, but look at this. That's actually a play that sets up the fight, right? Because as a result, immediately Jiwoo gets taken down, and without the Sivir, the composition for Nongshim just doesn't really have the roll damage to be able to chew through DRX this early on in the game. As a result, DRX picked themselves up an early Earth Dragon, able to get a little bit more resistances, get a kill on their best scaling champion, and looking a lot more comfortable. But let's not forget, this was the case last game as well. This is how it started off. The game is still dead even, and even though they're in a good spot, not trusting anything until we see a little bit more, but I do think the DRX as a whole look a little bit more well coordinated, which is quite nice. And now we get, so the fruit speeds you up, gives you a shield as well. Call me, might be in trouble.
One more hit, there's the permafrost. They get the stun down as Satab, not wanting to go underneath the turret.
He's just standing there.
He's gonna hold off.
Menacingly.
Force Pulse also not going to quite find the mark there either. So it's just Call Me taking about half of his health bar and damage. Absolutely fine. Sponge going to wander up here towards the top side of the map. Have another Rift Herald spawning in a couple of seconds. There it is.
Rift Herald is going to be used here. Or we're going to be taking it rather. But you get first turret blood. So I think you're perfectly happy here. As long as DRX doesn't take an ill-advised aggressive play, going to come out ahead in the trade, and I think the call from Nongshim was we're not going to be able to save it anyway. So instead, going to give over a small gold lead now to DRX, who will be feeling very, very comfy.
Yeah, but so far, no real glaring advantages or anything like that. What I'm looking forward to is seeing whether DRX can actually win themselves another one of these team fights as the game goes on, because early game, skirmishes, things like that, DRX in the last game looked kind of okay. But after that, when Nongshim had some time to set up, things were much better. This looks like a very dead Call Me. Emperor's Divide is going to get a lot of value and shifts the sands, and he's absolutely fine. Yeah, did I say he invested in ultimate, that's it. And he gets out scot-free. Azir.
Easy peasy. No problem at all. And overall, I think that pace of the game, a little glacial, but outside of that, we'll be seeing the mid lane turret knockdown. There is a very big turret to take away. Provides a lot more opportunity for Nongshim to set up aggressive plays like this.
Yeah, Mihail looking for that backline. Exactly. This K'Sante has been not exactly up to too much throughout this game so far, but has been just farming alongside clear just fine. Call Me towards that bottom side, clearing out minion waves also where he can. But the 1-3-1 for this DRX comp, if they want to do it, is actually very, very scary as well. Especially with Clear going towards a little bit more of that damage focus so far in the build, at least.
I do actually think that the best angle for them is, even with how much power they have, I think going for at least 1-4.
Yeah.
Putting Sage up in the side lane. Because when you look at the 5v5 of Nongshim, it's nuts. Right? There's Sivir Yumi alone could warrant a teamfight comp, but you have Azir and Wukong with that as well. The amount of like AoE CC that you have available is mind-blowing. And outside of like a really good Gnar ultimate, the CC from DRX is mostly single target. Very strong single target, mind you, because of course Sejuani lockdown, possibility for Piero to go in and Sponge.
Yep, Sounder's going to spot him here. Oh, that was very cute timing. Over the wall once again is Sounder as Piero is going to show himself. Bleder can move on forward. Final chapter to come through.
Yeah,
Just landing on the Sejuani. Not too much more that we can get there, as now Nongshim going to take this as a pseudo opportunity to go for a Drake. Of course, full vision available, as in goes Sponge, finds the ultimate there quite nicely. Winter's Wrath does a fair bit of work as Colmy gets himself out, but not going to be quite so lucky on Sounder's side of things, as now You and Me is going to at least get the cat out. But still, that is a very dead monkey, and that means DRX will be able to grab that Drake advantage. Now just wanting to hold them back. Yeah, Nongshim wanting a little bit more, 4 versus 5 as they dive on forward. Fair bit of damage on to the Kassadin, and even though he's so slippery, just gets chain CC'd. Will just get taken down here as Cassante doing a fair bit of work, gets polymorph, but it's not going to stop him. He's still just walking forward. Nah, finds absolutely nothing, and the Sand Soldiers are tearing them up. Colmy locks down that kill. Jiwoo doing so much damage in this fight as well, as Sponge will eventually fall after Piero was taken down also. Nongshim pulling it back once again.
I'm calling it Atlas. Nongshim's winning 2023 Spring Challengers. What was that?
That was Cassante playing Slalom down the river with skill shots. He was just wandering out of the way, and then just, oh man.
The call as well. For them, I'm shocked. I think Colmy might be dead. There's a flash available.
I feel like Kassadin should have the sticking power if he wanted it.
Yeah, but Sounder's there as well.
Yeah.
Okay, so Satop dying there, that's peak challengers. Sounder dying there for no reason, peak challengers. But I do really want to highlight the follow-up call, because that is something that I think actually really, I want to speak highly of Nongshim for that, because what happens here is a lot of ultimates get used, right? We see, I think Wildgrove used, I can't see Lulu for some reason, she's not on the, but I'm pretty sure
has been eliminated.
Yeah, we see Cleo not having Maganar just yet, so as a result, due to all these ultimates being down and Satap going down there immediately, this call from Nongshim is very, very confident. They don't need to go for this. They can just back off here and try to maybe shove in mid, get a turret there.
And it was the buffer of the W from Mihail that caused the Gnar to do absolutely nothing.
Combined with a really nice flash from Jiwoo, right? So like, very nicely played out teamfight from Nongshim. That was with a Wukong doing effectively no damage in a team fight. It wasn't 0 because he got an ulti off earlier, but it was without the rest of his team being there. And Sponge, you are the one. You are not trapping anyone, man. You are trapped.
But he went really, really far with that blast gun, and so he got basically back to his base.
Love the new blast gun.
It's very good. It's very funny, and it's definitely way better than the old Poison Rift.
I love.
Look at that, man! Clears the Baron. So good.
That call from Nongshim used to be like, we're gonna fight them there.
Yeah.
We're down a member. We don't care. Oh, call me.
Well,
we're back to challengers.
Catches him.
It's happening.
There's the flash to immediately come out, but now you've got the ultimate moving forward. Another knock up with the next Cyclone is beautiful here from Sounder, who is just getting more and more impressive throughout this game. Another Emperor's Divide hits onto a couple. It's a 1-for-1 so far, but you'll take the trade if you're Nongshim, because them having no Zeri is big news. And now Jiwoo just presses the donkey whistle, and it should be enough to at least get themselves some bacon. They pick up the piggy, the Kassadin goes down as well, and Nongshim, this team's just looking better, man. They're just looking better.
I don't know, man. I'm shocked. I don't know what's happening. I don't know how Nongshim, with a completely new roster, is just dunking on DRX.
Yeah, well, I mean, this is actually something that Papa Smithy told me a long time ago, and that is that if you're in a team and things are lacking coordination and things like that, you just bring Sivir. Because you just do the warrior yell, and they
Sivir,
all know that you run in.
Sivir wasn't even there for like
No, but then she
best
did the
part of
yell
that
at the
play.
end, and that's all for, it's for morale, you know? You pick it for the morale.
Well, I think they definitely could use the enthusiasm that Jiwoo brought, but they already won the fight before that, right? It's just DRX. Look, they're trying to set up a play on a notoriously slippery target, and Sounda and the Yumi are just able to like immediately take down Mahal this time, able to actually join the fight, and you see what a difference it makes. The trade Wukong for Zeri, you'll take any time, any day of the week, because there's no teleport available. Nongshim know we can go as hard as we want here, no problem whatsoever, and are able to get multiple kills here. Mahal looking incredibly impressive. To me, most impressive player thus far, even with how clean Jiwoo played. He has made so many key catches.
Yeah.
And just has been really, I think, if you given the draft resources of a B1, right? Like,
Yeah,
priority
exactly.
pick, you get the Cassante, then you need to make it work. And, you know, you might look at the CS scores and go, but it's Challenger. CS doesn't matter, right?
It's
like,
true.
it's irrelevant. It's not.
But also, he's
No.
100% kill contribution at 22.5 minutes on a top laner, which I think is pretty nutty. So Mihail's sort of just been everywhere his team needs him to be. It's beautiful stuff.
I am very positively surprised by Nongshim. I again want to give this team a shout out. My expectations were very low, as Kenley's definitely dead.
Well, we've said that before.
Oh,
He gets
come
over the wall,
on.
Emperor's Divide, just in case. Blast cones
Wow.
himself to Narnia.
You know what keeps him alive there?
What?
It's that Rod of Ages. It's the extra health.
I thought you were going to say
It's the Rod of
Sponge
Ages.
not managing to catch him out of the air with an Arctic Assault or something like that, you know? I do feel like he should have died at least one of those times.
He should.
I haven't seen an Azir be quite this immortal for quite a while. As
It's Rod
Mahal
of
looks
Ages.
for it, doesn't manage to get the flick back. But yeah, it's the Rod of Ages, it must be. He's actually got a lot of sticks. It's like the double stick type build. Also double sticks for
so he has
Saytab.
one rod, one staff, a book. It's actually
And a
pretty,
necklace, yeah,
it's
and a
actually
ring.
pretty fashionable.
Yeah.
Like, it kind of works.
Yeah, it's like
Especially
the,
for Azir.
it's the
It's
double.
thematically appropriate.
No, I kind of like it. He can also, like Azir could go mountain climbing if you wanted to as well, because you know how like you get the two little sticks? The mountain climbing sticks kind of look like ski poles. You just use the Rod of Ages for one and the Void
Wait,
Star
do
for
you
the
mean-
other?
You mean the walking sticks?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
No, I thought you meant like actual mountain climbing, not hiking.
No, hiking. More like hiking. But you can climb, hike up a mountain
Well,
if
no,
you
for
want to.
mountain climbing, it's a completely different set of gear. I had no idea what you were talking
Oh,
about.
that's absolutely true. No, I'm really
Yeah,
sorry.
because
I should, I should have been more specific.
Yeah, okay. But
Yeah. But
we're
I think
on
for
the same
like,
page now.
yeah,
We're
for
on the same
hiking,
page.
for
That's
hiking,
fine.
I
For
think
hiking,
that Komi's got
absolutely.
great items.
He
Great
does,
items
yeah.
for hiking. Because I also think that you should be wearing your Sunday best when you go for a hike. So, you know, get on your nice ring and has his talisman
you do
now.
live in Korea.
No,
If you-
precisely.
If you've ever been hiking in Korea, everyone looks amazing.
No, exactly.
High-tech gear.
And I live right next to a mountain here in Korea, and I see the hikers
Amazing.
walk past. And it is a bit like a fashion show sometimes, you know, because there's a lot of fancy gear.
Oh, it's impeccable. There's
Yeah.
nothing that quite kills your self-confidence when you're not feeling too great. You go for a leisurely hike, and like 3 Ajumas walk past you in like rapid pace,
Yeah.
decked out.
And also
top
like
to
wearing
bottom.
like beautifully coordinated and
it's
also
amazing.
like thematically accurate for hiking as
Yeah.
well. So it's not like they look ridiculous.
I don't know how they do it.
It's pretty impressive. And Arjuma, by the way, is an older woman, middle-aged woman,
Yeah.
I guess, here in Korea
Yeah.
would be how you would say it.
I mean, I've seen people that really get up there in age still just blast past.
Yeah.
And I'd like to think, you know, I'm a semi-enthusiastic hiker. I definitely will call myself a mild hobbyist when it comes to hiking.
I've just been on a bit of a camping holiday, so I did 2 hikes a day for a week. So I'm ready. I'm ready to compete
Nice.
with the Arjumas. Anyway, we're having a look at this top inner turret being sieged. The reason we're talking about hiking and you know, items of an Azir looking weird is because not a whole lot of action has happened. It's Nongshim just doing their best to strangle DRX out of this game. 2.5 minutes on the Drake, 1.5 on the Baron. As Mihail there towards the bottom side is continuing to get a bit of work done.
There is one thing that can bring this game back from the brink for DRX. and it's not Toxic Dragon. It's level 16. Has been hit by Satap. Has hit his 2-item spike. I think once the Void Staff is gonna be available, he will truly be a force to be reckoned with. But I think there's too many threats. You've now reached a point where Satap at this stage, I think, is the only one that can reliably burst someone down. And because of how far ahead of the curve the rest of Nongshim is, I don't really know if you're going to be able to, unless again you find some single target CC on Jiwoo, which should be very hard. Siva, of course, very safe in that regard. Or Call Me, blow them up immediately. If you want to have a chance at winning any team fight, the amount of consistent damage that Azir, Sivir in particular puts out is really tough. And you need to be very decisive. Oh no, Sponge.
Yeah, Winter's Wrath not really going to save him from that one. There's the snare to come on through, and Sound is going to be able to pick up that kill. And yeah, Sponge finds himself in the middle of no man's land.
Yeah.
It's just not really Sponge's day today, as it turns out. It looked like it was beginning to not be Sounder's day, and now it's really the opposite. It's true.
He's kind of been there this game.
Yeah.
He's been all right.
I mean, Satap has hit the tripod power spike.
I need to build up resistance to this again. It's been a while. It's been. I'm gonna need some time. Satap is definitely doing a good job split pushing. I fear the game might end, unfortunately, while he is off on his own, because he can't really add that much. I do think that like 5v5 is a very tough call here, or a DRX rather. Like I don't think you can, but now the opponent has Baron buff, so you also can't really split push. And I think your only really winning side lane is Satap. And look at itemization as well. Like you have a 9 stacks Magi's and a Banshee's Veil, right? Like
and Mihail, like I think that he could just stand in a lane against Satap and not care at all.
No, he doesn't care at all. And I do want to give a little bit of credit to Sponge as well. I mean, I don't think he's had a good game by any means. But the problem in both these games is DRX has lost control of the map. Yeah. And then Sponge is the one that has to go in. Because you can't have Lulu do that as all. Hail Mary fight here.
Yeah, Mihail is going to find that teleport as he dives on forward. The entire fight is torn apart. Narc can't even hit Mega. Piggy's also going to fall down, and now it's just going to take, they're just going to take a Drake and then continue the battle. Satap now trying to pop off some low health bars as he dives forward. There's a really nice Zhonya's as the double kill comes forward. Satap, he's going to have to do it by himself, but instead he just takes a journey to the death chamber, and now Pleta is well and truly dead. Piero's going to try to flash. That is a very fast Sivir and a Wukong that was just on the way to pick him up. That's the ace, and that should be the 2-0 here for Nongshim.
I am baffled, Atlas, but in a positive sense, Nongshim, a team that through a miracle won against Damwon Kia in the 2022 summer playoffs. Completely revamped, only Jiwoo sticked around, everyone else from the team, Vital came back, all called up to the LCK, and they come in and really dunk on DRX. So the early game in both games, the first 10-15 minutes, definitely something that I think could have gone either way. But as soon as that mid-game kicked in, just way better.
Yeah, it was incredibly impressive stuff here from Nongshim. That's a team that that I was expecting to not be that good at all, to be perfectly honest.
No. I mean, they could have been bad and it would have been completely fine.
Yeah, and the reason why our brain stalled for a second there is because we, of course, needed to do our POG votes. And I think that I think you guys probably would agree that it was time for Mihail to get a little bit of love. Mihail. Sorry. No, we're not. Yeah. Mihail. There we go. Because I think that his Cassante play throughout the entire series was absolutely fantastic, especially considering the fact that Clear has been a real power point for DRX in the past. Being able to get that solo kill in game number 1 and then backing it up with a great performance here in game number 2 as well. Thought that was fantastic. I think there's a few votes to be thrown around, though, to be perfectly honest. Once again, 2 in a row for Sounder. Really fantastic game for him. Did get caught out a couple of times, but often it resulted in a positive trade for Nongshim. Either side of the coin. So, man, 2-0 for Nongshim. And I was expecting a 2-0 on the DRX side.
Yeah. And obviously, Damage not going to tell the full story of this game. Call Me, though, incredible debut. Like I am so impressed with this player. Twice in a row, or 2 games in a row, rather, able to have incredible amounts of damage output. Obviously, got the MVP. Wouldn't even mind if he got MVP in this game as well. I don't think
No.
We both went for Mihao as mentioned, but
his escapes
could still
it
give
might
it.
It might actually be the Azir vote just for
don't
the
mind.
amount of call me escapes that came through.
For real. I personally don't mind, but I think that top half of the map in particular, Sound at this game a little more muted than the previous one. He was mostly just bait, and he was mostly go in, die, and try to do as much damage, try to wreak as much havoc, giving space to your Yuumi and to your Azir and to your Sivir to pop off. And works out perfectly. DRX, both in terms of draft and I think particularly in game 2 in terms of gameplay, looking rough, looking kind of lost. Sponge, game 1, I do think he was clearly, together with Piero, the weaker link. In game 2, Piero had a little bit of a better time, and I think Sponge still looked bad, but it was very much a team thing. I think DRX, what really impressed me about this team and was the reason why I was such a big fan of them in spring in 2022 was because they were playing good League of Legends. Like it wasn't anything flashy. It wasn't like the crazy shenanigans we saw in Challengers, but it was a team that consistently was able to showcase good, rock-solid League of Legends. And today, they were slammed in the face by this man right here.
They definitely were, and I think giving it to Mihail, for me, feels really good, purely because he helped win the team fight that really did win the game for Nongshim, right?
Yeah.
That one in the river, where he was just in that front line, in the right position, and for a top laner to be at 100% kill contribution for the majority of the game as well really shows that he was able to get out of his lane, really affect the map, and both games, Clear really couldn't do anything. The Gnar, even less impressive than his Renekton in game 1.
Yeah, and I do think that the Gnar as a pick, not the biggest fan necessarily, but it was also other team playing really well around it. And yeah, later in the game, he was just pushing side lanes because what else was he going to do?
Yeah.
Unfortunately. Not that much. Shocking start of the day here. A really, really great debut from Nongshim. Colmy and Mihao both, I think, going to be high on the list of players to watch and see how they develop over the course of the season.
I'm looking forward to seeing how they continue to develop as well with their team play also, because if they're performing this well so far against a team that is a lot more established, that's a really good sign moving forward, because this is a team that's only very, very new and only just together, and with sort of Jiwoo as that backline. So very, well, in both senses of the term. I've been accidental punning a lot today, and I want to apologize from the bottom of my heart to everyone.
No, you don't. You'll love it.
But yeah, I think that they're a team to look out for. I think that the worry that I have on DRX's side is it's very similar to what we saw for Damwon Kia last year, of course, now D+ Kia, but without Beryl, it looked like a team that didn't understand how to make the plays happen correctly. And now it's almost like they want to call down Beryl for their challenger team to try and patch it together, because it feels like there just isn't that voice. I don't think they should either. Yeah, that would be a bad move. But you know what I mean?
It's tough. No, I agree. Overall, I do think that we did really see some of the unfortunate parts of the current meta, which was most notably Sivir, Zeri, Yuumi, Lulu, not really what you're looking for. Lucian, of course, banned, so Lucian, Nami, either to spice it up a little bit. But still, when we hit mid-game, you know, going back to that classic challenger gameplay, a lot of back and forth. Also, as far as I'm aware, because there is an audience, I was actually, we haven't mentioned this yet, but I was surprised positively by how many people there were in the audience. Looking early on. Actually, a fair amount of seats being filled for challengers. We love that. But I do think after this, we're going to a longer break because of that. Because I saw some questions around this.
So all of the matches start at a specific time, and they are 3 hours apart. So it is going to be a 2 p.m. start, which is where this first series began, and then we're going to have a break until 5 p.m. KST. Unfortunately, not going to be able to translate it into your current time zone if you're not here in Korea, but it is just a Google search away. And then the final series will be at 8 p.m. Yes.
Hour 15.
And just so you guys know, moving forward, Mondays will be 3 best-of-5s, and Tuesdays will be 2 best-of-5s. So
it's
wish
us luck.
Yeah.
Because I gotta say though, as far as gameplay go, challengers is nice because you can take it a little bit easier. You know, with the LCK we have to be very serious. Very.
We really do. Absolutely.
Always treat it like, you know, with the reverence and the respect that it deserves. We of the LCK in particular are notorious for this.
Yeah. No, it is. It's all business. It is all business.
That's what the broadcast is known for.
I know. I remember you tried to get jungle
Serious.
music that one time, and you were actually aggressively backhanded out of the room.
Yeah, no, Jason told me no.
Yeah,
How
100%.
dare you suggest that? Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely didn't watch the Ziggs walk to bongo music for a minute as a segment.
It was almost too long. If you want to see some of the highlights from
was
that,
the
the
point.
Pug State from last
That was
year.
the point, Atlas.
No, I know. I was agreeing. I
love
agree.
challenges.
But I'm also very much enjoying getting into our next series as well, because that's the one that I definitely have absolutely no ability to call. And so I assume it's going to be a 2-0 in one direction or another.
Who knows?
But we just have no idea, is kind of how things go. Especially with the beginning of Challenger, right? Because so many of the good players, like Bulldog, for example, moving up to Kwandong, I think Pays as well is the biggest one that we know of, and as well as, Photon moving over, and there's a lot of players that are now not here. Noah as well. Dang it, KT, get it together, team. Seriously.
I'm thinking about all the Challenger players that, just went to a different region and we might not see him again. And sometimes it ends very well. I personally think Photon going to do splendidly.
Yeah.
And sometimes it doesn't do. It doesn't do so well. Ophelia, for example, I think went to the LLA. Didn't go very well.
Yeah, no, sometimes it doesn't really work out, but sometimes also players leave a little bit too early. I think maybe it was a bit early for Ophelia to have left the country.
It's such a couple of great highlight moments.
Yeah. I think that, given enough time, probably is still going to be able to do some good work. We'll see how they go. I believe we're waiting for an interview here before we get towards our next one, or we're going to be skipping it because we don't have any way of translating it. Not entirely sure. But we're going to be here on the broadcast with you until we have some sort of an idea as to what's going on.
Yeah, it's new for us as well.
Yeah.
Back in the day, when challengers, as soon as the game was over, you would throw to a break, put up some copy pastas, and go and eat some soup.
Wait, you go to a break and eat some soup? I'm pretty sure you just change it to a mukbang stream.
No, because I know some people didn't like the sound of
or some people
eating.
do it on purpose.
I know, but I don't want to put everyone in that position.
That's true. They do have the ability to mute if they don't like what they can hear, though.
Well, yeah, but then they can't hear me talk.
True.
I couldn't talk because I'm eating soup. But in between, I'm saying very insightful stuff.
You absolutely are. And he's going to say more insightful stuff after the break as we get into our next series, and we'll see you there. ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Challenger 2023 Spring. I'm Atlas, joined by Chronicler. And apologies for the gigantic waits. What happens when Nongshim just bops DRX?
I was very confused back then, and now I'm confused and impressed, but still very confused. Riveting start to the season, a team that we expected to really need time after sending up their entire roster.
Yeah.
Dunking, one of the mainstays of Challengers, one of the teams that has consistently been the best, really showcasing, I think, kind of a hunkering for the days of Peach and Jun, neither of which are there anymore.
Exactly, and also it makes us a little bit more excited for Kwangdong Freaks next when the LCK does finally start, because of course Jun went there.
And Nongshim, right? I'm more excited about Nongshim.
I'm excited about Dundun. I'm excited about Dundun. That's all I care about.
I actually think Dundun should be a fan favorite, and I'm really going to push the love Nongshim, you know? Like, we have Giga Chat, we need something for...
Exactly.
What is going to be our friends in Nongshim. But Nongshim, the org here, doing exceptionally well. Really kicking off with a bang.
Absolutely. And now we've got another series on our hands. We have Harma Life Esports taking on Gen.G Global Academy. And this is, what used to be a very exciting Gen.G with Pays on the roster. Of course, has been moved up to replace Ruler, who went off and got a pentakill in his first series in the LPL. Very exciting stuff. But Gen.G now going to be seeing if they can pick up the pieces with what they have left.
And for Gen.G, I mean, most of the roster is the same, right? They replaced Pays with Carfe. And my expectation is that they'll struggle. That's what I thought previously as well. So maybe I'm going to be wrong yet again. But that team, to me, was Pays. And if you haven't heard it yet, I'm going to talk to it extensively. We'll talk a little bit about Gen.G later, as Hanwha Life here. Part of the roster the same, most notably Rooster still holding on strong. But outside of that, Duro and Roamer particularly want to highlight. Duro, to me, was one of the highlights of Live Sandbox, even though the team overall didn't really mash in the previous split. They had a really good run in the middle of the season. And Roamer coming over from formerly Breon, currently just Breon, the Challengers roster, was okay there. Roamer, not really a standout player within the context of Challengers whatsoever. Rooster taking over after Lukalux was benched. And Hanwha Life as a whole, very middling last time around in Challengers, and with a new roster, provide some opportunities to maybe bring a little bit more.
Yep, and a few familiar faces here on the Gen.G Global Academy roster. Of course, Quid still in that mid lane, did play a little bit in the LCK while we were struggling with some COVID issues with the other players. So excited to see what he's going to bring to the table here in the first day of Challenger. Losper as well, no stranger to anyone that's watched a bit of the LCK.
And most notably, again, the lack of pace. This team was carried by him. He was the focal point. The comps were built around him. The team played around him. And he is one of the players I think that I'm the most excited for, actually, out of everyone that has made its way. It's a toss-up between him and Bulldog, and you know how long I've been singing the praise of Bulldog. The fact that Pace pulls ahead says a lot. And for Gen.G, I do think that in a early part of the split, I still expect them to have an edge. Even though they lost what was definitely their star player, there should still be a lot of cohesion, a lot of experience, for Challenger standards at least, within this team. And for Hanwha Life, I expect them to be the under the gap. But that's what I thought by the previous game, and we all know how that one went.
This is why we want to keep an open mind as we hop here into Champion Select for our first game of our second series of Challenger for 2023. Heimerdinger going to be taken away once again. First ban on red side going to be that Lucian. Lucian Nami we've seen tearing up other regions and is going to continue to be banned. The Ashe was actually banned alongside Heimerdinger on the blue side last series, but this time Gen.G are going to pick up that ban as the Maokai is going to leave the Rift.
And we will see the Yuumi being banned. And now for Gen.G, I think we have the option of either banning away the Zeri as well. I think Zeri Lulu otherwise becomes a very nice response here for Hanwha Life. Can we do Ryze instead? Zeri first pick wouldn't surprise me, but Cassandra is up as well, and we saw in the last series The champion has a
Whoa.
really hyper. This is another one though. I don't know which form of Karma is going to be. Obviously, it's a possibility for Duro, but we've also seen Karma mid come back, apply a lot of prio, and I've even seen some Radiant Virtue Karma shenanigans, and I'm not ready for that to come back.
When I read that item when it first came out, I just thought Karma item. I did. All right, well, Gen.G going to lock in the Vi here. Just a bit of denial there of a potential Zeri that could possibly come out on Harma Life Esports' side in theory, but also has been a jungler that a lot of people have been picking up. Winner now going to choose a champ. We'll see what it's going to be. I think getting an 80 carry that is going to fit into what you want to put together does make a bit of sense, but this does too, as Quid is going to hop back on his Azir, of course, a champion that he played the most last season. Oh my god, just do it. This is like one of the oldest Azir counters in the universe, outside of Xerath.
Kind of love it. I don't think that's what's
Bit
gonna, I don't think it's
Varus was actually permabanned last series as well, so Varus is going to be picked up here and does kind of make me feel like Karma is going to be heading towards the bottom side. I mean, Karma Varus is just so much push power.
Yeah, it is a very punishing lane. Also takes away the possibility for Zeri for Gen.G. Can still go towards Sivir. I do think Sivir, especially when paired with another support that can maybe provide a little bit of pushback, is an option. But anything else does not work. And this would be... Ooh, good luck. Yeah, good luck in that lane. Do you think that the Jhin is actually in a pretty good spot right now? The champion as a whole, quite strong, although... We talked a little bit about 13-2 at the top of the day. I'm going to repeat it. I do think that that is one of those situations where champions like Jhin will be very happy.
Yeah.
But for right now, if it is Varus Karma, I think there's very few lanes that can reliably deal with that. Expecting to see then a really heavy engage support to try and look for early all-ins, because otherwise you are going to be permanently shoved in. And depending on what the mid lane matchup is going to be, assuming that the Karma is in fact going to go towards Duro here, there will be a lot of possibilities. I actually really like the Renata ban here. Renata is one of those champions that we have seen often picked in situations like this, where you are able to provide a little bit of counter push, and Renata into something like the Wukong is always very strong due to the ability to just shut down any hard dive attempt that might come through.
I like the idea of Harma Life to try and take away as many range support options as possible as well, because Karma Varus will just roll over any sort of melee support lane that you are going to put down there, especially when it's going to be with a Jhin. So, kind of like that idea.
Yeah, it's basically like find level 3 all in, or your that's that's valid. They do respect it as well with the Nautilus ban. We have also seen, and I feel like I just need to mention it, Jhin support pop up a little bit.
Oh, yeah.
But I don't think that's actually
support?
good. Well, that's definitely not it. Can't believe Cassante made it through the draft this far and was mostly ignored. And actually seeing Jhin prioritized is quite interesting.
I'm really hoping that we don't...
Please lock him
give
out.
me the rock.
Yeah, no. Like, into Jhin? Are you
Definitely
kidding me?
not nah. Just
not nah.
No, don't. Lure, don't. Perhaps he's luring us.
No, he's not. They're going to lock him out.
Oh, that's just so depressing. Okay, well, there we go. Nah for a comfortable laning phase, I guess, is what Roost is going for there. Cassante, of course, very, very good.
Ooh, I love that.
At avoiding the Nars ultimate. That is a Rumble, so...
Also love that, but Rumble mid, I'd be down with.
That would have been very exciting.
This is, I think, a lot more well-rounded. Really rounds out the composition here for Hanwha Life overall. Okay, Lospa. It's locked in. Well, I forgot about the Crank, and I shouldn't have, because this is actually one of the champions where you can find an early angle on champions like the Karma and the Varus.
I like the use of the word angle as well, because that's precisely what they're going to have to try and find. Of course, Blitzcrank's spending a lot of time in the patches afterwards, just getting nerfed in the support role as much as possible after Riot decided that they'd try to make him a jungler.
That was...
So, sort of landed in a kind of okay spot. We'll see how Lospa's going to be able to pilot him. Feels very all or nothing.
Well, the entire comp of Gen.G basically is. You have Jhin, who, if he doesn't find early game dominance, basically doesn't exist. And then you have Vi, Blitzcrank, and Cassante.
And also, Monkey King's gone. Wukong's back.
We're back to, well, maybe it's a different graph. We'll see what ends up happening.
sad.
For Humble Life, I think you have a really well-rounded comp. The one thing that they might be lacking, there he is. As long as Gen.G can keep a decent track of Guwon, is specifically engage. Pick potential is amazing.
Yeah.
If anyone on Gen.G is out of position, they do have a lot of angles. But if you're looking for a pick, then you're also in range of Blitzcrank, right? And that is something, or Vi, that's something that I think you're really going to have to respect. And Humble Life does have the issue of outside of going in with Karma, or again, Guwon finding, or Rooster finding a big angle, like finding an actual flank. Actually getting on top of champions like the Azir, of the Jhin, if he does find the lead, is really, really hard.
Yeah. I'm excited to see how this one's going to go. As ladies and gentlemen, it is time to get onto the Rift for game number 1. Humble Life Esports taking on Gen.G. Both of these teams hungry to get off on the right foot here in 2023.
Fan signs and challengers?
There we go. We can't see them at this particular moment, but let's do it. Let's hop onto the Rift.
Couldn't see it, but Atlas and I were headbanging.
It's just
we actually.
I kind of want to have a little pip, you know, in the bottom corner, so that we can just rock out. Because that intro is actually
my hair's been straightened as well, so like it really.
Yeah.
It's a lot more emo once it starts coming down.
I might put less hairspray so that my hair can actually move, because right now it's a helmet.
Oh yeah, your hair's not moving.
Yeah.
No, that is.
It really does.
And
yes, we see you in the Twitch chat. It is in fact Nah picked into K'Sante once again. Something that I hope we only see today, and after that, coaching staff around the globe will just say, Nah isn't good. And
but we're going to give it a few weeks, just to be sure.
Ah, okay. I kind of wanted to just give it a day. Just don't want to see it again. It was very depressing last time. We'll see whether Humble Life Esports are going to be able to win the game, and then, therefore, confirm that I'm an idiot, and in fact, Nara is a fantastic champion.
We have seen that happen before, where we are like, oh, this champion sucks, and the teams keep playing it, and then eventually the champion just starts winning and winning and winning. You're like, now I get it.
Exactly. Anyway. This is the lane that we really want to be watching, which is, of course, the Jhin Blitzcrank into the Karma Varus. If you thought that Karma Varus should be able to win in majority of the aspects in this lane, you would probably be correct. Unless Losper manages to get something exciting. It's all on you, my friend. Let's see whether he can make this one happen. So far, being hit by a Q, and has taken a little bit of combat damage.
Yeah, a little bit of Montrang, not very, very fun. And, of course, the level 2 advantage is always going to go to Lure and Duro, having the possibility of shuffling very, very aggressively, as long as you respect. As Zest kind of clapping him.
Zest has put in an obscene amount of time on K'Sante this season. Let me tell you his 3 most played champions in the preseason: K'Sante, Fiora, and Aatrox. He's 50-43. On K'Sante.
Man's played a lot.
Second most played Fiora, 15-22.
What a grinder.
That is a lot of gaming. He has gamed hard. So expect to see Zest feeling pretty comfy on his K'Sante this time around.
I wonder if we're going to see Lostbot try and trade Flash. We do have Winner pathing towards bot side. Has gone for an early level 3, but I guess they don't really see an angle just yet. Is a ward
really
in the river.
Quid, by the way, that little exchange. Really enjoyed it.
Ooh.
Does he immediately get punished?
I don't think he does.
Yeah, pretty safe position. Nicely done.
Good sound effects up this.
Yeah, that's what we have to do. You know, when he's lying in wait, you have to. It's about atmospheric commentary.
What music do you think Wukong listens to?
What music? Whoa, that's an interesting question. Sea shanties?
Really? Sea shanties?
That's what came to mind first. What? I don't know. Is this one of those questions where I get time to think about it, or I should just say the first thing that comes into my head?
I'm fine with either. I would love to hear your thought process on that one. As this is the risk that you do run if you do take too much chip damage. There's a possibility for a dive. Not going to go for it though. Doesn't look like Guwon wants to take the risk, and basically having mirrored paths here, both junglers looking around a little bit. There has been a decent amount of vision secured.
He got it! Gets the knock-up, Ignite immediately used here as Cafe. That's the 4th bullet, and that is first blood going over to Gen.G.
And here we see the balancing act that is a Varus Karma lane into Blitzcrank, right? You are basically forced to shove. You have to shove because that's how you get your lead. But a single misstep can take you down. And the really big thing is, Duro flashed, Lospa didn't, and Duro still died.
Yeah.
So you're in really deep trouble now. This is the type of mistake that single-handedly can shift this entire lane, because now, on any subsequent play, Duro and Lure basically have to play around the fact that Lospa can flash, Lure can flash, sure, once, and then Lospa still has Hex Flash. And if Duro moves too far up, that's immediately all of it. And that's, I actually really like the Blitzcrank response for this specific reason. A single mistake from your opponent gives you so much more agency, and now I think there's a lot of opportunity for Gen.G to put pressure towards that bot side. And if Karma and Varus fall behind, I do think they lose a lot of their impact. Squid, playing aggressively.
Yeah, looking for a little bit of action. Interested to see whether the Blitzcrank can actually get past the most difficult part, which is being useful in the later stages of the game. So that is something to look out for. However, so far, definitely almost like, it feels like he's almost done his job.
Yeah.
Because now Carfe has a whole lot of room to breathe. So really good news. Lure is going towards the lethality build on the Varus this time around. Pretty sure you can still play him on hit if you would like to, but not going to be the case this time, and it fits in with the composition and especially in the lane very nicely.
Yeah. Into Gen.G as well, the combination of like Blitzcrank and Vi and the Azir as well. I don't think there's a lot of space.
Yeah, Emperor's Divide, flash immediately. Roma gets out of the way. Good scatter the weak, is going to get a bit of a stun, but it's not going to save his life. That is the second kill for Gen.G. I was about to say first blood because last time we had a 12-minute first blood, and now we've got 2 kills within 6 minutes.
And Lospa finding the roam.
The man knows. The man knows.
He's doing it. Need to have an impact on Blitzcrank to really make the pick worth it thus far. Definitely working out. Both carries now picking up early leads.
I feel like we should have known.
The risk as well.
I feel like we should have known Chronicler because he's a Pyke player. You know?
I know, but still, I've seen, you see Roma as well trying to hover towards the top side of the map. The scatter was almost enough. He almost sidestepped it as well.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure he would have died regardless, because Winner also was there for backup damage, but at the very least, might have stayed alive, maybe bought some time for reinforcements to come in, but instead, Lospa both gets the roam off, gets the kill on mid, or secures it for his laner rather, then is also back in time to cover for Carfe.
Yeah.
And is Jin picked up the wave? Mid laner got a kill, and overall Gen.G looking really good in the early game, and I want to highlight again that I do think that barring the Azir, the scaling for both these teams is okay. I think both the mid laners have like a lot of agency in the later stage of the game, Quid in terms of DPS, Roamer in terms of controlling the fights, as well as raw burst damage output. But outside of that, it feels very mid-game. It feels like whichever team gets a lead is just going to try and really force it hard.
Yeah, feeling like a little bit of snowball comp versus snowball comp.
Yeah.
And I kind of like that. Keep it a bit fast and loose. Having a look down, welcome, Medic. Good to see you in the old Twitch chat. And indeed, this Blitzcrank skin was actually banned for a very long time. And then was updated, I think, a couple of years ago, so that it is actually acceptable in pro play. Because if you played against it, because it was, of course, able to be used, and anyone that was playing on a Mac, I think, got that skin for free, so it was everywhere. Oh. Emperor's Divide is going to break my train of thought for a little moment, as Syndra is just mega dead. Winner, you did not need to press that button.
So this is what I'd like to call the Victor syndrome versus an Azir, where we've seen this, where people pick an immobile mage into Azir. And then the enemy team realizes that on every single Emperor's Divide timer, you have a kill threat.
Yeah.
You have a window. And I gotta say, if you're Roamer and you're just minding your own business in lane, Quid shuffles onto you from like a million distance and you get hooked by Blitzcrank and Vi ulted, I'd be a little salty.
Yeah, and you didn't even need to get Vi ulted. It was just Salt in the Wound, Chronicler. It wasn't fair at all. As there is the Toxin Drake taken here by Gen.G.
Yeah, Toxic Drake, very nice.
Windy Drake coming up next.
Again? we're getting a decent. I know it's not the Rift, but you know we're getting a fair amount of wind drakes.
If we get a Lake Drake next,
Yeah.
can we call it Acid Rain? That's kind of the combo.
Sure,
all three
but
of them.
The wind doesn't. Is it like Acid Storm?
Well, I mean, it's coming from a cloud, but I guess it's a Wind Drake,
Yeah,
not a Cloud
I'll
Drake,
take
because we're in
it.
Challenger.
I like the optimism. I'll allow it. I think it's fine.
Medic, can someone ban Medic from Twitch chat? That was not okay. That joke was not good.
You don't have any moral high ground here,
Yeah.
Atlas. I just want
That's actually a good point. And for our YouTube VOD viewers, let me just read it out. He said, wait, was it a salt and battery in the wound? Well, referring to us saying salt in the wound. I'm actually very proud,
he's dead.
to be honest. I'm very proud.
He's gone.
That is a gorgeous hook. Hex Flash, beautiful stuff. Good Flash, but still maybe dead. Flash is going to be there, guarantees the kill. And Cafe is just going to pick up a little bit more money. Love to see it.
Sometimes the R5 Blitzcrank really gets it done. And this is that game, right? You have 3 immobile characters on the bottom half of the map.
Yeah.
Lostback clearly knows how to hit his hooks.
I was gonna say, I'm actually just, I'm just going to.
Can
I
do
tick
it.
it now? I think
throw that double vote.
I think
Give it over.
We're voting for POG at
Now.
10 minutes.
We're doing it. We're locking it in.
Yep, locked it in. Oh, that was for the wrong game. But there we go.
I personally am. Yeah, this. I think this hook is quite impressive. Some of the other ones have been, you know, a little bit.
The last flash hook was nice.
Yeah. Yeah. This one is my favorite thus far, though, because these are really the type of moments where Lure then misses out a lot of CS. Now the wave is pushing away from him, providing more opportunity. He lost his summoners as well, so these are really, really costly deaths for the side of Humble Life. And I'm personally happy to see that the chat, and I'm assuming the entire community, will try and maintain a positive standard.
Ooh, good flash from Duro
Yeah,
there.
Duro's still very dead.
I like that he confirmed that he was going to get hit before he flashed. I like that.
Hold
Still
up.
definitely died as there's the Cyclone. Going to be mitigated for a moment. Chains of Corruption. Beautiful. And there's the pick potential that we were talking about. Hamwa able to pick up the kill in the end on to Quid.
Essential kill there, because if you don't get that kill, if you don't get the shutdown onto Roma, game might as well be over, right? You invest another flash, Duro goes down again, and if you do not get a kill on Azir there, he just gets the skill for free.
Oh my
and
god.
you don't get any return gold, then you're screwed. But this is a really big swing from Homa, because not
Yeah.
only do they get the kill on bot side with Gen.G overstepping just a little bit, they also get a substantial amount of plates, force to teleport coming through from Quid as well. And as a result, still big lead for Gen.G, still in a great shape, but definitely Humble Life bouncing back.
Yeah, you can see now curtain call towards this bottom side as Lua is just going to take the last one. Not going to get hit by that one though, so he should be fine. Just made it difficult for him to last hit those minions whilst underneath the turret. I did like the thought process there from Cafe. Would you say, with Humble Life having a relatively abysmal super early game, that they would be luring them into a false sense of security? Is that sort of the vibe here? And then they start popping off in the mid game?
You want me to say that was a conscious decision?
Yeah.
No,
That-
that's
'cause
not how
you're-
Challenger works.
See, you're the Challenger expert, you know? I have to ask these questions.
No, I appreciate
because they do things differently here.
Well, they do, yeah, but it's more embrace the, how as an adult, you learn.
I like that you didn't even get the absolutely terrible joke.
No, I'm not. I'm gonna move right past it, Atlas. I'm not gonna give you the satisfaction.
It's all right, because Twitch chat definitely did.
No. Let me make my point, Atlas.
Okay.
I've been away from you for a fair amount of time, so it takes some time to get back.
No, I understand.
to our usual level. But as an adult, inside of you, you learn to ignore the little voice that says, "Do this thing that you definitely shouldn't do."
Oh, not if you're a play-by-play commentator.
Well, no, but that's because you guys are very in touch with where like the emotions begin and where the voice starts talking.
No.
and
It's nothing to
stuff.
do with that. We actually have no separation between brain and mouth.
No,
That's how we do
what
our
I was
job.
saying.
All right. I
And
guess,
you're also
yeah.
clearly not good at listening, but I don't know if that's a play-by-play thing or just you. But what I was trying to say is that
Oh my God,
there's
acid rain.
we actually hit it.
We hit it.
We got Lake Drake.
There we go.
Oh, he knows. Okay, that one was a bust. Good sidestep there. So, the voice inside your head that you learn to ignore, because you know that even though you want to follow it, it will lead to bad things. That voice is never ignored in Challengers, and that's the beauty of the league. But that's more what I'm talking about. Purposefully going in a deficit is not. No, that's
So,
not.
that's
not
too
part
much
of it.
forethought. Yeah, okay. No, it all makes sense now. Thank you for that.
Yeah.
All right, so we've got Rooster in his own little battle here. Another beautiful scat of the week onto Losper, though he's not going to be able to find the hook this time. Emperor's Divide does basically nothing, as it is just looking so good for Hanwha Life Esports. Zest is just trying to get himself out of the way here. We'll just kill some Raptors, I guess, but now you can see that Quid has to flash, gets underneath the turret, and we'll see whether he survives, as Rooster is going to overextend. Oh, good flash to avoid the piercing arrow. That would have definitely been death, especially if it was buffed, but probably didn't need to be. As Roma's looking to try and get some damage onto this turret. Could have been better, but definitely could have been worse there for Hanwha Life.
Now, one might think that after Lospa walking up, missing a hook, and then dying, we would reconsider our PG vote. We will not.
Yeah, no, we won't.
We're committed.
Yeah,
We've
we
locked
see
it
you.
in.
We see you, Medic. No.
I mean,
No. Still
I was already
very
going to talk
comfortable.
about it because, unfortunately, as we see here, yeah, nothing but net, which in this case is very bad, hitting the net. And while Rooster is able to get a lot of damage down on Zest, Zest actually stays alive for a longer amount of time. On the top side of the map, they're chasing down the Azir, who again seems to just be unkillable. Zest then comes back, makes sure that Carface stays alive. Good flash there to keep himself alive as well. And overall, Hanwha Life getting back into the game. I do think that if Carface dies there and Lure gets a kill, then Hanwha Life is really back in control in terms of momentum. Now, not quite the case just yet. We also have not had a first turret fall, and in that way, or that regard, I think Gen.G is in a much better position to try and actually get that with the bot lane turret as low as it is. And it is a bit of a trend that early on, the team that does well then starts to have some issues transitioning that lead into the mid to late game.
It is a bit of a trend. You're exactly right. DRX, of course, doing this in our previous series when they lost 0-2 to Nongshim, a team that the entirety of got moved up to LCK at the end of 2022.
Shocking.
And then managed to take down a team that had been relatively good. Lost a couple of players, and it seemed that that has caused a few issues for the squad, unfortunately, as Zest is going to be able to take down this bottom outer turret and start putting a little bit more money back in the coffers. And of course, Gen.G still up in gold from the early game shenanigans, especially with first brick just being picked up. But there is still a Rift Herald in the pocket here of Guon, and we'll see whether that is going to mean that some scores can be evened out by Hanwha Life Esports. But now going to be coming up towards this top side. Quid relatively overextended. There's the Warrior Trickster. Cyclone going to immediately come through, but that is a real... Oh, never mind. Not into the wall despite the Emperor's Divide. And that will mean that the Azir dies one more time. So 3-2-0 here. Quid just making sure that he's getting in as much participation in both directions as possible.
I don't know if that's worth it, though. Looking at the amount of summoners that were just extended, with Rooster and Guon both missing their flash, I think the amount of backline threat that will be available for them in upcoming Drake fight is definitely less. Will lead to them getting a turret. Now, if they also turn this, maybe throw down a Herald and turn this into a charge on the inner turret, might be worth it. Looks like instead they want to go for a back and then try and use the mid lane, or use it on mid lane, as Rooster is just dead.
Yeah, I think he's he does have Mega, but he has... Oh, his ult is just back off. That's a bit sad.
Yeah, Winner really not wanting to use the ultimate there, knowing that the Drake fight is about to come up. So as I was saying there, I think that the call to Not used Arrow on top is great because you can throw it down mid, get priority threats in mid lane, turret, probably get the kill as well. I think a single charge would do it. And also set yourself up for a good Drake. But with Rooster dying, even with teleport available, not quite sure whether that's going to work out. They'll get the turret for sure, but it gives Gen.G the time to actually get into position. Don't have to respect a Gnar flank coming through. They have a little bit of a window here as well. If they can find a fight, doesn't look like that's going to be the case. But Gen.G now should have priority in terms of river movement. And that might provide an opportunity for Lostbot to go for a hook.
Yep. Lake Drake now being engaged upon. Teleport in from Rooster. So it is going to be a 5v5, but zero vision available.
Oh, they're going to give
here
it to Lake Drake.
Life. Yep. Lake Drake going to go over. That is going to be soul point available for Gen.G. Acid Rain on the cards for the squad, which is what we call the Toxic Drake, the Wind Drake, and the Lake Drake. We're here in Challenger. You may have heard different names for the dragons. They're called different things here in Challenger. Ignore the top left of your screen.
For the other ones, it works, okay?
Yeah, for the other ones it works.
We're embracing it. We're embracing
Change.
challengers.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know about change.
Which side of the map?
Have you looked at the champions that are being played?
Well, that's true. I mean, none of
Well,
that's,
Cassandra's
true.
new.
We need to find as many differences as possible that we can throw in here. Like saying that, you know, Gen.G playing very well from the red zone.
I don't know about zones. That one I might need a little bit more time.
You don't think the zones thing is a thing? Oh, okay. That's fair enough.
I like zones.
I think it's kind of cool. I was kind of into it. But anyway, Rooster going to be just picking up as much money as he possibly can down here towards the bottom side. And we'll be getting a bit of counter push done. Gen.G with a bit of time on the map here to work with, given the fact that some tidy up there towards the bottom side did have to be done. But now, I'm alive, moving towards the river. Baron's been alive for 40 seconds. Not something that either team feel like they have enough of a lead to really go towards now.
It's time to flip, Atlas. I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, is that? Okay.
Yeah.
So, oh, there's a hook. But that is also a Warrior Trickster. Immediately, Gen.G get out of the way, and that is Chains of Corruption. Very dead Blitzcrank. Welcome to the mid to late game, Losper. Whoops.
Yeah, if that wasn't Wukong, that hook might work. And even if you trade, you're perfectly happy.
Yeah.
But it was Wukong. So it's not great.
Ooh, I kind of like this. In the brain with some suggestions for some different lane names. So the above lane, kind of up lane, low lane, medium lane. I'm into that.
I appreciate the sentiment, but the Drake names are already kind of stretching it.
Oh, really? Because we don't need jungle, we can just use forest instead.
Well, but we can't because there's a player called Forest.
Yeah, but I'm sure there's a player called jungle.
We can do Woods.
Woods?
Woods.
Ooh, I kind of like that.
Into
what about
the woods?
Glade? A Glader.
Sure.
Kind of into it.
I don't mind Glade. What are the camps? Meadows?
Meadows, yeah! Oh, that's brilliant. Oh, wait, no, maybe you can be a Meadower and then the camps are called Glades.
You're a Meadower?
Yeah. I'm into it. I think it's definitely going way too far. And we're going to have, like, Wolf and Valdez are going to come on tomorrow, and like, Twitch chat's going to tell them about Lake Drake, and they're going to be like, okay, listen, guys.
What were these so-called professionals doing yesterday?
Yeah, no, exactly.
This is only the second best of 3. There's another one after this, Atlas.
Only the second. Gen.G currently completely even on gold, but they do have a soul point opportunity. The late game going to be very difficult for them, though, as we've discussed previously. And the sad thing is it feels like when Losper gets a hook, it kind of starts this, like, trigger pull for Harmalife Esports, where they then just get themselves, like, any sort of stun, and it's mostly on Losper, and he just dies.
I do still think that Gen.G, just because of the Drake stacking, is in a pretty good position. Getting an Ocean Drake is not necessarily the most high-value thing, especially into the Harmalife comp. I think it's very much about the front-loaded burst, right, with the Lethality Varus and the Syndra as well. But in these messier fights that we're pretty used to seeing in Challengers, where there's like a fight left and right and center, having the extra resistances or having the extra healing rather is quite nice.
Yep.
Especially with Winner also going for what looks to be the Radiant Virtue with Chemtech build. So A lot of healing, a lot of sustain, a lot of tankiness coming through them from the Gen.G side. And if you can mitigate some of the burst that comes through from Hanwha off the back of a good hook, then you might be fine. Now, thus far, that has not been the case, but the key thing to me is that the objectives have still been going Gen.G's way. Most sums across the board up here. Everything but a roamer's teleport, so a lot of mobility, a lot of threat available here. Zest really looking for a play, quite strong. Has it the 2-item power spike now?
Yeah, and Losper is out of vision at this point in time. So with Zest being able to walk around and see what's going on, that hook barely missing onto Roamer there. Scat of the week, not going to find Quid. No weakness detected, as it turns out. He is an Emperor. Gets shot with an arrow, though. That's not very fun. Control Wall goes down as Zest is now just tanking here on the front line. Gets himself a bit of a shield there with the E. And now Harmalife Esports with control of the river. This poke damage that is available on Gen.G's side could be coming through. Quid, of course, attempting to do the best that he can, but the same thing can be said for the other side, as Lure is throwing out so many of these arrows. Rooster in the back of the pit now, just holding onto the aggro of this Drake, wanting to deny this one as best he can. Charges up the Nabar as well, the most important part. This whole situation, are they going to just flip for this? As now Carfe, he can just open the curtains if he'd like to, but as you can see, it looks like Gen.G not going to be able to get in. Now just wanting to vacate the area as quickly as possible. They get the Warrior Trickster. Azest then able to charge up the W and get himself out. Rooster with the Mega Gnar, but it's going to be wearing off in a couple of seconds. So, Dragon goes down. No soul available here for Gen.G. And Harmalife just not able to find the fight, but still feels like for them that the clock isn't against them quite so much as this Blitzcrank composition.
A level of restraint I'm not used to seeing from challengers, with Gen.G respecting the fact that Rooster is Mega Gnar and is going for a flank, and Harmalife also very straightforward, get prio in mid, get some poke off, move down into the river, keep the zones close, make sure that you're not in Blitzcrank range, good vision denial as well to deny an easy hook for Lospa. Everyone has flash available as well, so as long as everyone has their fingers ready, they can get out of any sticky situation in that regard. And it also kind of highlights something that we haven't really talked about. We mentioned Hanwha and the relative lack of hard engage, but you see if they're to an objective first, they don't have to face check, then their comp is really hard to move on to, because by the time you're actually engaged, which for Gen.G is just winner pulling the trigger effectively, unless you find a hook, you're kind of in trouble, because the amount of poke that's coming through between the Syndra, not allowing you to walk up, combined with the Varus, doesn't really give you a lot of angles. So Gen.G really need to make sure, as we've seen, when they are first in position to a Dragon, or to any objective really, I think they have a much better shot, but Harmalife looking to now the game fully even, and with the range advantage and the way that they've handled it thus far, they're in a great spot. But it's also still like one hook or one misposition, like Winner and Quid go in, shuffle back two people.
Yeah.
You're still in deep trouble.
Lure has also got a very interesting build. How do you feel about Ghostblade Hydra?
I am much more... Hydra is not as good as it was. There was a large part of the preseason that was just build Hydra, and if you're the champion...
It got nerfed to like 50% of its power. It's hilariously large nerf.
Really nuts. It was really, really, really nuts of an item.
Yeah.
And it was nerfed appropriately, I think. It's interesting. I don't know whether I like it more than the usual build. I do think what we've seen thus far is that the extra splash damage adds a little bit of more annoyance for Gen.G, who I think do have a comp that like is trying to move up, get a pick, and then peace out again. And overall, I think it looks fine thus far. Do think that going for, as is going to be the case here, Manamune first does mean that you're going to be missing the mythic stats, and I do generally
You said first, it's going to be third in the end.
Third, excuse me, yeah. Yeah, Manamune third.
I would have liked it to be completed a bit earlier, but maybe you just didn't have the stacks.
I think that's fine. The bigger problem to me is just not getting a mythic and losing out on a lot of stats in that regard.
Yeah.
Because Mythic 4 is going to be very, very late. But with the pace this game is going, unless either team makes a big mistake, which it's challengers, you never know, could happen at any given time. definitely going to be the case. And you see both Zest and Guon also just continuously moving forward, because like engaging on either Cassante or on a Wukong is also just, it feels bad.
Yeah, both of them feel very sad if they're the first ones to make the move, and that's why we saw sort of nothing happen there for a little moment. Nice little sidestep there from Duro to get out of the way of the W. Zest picking up this wave, this outer turret, still alive for now, and we've gone back to like some weird like mid-game laning phase, is what it kind of feels like.
Yeah, well, we're about to flip for late Drake, so everyone backing, good synchronized backs here.
Yep, like to see it.
Oh, Dura?
We've got some good item spikes to come through here on the Gen.G side though. 3 items now for Quid, as well as the 3 items completed as Lord Doms came through there from Carfe, so kind of like to see it. 3-0-1 as well for the Jin. He's not to be underestimated in this game.
Let's do a Veldus check as well. We have 2 stopwatches on the side of Gen.G.
Yeah.
Available for both Quid, who has now finished his Zonius, as well as Carfe with the stopwatch. And then 2 stopwatches on the other side as well.
Ooh,
so,
2 for 2.
Very important. Zest, throughout the entire game, has been looking for these flanking positions. Has found them this time around. Prio trying to be gained here, but this time around, Gen.G fighting a little bit more proactively. Carfe does take a decent amount of poker from Lure. See it coming through. They know, though.
I like Zest walking up. So much better than Losper, because Losper can sort of lurk out of sight, but did actually just show himself immediately afterwards, but now has the ability to play with that Fog of War quite a lot here on the Gen.G side, which the Blitzcrank, especially this stage of the game, definitely relies upon. But there's the engage. Cyclone to come through. Carfe trying to survive and does manage to get out of the way. Manages to get the kill, as well as the Wukong goes down. Now the curtains have been called. It's Roma that's his target. The last bullet not going to find it, though, as you can see. This Cassante is doing so much work. Empress Divide picks up everyone, and the doubters can sit down, because Gen.G have just found one heck of a team fight, and they'll pick up a Baron.
And that was nerves, I think. Both of the teams looking at each other. It's a clean ace.
Yeah.
Out of nowhere, and Guon pulling the trigger there, thinking that Carfe is not ready. Well, he was. He's able to get out, able to still lay down the curtain from behind. And then in the replay, I want you to pay attention to Quid. And I think they don't need to pull the trigger. I think they have an advantage when they play it slow, when they poke. Guon going in like that allows Gen.G to just unload all their bursts on an initial target, and then look at this flash that's about to come through here from Quid rather. Preemptively flashes to make sure that he catches the enemy bot lane. And now as a result, they get Soul, they get Baron, and not much of anything happened for 30 minutes, and now Gen.G is in lead. This is challengers, though. Don't make the mistake of thinking this game is over, because it's not. Yeah. I want to make very clear that we have not reached any sort of conclusion.
I have.
No,
I've decided that Gen.G are 100% winning this game. They managed to get Soul and Baron. It's unlosable at this point. And you know me, in Gen.G games, find it very easy to predict. As you can see, Harm Life going for one more. Cyclone gets one very small knocker, and now without the decoy available, Guon is well and truly dead. The thumbs up comes out. At least he still has his sense of humor, but he definitely doesn't have his life, as this Rift Sculler will be the first prize that they pick up. But now, 4 versus 5, Gen.G with Baron buff, they should be able to start really knocking down the structures of Hanwha.
The story of this game really is whoever makes a move first loses. Like, you try to go for a hook, you die. You try to go for an engage on Wukong, you die.
Just get it. There it is. The hook comes through. Quid is here for the extra damage. Roost is going to come on over. You can see, without having Carfe in the area, there's just not quite enough damage to really lock this one down. And Carfe is focused on more important things. And now, Chronicler, speaking of more important things, when do we have to move to a different POG vote? Do we need Losper to get like another hook, or do you think the early game was enough for us to be convinced?
I'm pretty sure it's going to be Quid that gets it, or Carfe.
I think Carfe's probably in the lead if I was to be actually fully serious.
But why did Carfe get a lead in the first place, huh?
Huh, exactly. Why did Quid get a lead in the first place, huh?
Exactly.
Yeah, there we go. Assault and Battery to come on through here. I don't think it's actually called that anymore, but I still much prefer that word. what's it called now?
Cease and desist.
Cease and desist, which is the complete opposite of what she really does. Let's be honest here.
Well, I mean, the enemy champion generally ceases living.
And yeah, I guess they desist living as well.
Yeah.
Not sure what that means in any way.
No, I'm sticking with Lospa.
Yeah.
I've committed.
Yeah, no, same.
I'm still there.
Yeah.
I will not deny him due to
Me too.
Oh, recency bias.
Recency bias.
Recency biased casters.
And honestly, if you win, post 30 minutes with a Blitzcrank team composition, it must have been because Blitzcrank did something in the early game, Copium. Okay, go on. He's going to dive on forward here. Zest's going to have his back blocked. So that's all the good news for Harmer Life Esports. Gen.G, on the other hand, waiting for another Baron as there's War Off, but in the aftermath, about a 9,000 gold lead, which in the LCK, I'd be like, game over, and then lose my hair. But in Challenger, perhaps that's different. Is that different, Chronicler?
Well, it shouldn't be. But I've seen teams, I've actually seen Gen.G come back from a deficit like this because Pace got a quadra kill at Baron, and then he got a penta kill after that as well. Now, Pace is not in this game, but I'm just trying to illustrate that he's really good. It's not relevant to the game, but I feel like I really want to set the stakes already.
Yeah, I like
it. If you watch both CL and LCK, I'm telling you, this Pace kid, he's going to go do miracle stuff.
I can't wait. I can't wait to watch Pace and Bulldog play in the LCK.
Yeah.
I'm really excited to see how they're going to go.
Now all we need is the dumb one top side, but they're not going to play. D+, excuse me.
Yes.
The D+ Kia top side as that is a nice delivery.
That is a very nice delivery. As
Thank
Quid's
you.
going to be able to pick up the kill that was prepared by Zest.
Oh my god, Postman Cassante. he just
No,
delivers.
delivery man, not postman. Not because like he has to be in like.
Can be like a sponsored skin. Can be like Amazon Cassante.
Yeah, I was gonna.
It works on 2 levels.
Losp is dead. So,
yeah, let's
POG looking a little bit more doubtful at this stage of the game.
We gotta
Look
swap.
at that
We gotta-
damage
we
dealt,
gotta
dude.
swap,
Oh,
man. We
that's
gotta
insane.
swap to Quid.
Very sad.
We can't maintain it.
It might have to be the swap to Quid. Would you guys, in the Twitch chat, sound off, would you lose all respect for us if we were to renege on our very early vote? Would it all be gone?
Stop asking Chat Atlas. It's never going to be the answer that you want.
We got a lot of yeps. So I guess we can't renege?
Well, the good thing about challengers is there are actually no voting graphics. So,
yeah, true.
So there is no accountability.
That is
now,
true.
I personally cannot lie. So I will be honest about what I vote. I don't know if it will be Lospa. I would rather be honest and lose the respect of chat and be upfront than lie to all of you. That's that's just not who I am. Because I physically can't, and I start to giggle, and it's like a whole thing.
Yeah, you're kind of allergic to dishonesty.
Yeah,
a little bit.
Yeah, it's.
We should play poker together.
No, that's not a good idea.
Sounds really good.
For you, yeah. Can see why you would like it as well. Here we go.
Oh, all right, in we go. Lospa's looking for it. Gets the flash hook. There we go. That's something. Empress Divide puts them all together. Lospa is dead. However, he died for the colony. That's a double kill for the Jin. So much damage still available, and this should be the end of the game. Not quite the quadra kill there for Cafe. Quid picking up that last one, but that should be it. And I think it was all Lospa in that last team fight. Fantastically done there by the Blitzcrank player. As the inhibitor's going to go down, that will spell defeat for Harmer Life Esports.
And I was very worried for Gen.G coming into today's match, knowing that they'd lost their star player. But I also said the rest of this team does have a lot of experience. They've been around the block together for quite a while. And here we're seeing the pay a little bit of BM as well. These guys are feeling confident. Makes you forget that nothing happened before 30 minutes. And overall, Gen.G able to pick up a win.
Really lovely stuff. One of the sad things is that we have an 8-0-6 Jin in this game. Cafe playing phenomenally well. And I am very sad that we have to just vote for support because we're committed.
You want to split? One vote for each of bot lane?
Who reneged though?
I'll take the heat. I'll go for Carfe.
Okay.
You can stick with
One for ED,
Lospa.
one for
Yeah.
Lospa. Okay, fair enough.
It's a bot lane vote.
And I'm 100% on my predictions, on my votes so far, so I'm happy to take one loss. I can't stay undefeated forever. So there we go. Our votes are in.
You're a loyal man, Atlas.
I am.
That
I am.
matters.
My friend Medic was in the chat, and I don't like it when Medic thinks that I'm not sticking to my guns.
Might just be Quid as well. Quid actually had a banger of a game. That mid-game shuffle.
I think Quid, the Quid vote
really-
is 100% a good option.
There's a lot of good options. Cassante was there again. Zest.
I think just the massive damage that that Lospa provided was really what pushed it over the line for me.
Lospa.
Yeah.
Well, overall, do see the little bit of early lead that was able to build up unironically due to the Blitzcrank presence. Still, I think a great counter pick. Then in the mid game, Gen.G trying to get a little bit over eager. And that final engage that we saw, where we saw Winner go in very deep, was the only engage in the game that didn't backfire. Every single time a team tried to make a proactive move, barring maybe the play around the third dragon, where we saw a really nice and clean play from Home Alive. I think if they kept playing like that, if they were able to say no to the voice in their head saying go, 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 they would have been fine, right? Between the Varus, able to do a lot of poke damage, and the Syndra also online at that point, I think they could have done it. I think they could have been able to play a nice kite back composition, able to still utilize the CC that they had, but not going to be the case, and it will, in fact, be neither of the bot laners.
No, I think this is the absolute correct vote. In the end, well done. I think, you know, I like voting for Lospa, and I'm okay with it because he did manage to make sure that the early game for Gen.G wasn't awful. But Quid then just took all of those advantages and played extraordinarily well, especially the defensive play towards the later stages of the game outside of that top lane little situation. So really nicely done there by Quid, and good to see that he's back in some form here in 2023. Of course, a lot of you that are watching have probably seen Quid play when he had to fill in for Gen.G in previous years. And of course, Chovy has some pretty big shoes to fill, as it turns out. So pretty cool to see that Quid is continuing to go from strength to strength. So close to 700 DPM as well. Damn, that is some big numbers for the man.
Overall, a very solid performance from Gen.G in terms of individual play and team fighting. Do think that we saw some issues for them in terms of how they move around the map. Setup around objectives wasn't perfect, but this is challengers. You know, if you're being hypercritical of these guys, then you really don't get the point of this league. Point of this league is to see these players develop. And for Home Alive, first 30 minutes of the game, if they are able to take it a little bit easier, I think there's an opportunity for them to win.
Absolutely right. But ladies and gentlemen, enjoy some highlights, and we'll hop into a bit of a break before we get into Game 2.
흔들리지 마라. 라스리안 온디. 평화가 함께. 나의 나 비리디. 흔들리지 마라. 집중하자. 라스리안 온리. 평화가 함께. 라스리.
파란 팀의 포탑이 파괴되었습니다. 파란 팀의 포탑이 파괴되었습니다. 빨간 팀의 포탑이 파괴되었습니다.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Challenger 2023 Spring. I'm Atlas, joined by Chronicler here for the second game of our second series. Life Esports taking on Gen.G. Those are the Korean commentators. Really great to see, of course, Dongjin especially back on a casting desk. Machine there as well, alongside Nuclear, who you guys may remember from Damwon Kia back in the day, as well as over in Europe.
Quarters at Worlds.
He did indeed.
Quarter finalist.
He did.
Casting challengers. You ever get to quarterfinals in anything?
I'm sure there was a basketball game.
I mean, obviously, as a caster, because you did
regional league
Worlds,
when I was 12, probably.
Yeah. Same.
Don't think we won.
Same, buddy.
Winning things wasn't really something I was good at. But talking about other people winning things, nailing it at that. There we go. All right, let's get into this this second game. Of course, Life Esports had a bit of a roughie in game number 1, although things were okay, in the mid game. And it felt like, we were going to have egg on our face. We did, in the end, have egg on our face, as we both wanted to vote for Losper after a very powerful early game. And then Quid was just an absolute monster throughout the rest of it, which made us sad because our votes were wrong, but also made us happy because Quid was good. We like Quid.
Yeah, I'm in general was happy with Gen.G. Life, though, definitely had a shot, and to me, the biggest difference between the two teams was composure.
Yeah.
Gen.G at some point identified that unless you have a really good angle, which we saw, for example, in the final fight of the game, where Winner was able to get a deep flank and hard engage together with Lospa to 100-0, the enemy AD carry, you should not pull the trigger, and you should play it slow. And then one really big mistake around a mid-game fight with Guon going in, the rest of the team not able to execute. Off the back of that, and Carfe crucially staying alive, really trying his best to fill the shoes of pace, was the end of the game. Because after that, it was Soul gone, Baron gone, what was it, 9k gold swing?
Yeah,
and then
9K
the game
gold.
was just kind of over immediately. And there wasn't really a way back into it after that.
No, it was a little bit of a disaster. So looking forward to seeing whether Life can sort of get their feet back on the ground. I think we'll see some different team compositions, because this time around it was definitely, I don't know, it felt like it wasn't super standard, and definitely a bit of a Hail Mary on both sides. What I really want to see is Cassante banned, because he's been 100% win rate, 100% pick rate so far. So I think some priority to be added to that guy could be a good move.
Yeah, there's also the Bird, who has been doing pretty well. And, Azir, Yumi, Sivir, it's just, they don't go away.
They don't.
They're just still there. The most interesting thing to me is that Ashe and Heimer have just been permad by everyone all the time thus far, really showcasing again the fact that the DRX, who didn't even invent the lane. The Ashe part of it, I'm happy to give some credit, but specifically the Ashe support. But I know that the Heimerdinger notoriously was, someone bended against us. I think it was Barrow who said it in an interview. So then we played it.
Yeah.
I think it was Top, actually, that banned it against them, because they're like, it's Barrow.
Yeah.
Surely he'll play something as stupid as that. And then they didn't. Up until that point, and then after that, we saw what Barrow did with it. Got him a world championship, which is kind of crazy. As here we go, match number 2.
Yep, here we are in completely unprompted. Doesn't make you feel more like a sports broadcaster to use a handheld mic, Chronicler?
My brain is short-circuiting. Why are you going to talk about the draft? What are you asking me?
Oh, because the draft will happen.
I want to talk about. I am a very single-minded,
All right.
very focused.
Okay, so here we are into the draft.
podcaster.
Wukong has been banned, or Monkey
we'll
King,
put it-
depending on which graphic you're looking at. Ashe and Rise also going. We'll table it. We'll table it.
We'll put a pin in it. And
Yeah.
We'll bring it back. It's coming back at the start of the game.
All right, there we go.
Maokai B1. I personally like Cassante more. Do you think that the Maokai is strong, but we've seen that it's not
Oh, the
foolproof.
Donga gets through for the first
Yeah.
time. Okay, now I'm very excited. I really hope they lock it in. There it is. Okay, go on. Are you going to pick up the Ashe as well? Oh, no, the Ashe has already been banned. Never mind. Let's see what they're going to be pairing with this Heimerdinger.
Anything, really. Wouldn't be surprised if they try and go for the Varus again. Varus Heimerdinger, a very obnoxious lane. Also, doesn't get countered by Blitz. Unlike the previous iteration. Of course, Heimerdinger pretty safe in that regard. Going to be the Sejuani pickup again. Do see that the Sejuani, while not 100% high prio, is still very high up the list of champions that can be locked in, doesn't really give anything away, goes well together with a lot of the laners, but the lack of Cassante prio to me is a little surprising. I feel like as Gen.G, you just swoop that one up at the very least. But like Cassante, Azir here, and your composition can go in many ways. Going to be the Jhin instead, so really showcasing the priority on that Jhin. Cassante to me still is a no-brainer. I think the Azir, you have a lot more options as to what you, and you can also maybe look into some bans. Kassadin also, if the Azir does get picked up, Hanwha remains a viable counter pick. So even this, yeah, I'm completely on board. Still a lot of space in terms of composition that you go for. And again, highlighting Gen.G's really priority here. Carfe had an exceptional Jhin game in game number 1, so not too surprising.
Well, this is interesting. Zeri going to be locked away 3rd. So Zeri alongside Heimerdinger there towards bottom side. Often really likes to have a enchanter there, but going to be the Zeri Heimerdinger to try and offer a little bit of a punishment here to the Jhin lane. The Varus still going to be banned here. So an interesting thought in my mind is that Hammerlife seem to think that Jhin doesn't have to be in the AD carry position.
Or they're afraid of mid Varus?
Ooh, mid Varus, the classic Azir counter from 2015.
Yeah, even though with how many immobile mages we've seen get completely dumpstered by Azir, regardless of...
This is definitely an Azir pickup.
Yeah,
so
it's
they are actually banning Varus to protect Azir.
That has to be the read. I don't know where else you would put Jhin, unless you think it might be Jhin support.
They were the strangest bans I have ever seen.
And they lock in Gnaw.
Yeah.
And I... No. Okay. Okay. Makes no sense. I think Carfe is just having funsies.
I think he's just having fun. I think Quid should probably play the champion who just dominated us.
Yes. Yes.
But also, I guess they could just lock in...
yes.
Yeah, there it is. Soraka is in. So Soraka actually notably very good into Heimerdinger, just in general. So I kind of like that option.
I love it. All you need now is a consistent source of DPS. And Quid just got MVP on a champion that has a lot of AP damage.
I think just going full AD is the way that you go here. Just full AD. Because now you've got Winner who plays full AP Deathcap second Maokai.
He'll go Deathcap 4th maybe. Probably get Shadow. I'm not kidding. He'll go Shadow Flame before that. Okay, I'm kind of bad. I am kind of out of it. I need a moment. I'm very confused. So you have a source of AP. That part is fine, but is it so? It's then you rotate Jace to top to try and counter the Gnaw, I guess, and then you play Cassante mid, or do you play Jace mid? Because Jace mid into Swain is like I don't know to what extent that's something that you want to go for. I'll trust Quaid after the previous game and like the amount of poke that you have together with what I assume will be a full AP Maokai is completely obnoxious. So I guess Gen.G is just say, well, we're a kiteback comp now, and you are 5 relatively short-range champions. Good luck.
I mean, I think that this like Gen.G comp would look way better with Azir, so I don't really I'm very perplexed.
Well, I'm on board with Quit. If you want to play Jace mid, sell me on it. The Swain pick into the Jace is more interesting to me because I don't feel like the Swain is a pick that can provide a lot here. The upside is if Roma gets fed, he never dies.
Yeah.
Like, no one ever kills him because Jhin just doesn't deal well with champions like Swain when they get very big and beefy. And I think that, in general, the top side of Hanwha can be tough to chew through if Carfe doesn't find a lead. But overall, just some very surprising decisions. I do think Swain, this is something that goes back to last year Challengers, is a pick that in Challengers is really good because the amount of random stuff that happens in Challengers. There's random fights all the time. And in that regard, I do think that the Swain offers a lot, but This is kind of a see it before you believe it and or get it.
Yeah.
To me, Atlas.
Yeah, it feels a bit like Quid was just really scared of the counter pick options. So just didn't want to go for that with the Azir's. But here we are, onto the Rift for game number 2 between Hanwha Life Esports and Gen.G. Hanwha wanting to bring us to our first 3-game series as we've got some bot lane shenanigans on the cards already. As neither team really going to be able to find too much. Bit of early damage available there. 1 CS apiece on both sides of the Rift as Duro's just going to poke his head out, stops it back there onto Zest. Might actually be relevant, but I don't think it will get a teleport or anything like that. So he'll just wander to lane and it'll be a-okay. Any interesting keystones that you can see over here, Chronicler?
I love first strike Maokai. And to me, it's a clear sign that we are in fact going to see like the full AP variation. It feels really degenerate. Is that Carface?
Just like that, it looks like they're having a lot of fun.
I actually think the comment on Lost Spy is pretty surprising as well. Aerie is often the rune of choice for Soraka for obvious reasons, really bolsters anything the champion wants to do.
Yeah.
And with comment, you are definitely trying to maintain a little bit more laning pressure and feel like you don't really need to in this scenario. Obviously, Jin always likes having pressure because it allows him to really utilize his harassment. But I don't think you're really going to be able to get a lot of that into Heimerdinger either way. This mid lane, another very interesting situation because I'm not very well equipped on the Jace versus Swain matchup. In my head, as long as Quid is able to stay clear of any pulls in after the ultimate is available, he should be in a pretty good spot. Also, the disengage from Jace is definitely something that I think can be a bit obnoxious, and in range from you have a lot of obvious advantages against the Swain. A little whack.
Boop. Like it. The one thing, okay, I've got a theory. I got a theory about the Jace mid.
Hit me.
So Quid is playing behind Chovy. Chovy absolutely loved Jace mid for quite a long time. It was him and Showmaker that would play it. No other mid laners in the LCK would. As interrupted, am I? Didn't know why I did a bit of Yoda there, but there's a Permafrost. That should be first blood. Guon going to pick that one up on the Hanwha Life Esports side. That is a scary piggy.
And false sense of security there, as what we saw was Winner placing down a sapling into the brush, so feeling relatively safe. Guon, though, not going to be in range of that ward, and as a result, able to pick himself up a quick early kill. And that is a really great way to start the game. Obviously, Sejuani, gold not necessarily as relevant, but the experience and setting Winner behind is definitely quite big. And now the opportunity for Guon to still go for a clear. Has Prio very aggressively in the bot side of the map as well, so we'll be able to possibly double scuttle. Really going to build up a big early lead here, and I do think that the composition from Gen.G when behind doesn't do anything.
Yeah.
Like this is not behind enough, but falling behind is really bad because you have Jace and Jin and Soraka.
Yeah.
So, like, if you're healing, what is it doing? If you don't have damage, the composition just kind of falls apart.
Yeah, it's a bit of a yikes, but I really like the read from Guon, understanding that Gen.G going to be playing this AP Maokai style, the early game not going to be as powerful, and therefore capitalizing on that advantage here for Hanwha. Certainly really great news. Still interested in how the Zeri is going to perform with a Heimerdinger alongside, but as you can see, Duro is providing so much poke damage that Lure is very happy here towards the bottom side, and it's making things difficult here for Carfe and Lospo, who had a very good beginning to the last game.
Duro taking the turret shot there. I do want to highlight again, Duro is a player that has been extremely highly ranked on the Queen ladder. Was, in my opinion, one of the stronger players on Sandbox last year as well. And definitely a player that, when put in a position like this, should be able to really put the pressure on. Also see that, as expected, Soraka early on the lane, not really going to do too much. Do think that as the first back comes through and the Lost Spy is able to get a bit more points, into his skill, able to pick up a little bit more mobility as well. It should be a lot more manageable as, yeah, they have a read on this. They know this is happening. I don't know if you want to go for this 2v2. It looks like they disagree though.
We're diving forward, gonna get stunned up though. That never move was just amazing.
When he gets it.
Yeah, but still, it is going to be Gen.G securing their jungle and walking away with their lives. So nicely done.
Yeah, if there is a, I think Roma just thinks 6 of the wave now. If there is a level 6 for Swain, you can't do that, right? Like, play is just not a possibility. But really good read there by Gen.G, because it wastes Guwon's time and it also puts Winner back all in a more comfortable position. Sapling gonna do a decent amount of damage as well. And yeah, in case you were wondering, there's a couple of different iterations of Maokai running around right now. You have face rush Maokai, which generally will go like kind of hybrid tank, so you go Demonic Embrace, but you also go for Radiant Virtue, or you can go more AP heavy and go First Strike, right? First Strike, something that Karthus, for example, also really likes to use. And Maokai with the saplings is able to just farm it up very reliably. Not only is the gold nice, because the gold from the burn damage counts as well towards the gold that you get, but also the extra damage, true damage that you get from First Strike makes the saplings even more obnoxious. And if you needed animal confirmation, Winner just picked up Dark Seal.
Yeah.
So he's committed.
We already had a bit of an idea. As Wolf brings up a really great point with the fact that we have Carfe and of course Pleta here in Challenger. Of course, references to very famous Overwatch players from Korea that he used to commentate. I used to as well, but in the far more distant past. As Winner's going to interrupt us, there's a big old Gnar to be thrown back. Great permafrost. Will mean that, Arcane Smash into the escape. Of course, Bramble Smash now used to be Arcane Smash. Winner able to get himself out of there and CC them in the process. Nicely done.
Do really like what Homolife is doing here, putting the pressure on this Maokai, because Maokai, I think in 2v2s is actually quite strong due to his sustain and the fact that he is generally able to set up really well for whoever he's playing with. But in the 1v1, doesn't really do a lot, especially early on at high cooldowns. Your passive doesn't really give you any value yet in the early game. And we've seen in the past, Sejuani in the early game, by herself, already quite strong. Right? This is a champion that was picked in top lane a lot, that we saw actually get reliably kills on a lot of other picks. His Duro is going to pull the wave, allowing Lure to get everything. But then if you add like a Gnar or a Swain, both of which has had prior for most of the game, to it as well, then it becomes really, really tough for Winner to just farm up, at least get to a first item, get to that Demonic Embrace, and then kind of go from there.
Yeah. But I'm still worried for Homolife Esports because K'Sante is pretty ridiculous. Guwon seems to have the same idea here as there's the wallop. Decent amount of damage goes back here as Zest only at 50% as the Brambles are coming. Guwon has to flash to get himself out of the way. Same to be said for Rooster. And Gen.G going to answer very nicely here, topside wraparound, but Winner is still waiting. Sapling is going to get them out of there, as meanwhile in mid lane, some more action. As we've got a bit of a roam situation. The Herald is on the minds of every player here on the Rift. So who's going to be able to lock it down? So far, Homolife Esports did have the action. Lights went off for a moment there, as that's a little bit unfortunate. Winner should be able to walk this one out, but Lure is still able to keep up with him very effectively, and there goes the Maokai. Just not used to him being that extraordinarily squishy, as he wasn't able to get out whatsoever. No flash available, and that is going to be the end of that. Gen.G thinking about a trade of something. It's a Cloud Drake there towards the bottom side. They're going to be able to push in the mid lane, but Homolife are going to get most of the spoils.
Really interesting, because with that topside play, I actually thought the advantage was there for Gen.G, right? They forced two flashes. They put Rooster in an awkward position, but instead Winner just a little bit too far forward, doesn't have a flash available still, and as a result does get taken down immediately. Rest of the team also there, I think, maybe giving a false sense of security, feeling like he could be further up than it was actually the case. And now Zest, he carries K'Sante, he shrugs most of it off, but will definitely have to give up the plate damage as Roamer, another big fan of the, or rather a member of the A Rod of Ages Appreciation Club.
Yep.
And
Swain, OG Rod of Ages abuser from back in the day.
I like it.
I'm okay with that one as well. Bit of tankiness, likes the mana. Just pretty happy Swain. Guan just mowing up the jungle one more time. About a camp and a bit ahead of Winner right now. Winner, of course, could be in a worse situation there, you might imagine. Also able to lock down the Drake is definitely good news. So Gen.G starting to stack this one up. Acid Rain, possibility one more time here. That would mean that Lake Drake as our Ocean Rift would come through. So kind of just want a different soul. What about, what are we calling Hextech? Is that Mechano Drake? I like Mechano Drake.
So the options are, like, I feel like Science Drake is the obvious one,
No.
but that's boring.
No, because Science Drake could be Chemtech Drake. It's the same thing.
I guess, but we've already called that one Toxic Drake, so I feel
I
like
know.
it goes without saying. So, there we go. This is a great. Okay, we can really dig into this now, as we have a pause here. So you're saying Mechano Drake?
Ooh, Puru's got an interesting option as Cyberpunk Drake. That's kind of cool.
I could see it. I could see it personally.
Is that a trademark?
I don't think it is. Cyberpunk. Maybe Cyber Steam Drake.
Steampunk Drake?
Is that it?
I mean, Steampunk Drake's pretty cool. I still think that Mechano Drake is fine.
Don't we do maybe? I don't know. I want to mix up a few stuff, but we don't want it to get too crazy. Like it's the ever you want to cross the line into creative, but you don't want it to be too.
I like Mechano
Too
Drake because I
far-fetched.
think it's like because there's Mechano Egg in Battlegrounds,
In a
and then it
completely
spawns
unrelated
into Mechano
Well-
Drake. I'm pretty sure, and it looks pretty similar. That's where I'm getting.
I guess.
Clank Drake? I think Wolf's kind of onto something here, and I like that he's getting involved.
Clank Drake.
Because that means that he-
Where is Veldus? What is Veldus' his thoughts on all this? We need to know. We need to know.
Wait,
I'm not
Banana
quite
Drake?
sure.
I don't understand. What's Banana Drake? How does that? How is?
it
Which
doesn't-
Drake is that?
Yeah, it doesn't really. So. Oh my God! It's so obvious.
Ah,
No.
I think In the Brain has it.
Dude.
Balti McShockface Drake.
It's Thunder Drake.
Thunder Drake?
Yeah, because
Well,
there's the lightning. We're doing toxic, thunder,
Oh,
wind, earth,
yeah,
lava,
there we go.
and lake.
We could actually do just only Pokemon types.
Well, that wasn't
And
my
that could be every
intention, but
Drake.
that works.
Because that'd be like, what? Fire Drake, Water Drake,
Yeah, we can't do fire,
Flying
though.
Drake.
It has to be lava Drake. We already.
Okay. Well, then we can't do it then. Because then it'd be Electric Drake and Poison Drake. And we'd actually just have Pokemon Drakes. It does kind of work.
I'd rather stay clear because we already have Pokemon in the jungle. We can't have Pokemon everywhere.
Yes, we can.
No, I don't want to.
But now
This is
that's
its
the
own
theme of
thing,
2023. We didn't have a lot to take from the preseason, okay? Everything is the same, except junglers now have a Pokemon, okay? That doesn't actually change all that much about what they do in the jungle. And so now, as soon as we've added a bit of Pokemon, maybe we just add the Pokemon flavor to the dragons. I don't know. But I think it's something that we can iterate on. We can iterate on.
I wanna, when we see a Hextech Drake, I personally like Thunder Drake. I think it's easy, it gets to the point. I think it works.
Okay.
But if you would rather do, I actually really do like Mechano Drake. I wanna. What if we combine them?
Whoa.
Thunder Mech Drake.
That's too many words.
That's too many words. Yeah, you
There's
can't say
way
that
too many
quickly.
words.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I don't think I could get there.
No.
G-Clef with the Dr. Drake.
Wait.
I like the input.
Wait.
I like the input there, Mr. Clef. However,
Hold on. Give it a second. It is the Science Drake.
oh, that is true. And it kind of sounds like Dr. Dre, which is pretty cool. And it's Doctor, so it's like oh. The more you think about it, the cooler it is.
What if it's Dr. Thunder Drake?
Oh.
I like Dr. Thunder. Dr.
No,
Lightning.
stop trying to put extra words. You can't do extra. Here we are back into the game, by the way.
We haven't-
Welcome back, everyone.
We haven't solved this issue yet, Atlas. Has lost by. I'm in trouble.
Yeah, there he goes. Oh, just right at the very edge, nailing the Glacial Prison there from Guon, who's having a phenomenal game, to be perfectly honest. Of course, largely irrelevant, but that is still just a pick-off onto Cafe. His first death of the game, but might be one of many if things continue down the road that they are going.
It is overall Gen.G just kind of getting outplayed on the entire non-Cassante part of the map. Might have something to do with the champion up top. Zest is perfectly happy in his own little world, but
Yep.
outside of that, Zeri getting an early lead. Swain getting an early lead. Early invades, really paying off for Guwon here. And Gen.G is really going to need a very, very good mid-game team fight if they want to come back for this. Unfortunately here, they feel like they're safe, but they're still relatively far up the lane. It's, after all, Duro who is able to hit. The problem there is, even if you do flash a Scarfe, that means that Guwon probably just hits you with the ultimate and you die regardless. So, could have flashed the grenade, but then probably would have died regardless. Maybe rather has the flash available for the upcoming fight when we go to the Toxic Drake. So kind of a tough one.
Yeah, no, it is a tough one. I like the Twitch chat is still just dragon names. Keep them coming, guys.
Yeah,
we'll be reading
need to
them.
workshop this.
Yeah, yeah, we're very happy to have a bit of a glance down and figure these out. But yes, definitely bad news for Gen.G, as now Quid's going to try and do his best to try and stop that, but you can see Roma is actually still winning these fights outside of that Shock Blast landing. Quid's going to come on over, go on in position. Winter's Wrath doesn't find the target. Arctic Assault also misses, as Winter is in a whole lot of trouble, but the ult's going to come through. Bramble Smash going to be good as the Wish comes down, but it's not enough to save the Tree, who is just the most squishy. And now I'm starting to realize why we never see this AP Maokai, but Zest is going to come forward, the one champion on this team that is doing extraordinarily well so far, but Lure is just like, nah. He's had none of it, as now Cafe is going to come around. The 1v1 here between the Jin and the Zeri, but we're not going to really watch it. Yeah, we are. We'll just end up getting over there in the end. Zest managed to get a kill, though, and now he's trying to fight Duro. Can he get the last order? The answer is no, but it's Lost, but it picks it up with the Comet. Love to see it. Validation for the Keystone choice that seemed pretty odd at the beginning of the game. But that was all 4 versus 5, and Hammer Life Esports might even be able to grab a turret off the back end.
Yeah, but that was a disaster. That was really bad. Everyone on Gen.G got blown up. Overall, the state of the game for them now in a really rough position. This is exactly what we were talking about earlier. This composition, if you fall behind, you just kind of get run over, right? Humble Life is playing really aggressive, not letting Gen.G play their own game. And then Zest goes for an attempted play here. Duro is able to flash out, able to get away from the charge up. And then because of all this space, Lure isn't threatened at all. Already preemptively throwing ultos, knowing that Carfe might be walking over. And if you get a lead onto Jin, as a Zeri, game becomes very hard to play. And the worst part is, Russo wasn't even there. He picked up first Turret Blood and had a great time by himself in top lane. Didn't need to come. And I think we might be seeing Cassante's first loss here in Korea.
Could be the case, although it's not going to be Cassante's fault. You can see Zest doing a fair bit of work so far this game, but it isn't really able to counteract kind of the disaster in not only the draft, but also with how things have been navigated, but also I think it's on Humble Life Esports for the victory in a lot of ways, because they have just been, they've been playing towards Gen.G's win conditions fantastically well. And I think that is it's a really powerful skill here.
There's just one thing now that Humble Life needs to do, and it's to not throw at Elder or Baron. Now, can they do that? You would say yes, easily. I don't know if that's true. As
Nature's Grass going to come through here as it's just basically Zest against the world, but that's kind of how this game is feeling right now. Guwon's able to get out, he's extraordinarily tanky. They were also able to lock down the Rift Herald, so Gen.G's sort of here pressing a lot of buttons, and nothing's really happening.
I mean, if 5k go down and they're kind of winning, I guess. Oh,
well,
no,
yeah, okay, well, Carfe's just going to die. Did manage to land a W, so shout-outs to that one, but ultimately, a big negative. And Humble Life just going to lick their wounds and wander away. The Poison Drake is up and available, and more of these Shock Blasts are connecting, but you can land as much poke as you want. You have to kill someone, though, to stop them from being able to do stuff, and especially when you've lost your AD carry already, means that Humble Life just walk on over. They're able to take this dragon as well, and honestly, this is looking like one of the most one-sided games we've had so far.
Yeah, I don't trust it, Atlas. I'm not on board. As a Lava Drake!
Hey, there we go. All right, that's a new one.
Nice.
Bit of a Lava Drake action. So now, if Gen.G stack up 3 of those, they're back in the game, baby.
They really are.
I mean, absolutely, that is true. But the likelihood that they do
God.
manage to do that is pretty crazy. And
Well,
as
that's
we
the
can see,
main one.
Lure is having a good game.
Yeah, the early the invade on level 3 where Guan was able to get an early lead, and then combined with the overall mid-game disasters for Gen.G means that this game, by all means, should be out of their control. Right, this game should be over. Not saying it is, because it's challenges, and we've seen Gen.G specifically come back from worse situations, but that was with very different comps in a very different setup as well. I don't think this composition does that much when it's behind, because the damage from Quid nor Cafe is really going to be relevant. Your enemy team can just kind of steamroll through you. And for all the issues that we've had with hard engage comps in previous games, like you have Sejuani, if you want to start a fight,
Yeah.
you can.
You press
it's not
the
going to
button.
be a problem. You have a really good front line with Roamer and Rooster as well, so you're really going to rely on our life making some really big mistakes. Right, Allure needs to jump into a bunch of people. Roamer needs to be caught out and just get taken out immediately. Picks like this, good way to start. If
Certainly
they can get
could be a
him.
good one. Not able to actually get the Unstoppable there, but
Okay,
the
he's dead.
Nature's Grasp is going to come through, and that is a very, very dead Rooster. Zest able to lock down that kill, and you could see Cafe was thinking about coming down to help, and then they realized that he was going to be dead too soon. So he's now picking up the pieces in this mid lane. Decent little pick, but not going to be enough to get them out of the woods just yet.
This is how it starts, but as you point out, in of itself, not even remotely enough. Jin doesn't have an item. We're 18 minutes in.
Ah,
Yeah.
he's got a lot of pieces of items.
Well,
I mean, he's full
trying.
build. Technically, he's full build. Like, look at that. Full inventory. Oh,
not-
wow,
it's
he
not
just sold 2 of his items. That's a shame.
It's not, it's not the, yeah, I know you know.
Yeah.
I know you know, Atlas.
I know.
Yeah.
But does manage to complete Gale Force, as we were talking about. It is 50 CS down, though. Well, 43, I guess, if you want to get technical. But still, it is a huge lead for Azeri, especially in the context of Azeri versus Jin. So, big uphill battle here for Gen.G.
포탑이 파괴되었습니다.
Tao going to go down here only to add more salt to the wound.
Well, if Gen.G somehow comes back, I think it will be due to Zest, so at least our POG vote will be easy.
That's true.
Yeah.
That is true. Or due to Cassante, but both of them are in the top lane, so I think we'll be fine.
I think we can give the credit to Zest.
Yeah, I know.
'Cause Zest's good. Xante is a little over the top. So remember what we said earlier. There's 2 ways you lose this game as Home Alive. It's Baron or Elder Flip.
Well, right now, we're going to Baron. I believe there are some pings, although I think they were Harmer Life Esports pings.
No, they
as- Yeah, I think they're going to get the information. Quig going to come on over and look for a bit of a shock blast, but he's going to take a
They
blue
don't know.
buff at the first. Okay, so they just
it's
don't.
gone.
It's just gone.
Okay, well, I guess they win the game.
Well, they do get information.
Well, that was too
Winners,
late,
yeah, no, it's
yeah.
still too late.
Okay, well, I mean, this wasn't a flip, though, right? Like, this was well done by Home Alive. Look
Yeah.
at the entire enemy jungle, fully lit up. There's was 4 or 5 wards into the enemy blue side, so you can very casually start the Drake. If they do come over and you disengage, you're completely fine. So this is not the type of play I'm talking about. This is completely fine, very calculated, and yeah, should be a complete blowout. Sometimes you look at a draft and challenge, you're like, man, that's a cool idea. I wonder if it'll work.
I don't think we ever said that it was a cool idea. I think we only ever said that it was a bad
I
idea.
wanted the J Smith to work, but it doesn't.
All right.
Yeah.
Sajax has a good point, as he says, don't call a game until the Nexus explodes. Okay? The Nexus is about to explode. Harmer Life Esports are about to do that. However, still a good point. Nature's Grasp going to try and deter them, try and make me look a little bit silly, see whether it's actually going to work out. The massive stats advantage here for Harmer Life Esports is making things a problem. Gen.G do at least protect their inner turret for now.
Ooh, a little bit of damage on Roamer, but he is he's Swain, and he also still at stopwatch. Oh!
Okay. Well,
Okay, Quid. Well,
There
that's
goes
how it
Roma.
starts.
and I guess Roma thought that the stopwatch was going to be okay, but you have to press the button, don't you? In order to make that one work. I think he just didn't expect to die.
I don't know what the burn was. Was it Scorch?
Oh my god,
Did
imagine
he
dying
die
to
to
Scorch.
Scorch?
What a time to be alive. Anyway, Hanwha are going to go over and grab themselves their first Infernal Drake. Sorry, Fire Drake. Sorry, Lava Drake.
Thank you.
They will be able to pick this one up. Shouldn't be too much of a contest, but we're a very long way away from any sort of soul situation, so not end of the world for Gen.G, especially after they were able to stop the Baron in its tracks. By picking up a pick like this, you really do put the brakes on a lot. Yeah, exactly. So here it is. Here's Sagex, certainly.
She
With
was
some
right,
very,
yeah.
very good
It's-
info for us.
I mean, it is an endless reminder of Twitch chat, for Twitch chat rather, and for everyone watching. You know, if you're Twitch, if you're YouTube, doesn't matter. We love you all the same. Challengers is never over. It should be. If this was LCK, oh, I don't know what we'd be talking about. Something completely unrelated.
Probably wouldn't have read Twitch chat.
Well, that's a given.
Yeah.
But we're trying to keep it very community based, welcoming everyone to the Challengers experience. And in this specific situation, I want to tell you, do not think that this game is over. It should be. It might be.
See how
But
we
it's
go.
not.
Nature's Grasp is going to sail by gloriously, but not really going to deter them at all. That is a really nice ult from Guon. They look for Quid, but he does press that stopwatch button, looking to try and escape. Still has Flash, does use it. Wish comes through as well, and now Hanwha, not too much left in the tank after that one does come down, especially with the Ultu Grenade also now on cooldown for Duro. As Lua going to come on through there, clear out that control ward, does so very nicely. There's now Cafe looking for some options. And Hanwha Life Esports now just back to pushing this mid lane. No worries there at all. Zest moving back towards that top side, and Hanwha Life Esports have taken their feet off the accelerator just a little bit.
Yeah. Coffee must be cool. Currently rocking double cloak, because might be dead as well.
Yeah, Cafe in a whole host of trouble. Gale Force not going to be enough to get himself out of the way. Extendo Beam not going to land, but that is not really an issue. Cafe went from having a phenomenal game one to really struggling here in this one. It feels kind of like how Jin functions a little bit.
Yeah.
Sometimes it really hits hard, and sometimes it doesn't at all. And that's the version that we're getting this time around.
Feast or Famine, also not using a Summoners again, and the previous time, fair enough. This time around, I do think you can survive there. With the rest of the team also back up, maybe it opens up an opportunity for Zest. And let's be honest, if they dive very deep to try and kill the 0-3 Jin,
Yeah.
I think you take it. I think it's fine. Want to highlight that Maokai being top damage is cheating because he does percentage health damage with his saplings, and also, again,
Yeah.
going for first strike and going for Lost Chapter and whatnot. So, kind of a no-brainer. Guon, though, love this. Obviously, Warmux is good to build in Sejuani nonetheless, but especially in a situation like this where...
Against Poke.
Yeah, against Poke and against saplings, just very, very strong. And if Hanwha was like behind, it'd be like, oh, this might be a turning point. But now it's more like a punch in the face.
Whoa. Speaking of, like, look at that wallet diff between Lure and Cafe. My God, that is obscene.
Oh, yeah.
And it's on a Zeri as well. Like, that is... Okay, well, he's very, very strong. 3 items now picked up for Zeri. I think everyone knows if you watched any League of Legends 2022. Zeri with 3 items, absolutely revolting. The sapling damage that we saw, the really big bar for winner, that happened once again. Guon lost a bit of health bar and will just walk into Fog of War and just get all of that health bar back. So entirely irrelevant, almost all of that sapling damage.
Yeah.
And so this
It's
is,
a roughie.
yeah, it's a real roughie. Big time roughie.
And, okay, a little bit of damage, and he doesn't care.
No.
He doesn't really need to. Leandri's going to be done for winner soon. That'll be nice.
True.
One job. Don't flip Baron. And don't stand into the pit with 5. This is a great setup, though. Look at that. Rooster off to the side. Full vision control. Romer is able to get some poke down as well.
But Nature's Grasp does give them an avenue in. You can see a few snares are going to come down here as winner. Decent amount of damage to start this one off. Goes Golden there as well. Nara into the wall, though, and they just really want to get on top of Quid. Takes a while for them to take him down, but he was CC'd the entire time. Zest was able to get the kill on Duro in the backline, but they lose winner and they lose Quid. That means that there's not a lot of options here for Gen.G. Still, Baron hasn't been re-engaged just yet, as now they dive forward one more time. Zest is scary. We'll see whether Hanwha Life are going to be able to mitigate that one. As you can see, Lua, decent position right now. Yeah, Kasante's situations are happening here as he tries to ult himself out, but nothing really happens. Another kill goes over to the Zeri as Losper flashes nicely, but that is about all of the nice things that you can really say about this situation for Gen.G. As Hanwha, I think it's all over but the crying.
Oh yeah, yeah. Even a challenger connoisseur would not be able to see any light in this game, right? Overall, I think a valiant effort from Gen.G, but you see the issue is there's just not enough damage. Like, the champions just don't do enough. They're too far behind in terms of gold. The composition doesn't have great pick potential, right? You have some burst, but overall, it's just not going to be enough. It's going to be a third Drake for Hanwha Life as well. The only saving grace for Gen.G rather is that, like last time, if they can find a pick in a side lane, take some of the tempo out, they might hit like the second item spikes, but I don't even, doesn't really, like where is it going? And the answer unfortunately is nowhere, as it's nice that you kill the Heimerdinger, you know, that's okay, but that doesn't really matter. And Jace is not able to do any damage, and here I feel like the situation overall is not the end of the world. But they make the call here, which I think is completely fair. We don't actually see that. But the call from Gen.G is that Hanwha Life is doing Nash, so we're going to shut mid. No, but I think that's a fair read, and Hanwha Life responds very nicely. It looks really silly.
That's a glacial prison I'm used to seeing.
Yeah, Quid doesn't sidestep. He just runs, trying to predict the sidestep there from Guwon.
Like it.
But because they don't have vision, they just assume they're going to Baron, so we can at least get a mid lane turret. Not going to be the case. I think Zest has a teleport angle. I think there's one ward right behind them.
He has a back angle. That's definitely true.
Definitely has to do that. Yeah,
there's a bunch of pinging going on. That would be a deep teleport if he decides to go all the way up to the one ward that I can see. But there are another couple sitting around. Inhibitor going to go down here towards this top side as Zest is going to take the front door approach. Wandering in with the rest of his team. Acceleration gate can kind of be valuable here. As you can see, Rooster looking for a little bit more. Not a lot of Narbar right now. Zest diving on forward. They're looking for the Sejuani first as Nature's Grasp for you second. I really like that ability as we can see Lua trying to escape. They get into the backline. Zest picking up that first kill as now Rooster, he needs to get some of this work done, but it's a double kill for Roma. He is just massive on the Swain. No one could help Zest out at all. And Gen.G, despite the fact that they're able to finally kill Lua, it just doesn't really mean anything, as Hanwha Life are going to break down these Nexus turrets and take us to a Game 3.
The fact that Gen.G was able to make it that close, Zest in particular, is mind-blowing. Overall, not going to be enough. And I gotta say, overall, I really enjoyed the gameplay from Hanwha Life here. We saw in game number 1 as well that they were actually able to stand up to Gen.G, but there were some moments where they pulled the trigger a little bit too early, where they went a little too aggressive. This time, that aggression actually worked out in their favor. I think if you give the opportunity to Gen.G to get into the mid game, get into those first fights, and then get a lead with your poke, you're in deep trouble. Zest made it look close at the end there, but it really wasn't. Hanwha Life, very decisive victory here in game number 2.
No, I agree. I think it was fantastically done. Also, the read from Guwon in the early game to know that this Maokai was going to be a little bit more squishy, a little bit easy to take advantage of, and really from that first pickoff, it felt like everything, like all the brakes were on for Gen.G. There was no real ability to find themselves some tempo and win anything back, and Hanwha did a great job just continuing to put their feet down. And I think top lane was the only real thing that went well for Gen.G. Outside of that, it was all just Hanwha Life. And especially, you know, we're seeing, look at that Heimerdinger damage. Like,
yeah, we see what Heimer is.
You can see why it gets banned a heck of a lot.
The Heimer to me is honestly the least fun part to watch, because as much as I don't like Zeri, I do think Zeri in her current iteration is strong, but she feels a little bit more fair than she has in the past.
Oh yeah.
With her W nerfed in particular. Definitely still strong. Wouldn't mind if she get nerfed, especially because she was so prevalent last year, but it's at least, I think, a little bit more engaging than it was in the past. Heimerdinger though, like, what do you do?
Yeah, that champion is broken.
I really don't know. The amount of base damages that he has available, clearly something that is very hard to deal with. might be looking towards hopefully some nerfs that in the past. And I think the draft is going to be a really big difference maker. Gen.G kind of going for a big swing and it not working out at all.
No.
The Jace didn't really come together at any point, didn't really help the comp that much outside of like the poke idea, but it really was from that point on fall behind at any point and you're basically screwed as, hey!
There we go.
We got it right.
Three
Look at
out of
us.
four. 3 out of 4 so far. Not doing too badly. Yeah, Guan was just amazing. I think that as soon as I spent more than 2 seconds thinking about who to vote for POG, it was relatively obvious. His Sejuani was absolutely fantastic, nailed the key ultimates that he was looking for, and also dictated the pace of that early game that was so instrumental in getting Humble Life Esports the win. So really nicely done here from Guan. Very well deserved.
Yeah, really a nice bounce back game from Humble Life. We saw a few hints towards some possible challenger shenanigans, but thus far, it's been very straightforward League of Legends.
Yeah, I'm actually pretty impressed by the level of play, to be honest.
Yeah, it's looking good so far, Atlas.
Yep.
Glad you're here with me.
Yeah, me too. I feel like this is like one of the days that we did last year because I think I came on to your co-stream like one time. But anyway, we're going to go to a short break, and when we get back, it is going to be the deciding game between Humble Life Esports and Gen.G. Don't go anywhere.
팀의 포탑이 파괴되었습니다. 파란 팀의 포탑이 파괴되었습니다.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Challenger 2023 Spring. I'm Atlas, joined by Chronically here for the deciding match between, or the deciding game, between Life Esports and Gen.G. I'm glad that we get another peek at the Korean commentators. Shout out to our boys over in the other studio. But here we are, ready to bring you that deciding game. Do we think Life Esports do it again? Or do we think that Gen.G can draft appropriately to win the game?
Yeah, if Gen.G don't draft Jace mid, I'd be a lot more optimistic at their chances. I did really like the adaptation, and this is something that I want to go in about a little bit, because in Challengers, we have traditionally seen a pretty big gap between the regular season, which is used to be rather exclusive best of ones. First, it was round robin 2 in 2021, then round robin 4, so 4 separate round robins of best of ones in 2022. And now that we have moved to a full best of 3 format, I think that it will really be very beneficial to the teams, specifically because of change like this, right? Like, you can actually change up. I think the stat was most notably for T1 last summer. Where if we played best of ones in the LCK, the stats will be very different, right? And I actually think best of 3 is a much better way. I think League as a game really benefits from having side selection, from having the ability to adapt on the fly. So I'm very happy to see. I'm happy with either outcome here. I think that what Hanwha Life has shown in both games might give them a small edge. But Gen.G, to me, Zest in particular, individually, are looking a little bit better.
Yeah, and we'll have to see what the side selection is going to look like as well. We've seen some interesting choices. We'll see where Gen.G do decide to go there. We'll be finding out in one moment based on which zone they are going to choose, whether it be the blue zone or the red zone. They have selected the red zone this time around, although, weirdly enough, in my little prompt, it said red side, but I'm pretty sure here it's red zone.
In the magical Challenger Leagues, everything can happen.
Exactly. Anything can happen. We're going to have sides called different things. The dragons are called different things we can't even decide on. So we're going to have to put up a little bit of a poll. Maybe we could convince the Challenger Twitter to put up a poll as to like battle off each Drake name. I think that'd be very important.
I don't think there's a global Twitter, though. There's only the Korean Twitter. So it should just be you.
I think there's a brand new... Isn't there a brand new global Twitter? I think there is.
Maybe I'm wrong. I very well could be.
I hope so, because that would be super cool if we could just flood it with polls about dragons. I think that would be absolutely fantastic.
Oh, what?
All right, so casting... What? Wait, why did Zest get subbed out? The one player who was playing well.
Okay, hear me out. Hear me out. I think Gen.G makes a good call here, because I don't think winning in Challengers actually matters.
Okay, so I've got another thing. Valdez just said that Chemtech Drake should be called Jeff, and I am 100% on board.
Okay, yeah, that's Valdez hadn't named the dragon yet. So that's Jeff.
That's Jeff.
Okay, cool.
That's great.
So we have... we'll get into this a little bit.
We'll get into it later. So castings come in.
Yeah, I would love to discuss this. I don't think Zest got subbed out because he did poorly individually, because he didn't. Right?
He might have mental boomed after that game because his whole team was playing badly.
Might be possible. I also think that for Challenger, again, the main point is finding and developing talent. I think the most notable example of this is the current T1 roster, which have been basically molded ever since they started in T1 Rookies in the Academy Series and whatnot. Not really as accurate for the last few iterations of T1, which was mostly talent from other Challenger teams, plus some more experienced LCK players. Although Smash did just join that roster, but he won't be playing today, unfortunately. But I think subbing in players in situations like this provides them with really good practice.
I agree.
I don't think it's about individual performance. At least if it is, then we must have completely missed something. And I'm really excited to see what casting will bring here.
Yeah, absolutely. Another update. Valdez said that he's actually not a fan of Jeff. So maybe we're just back to the drawing board. I don't know. He reneged. He reneged immediately. He's not a big fan of Jeff, apparently.
No, maybe he means the Drake.
Oh, he just doesn't like the Drake, but he appreciates
Drake.
the name.
Yeah.
Is that how it is? So his name's... So you like the name, you just don't like the Drake.
Yeah, that's fair.
Ah, that's fine. So you've named him Jeff, and you've said that you don't like Jeff.
Yeah. That's okay. I'm on board.
I'm kind of into it.
Which is weird, because I thought he'd like Hextech, because I think it's generally... I think it's one of the best additions to the game in years. I know you hate Hex... You know when I'm talking about Chemtech, aka Toxic Drake, right, Valdez?
No. He wants
clear.
to make Chemtech. No, he's changing Poison Drake to Jeff.
Wait, no, we're not changing Toxic Drake.
Yes, we are. He said Chemtech.
We're not changing Chemtech has a great name already.
No, but he hasn't named anything.
Well, he can name Hextech Drake.
No.
Hextech Drake can be Jeff.
I think he's named Jeff. Let's get into Champion Select,
Ha,
okay?
come
Heimerdinger
on.
going to be banned one more time. The Lucian taken
Unbelievable.
off the board yet again. I don't think we're going to see him. Yuumi also going to be removed one more time here from Humble Life Esports. I like the adaptation of the Heimer ban now that they are on the blue side. So going to mean that we're going to see a little bit of a more even matchup there towards the bottom side of the map, given the fact that the Heimerdinger oppressiveness was very high. The Maokai going to be banned by Gen.G. Good move, in my opinion. As Rooster, let's see what he's going to lock away first up.
With this summon of casting, I always, especially with top laners, I'm going to assume that there might be a specific plan at the ready for a counter pick. If they just first lock Cassante here and they swap it out, then I do think it's specific just to give casting a little bit of experience, right? If this is a player that you do want to develop, then that makes a lot of sense.
Oh, love this answer.
Yeah, Lulu pick away. Now you can pick up Sivir is the most notable one.
Yep.
And no Yuumi, no Lulu available. For Zeri is definitely going to be somewhat of a detriment to the pick.
We'll see whether they go back to one of the more like classic Zeri pairings, which was the Nautilus. But into Lulu, anything, Nautilus does kind of feel a little bit of a yikes. Guwon going to lock away the Wukong. We're going to have our eyes on him throughout this game just because he was so instrumental in the last one. Now, Roma, what is going to be the last choice here for this round of picks? See where he's going to go. I think locking down the bottom lane makes a fair bit of sense before it gets pinched even further. But no, Cassante. And it's Rooster that's going to be playing it this time around.
And... Ooh, Carfe. Okay. That's a very different answer.
And so Carfe actually played the most of Aphelios last season. Definitely was his most played pick by a decent margin. So happy to see it. And of course, Aphelios Lulu has been a very powerful pairing. Something that can take advantage of a Zeri that doesn't have a Yuumi also. So really cool to see. Let's see where the bans are going to go here as Pyke already removed. Losper knows all about the powers of the Pyke, and so not wanting to see that. And Hanwha, where are we going? What are we banning? What are we taking
Pyke.
away?
I love the Pyke ban. I think Pyke is a champion that for Gen.G would be very tough to deal with, and I really like the Aphelios thing into short range, pretty dive-heavy composition like Humble Life have set up thus far. Aphelios, if he can stay alive for just a second or two,
Yep.
and not only shred through the entire front line, but also deal with anything that's thrown at him just through the amount of innate sustain he has, especially with a Lulu as well. And Syndra getting taken away here as well. And this is, to me, working towards a counterpick for casting. Don't know what it will end up being. Expecting to see a mid lane pick up here. Azir, to me, makes perfect sense. The only thing you'd be afraid of is a Kassadin counterpick. I do think that Lulu will help a little bit in that regard, making it harder for the Kassadin to just jump in aggressively.
I think that Gen.G are probably looking for a top lane. Like, Cassante's already been shown, not likely that he's going to be flexed.
Ooh.
As there is the Gwen being picked up. So, casting, it's his third most played so far in preseason, as far as, you know, what he's been doing in solo queue. Hasn't played that many games, to be perfectly honest. Probably been screwing the most of the time. But there it is. That's going to be his option into Cassante, as Duro going to be flashing the Blitzcrank at least for a moment. Certainly could be fun trying to pick off some Lulus. But I don't think it will be that, as it is Rakan that's going to be locked in. I heard some talk of AP Rakan earlier in the preseason, but I think that's probably gone away. At least I hope it's gone away. And there is the Azir being considered. So I think more of a pick away makes a lot of sense here for me. But nope, Rome is going to lock in the Ahri.
We are diving.
This is a charming last two lock-ins.
Yeah, I'm hoping for Talia would be amazing. Swain would be another pick. Anything that can reliably deal with the amount of dive that's coming through here. Both Talia and Swain deal with that very well in very different ways. Talia with her E. Silas, in terms of ultimates on the enemy team, is mind-blowing. So on board with that as well.
Oh god, what happens when you hijack the Cassante ult?
I assume you can just jam people through. I don't know if you also get
Yeah, do you get the all-outs? Do you get like the all-out for everything?
We'll see. I don't know.
All right, let us know. Let us know, Twitch chat, if you've ever hijacked an all-out. What does it do? I have absolutely no idea. Very interested to see how it's going to work. If anyone has access to the practice tool, you know, maybe just while we're loading in,
crowdsource
just yeah, we're just crowdsourcing some research. I think that's the best way to do it. It's a communal effort, and honestly, it's not just us here commentating.
It's inspired with the challenger broadcast
ethos.
overall.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Everyone's got to be nice.
Yeah.
Everyone's got to be patient, and
we're
we got to help each other out.
We're here commentating with everyone else.
Yeah.
We're just the voice of you guys. So we really appreciate everything that you do. So looking forward to seeing what the heck that interaction is going to be. Because I know that he does take, like, for example, if you steal a Jace, you just turn into Jace for a while and stuff like that. Yeah, Valdez, that's exactly right. That's why I'm actually tripping over my words a lot, is because Valdez's brain is actually in my brain as well.
I thought you were going to burn Valdez for a little bit. I'm like, that's not very challenger of you.
No, absolutely not.
It's
He's just residing up here.
Yeah, it's because the transfer rate is not high.
Yeah. I mean,
generally,
there's a bit of distance between us.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah.
Generally, the connection in Korea is exceptional.
All right, so wait, Silas just steals the bonk through the wall. That's
Makes
it?
sense, yeah.
Oh, feels bad.
Just to smash.
Oh, so you don't...
Look at that, look at the fans.
Yeah, I know.
Look at the people.
Everyone getting amongst it. That person there checking his phone, like that a lot. Oh, and here we are, onto the Rift here for the deciding game between Hanwha and Gen.G. Not going to read the Welsh town name, but thank you for your comment. Here we go, onto the Rift here for the final game. Hanwha Life Esports managed to claw their way back against a pretty yikes draft, in my personal opinion, that Gen.G put forward in the second game. This time around, looking very cool. I actually really like this Gen.G draft, just thematically. Very short range, super scrappy, can 1-3-1 extremely well if they ever want to try and do that. Can hold down the fort with Cafe and Losper picking up waves in mid if they so desire. And then Winner can just roam around, try and grab what he can as the map is stretched. So pretty cool stuff from Gen.G. On the other side, Hanwha Life Esports, Lure on the Zeri is a frightening prospect. They have Cassante as well, who's been very strong outside of last game. And Guon, I don't care what he's playing. He played extremely well on the Sejuani last time, so I'm just happy to trust him.
Guon on the Wukong also one of the champions that can go for like early invades and try to play a little bit sneaky. Lospa not going to be able to find a glitter lens initially. And overall, junglers pathing in opposite sides do, in my opinion, expect Hanwha Life to have a little bit of extra pressure on them here to do well. As Gwen's level 1,
pretty good.
Still, yeah, it's still up there. It's been nerfed many a time, but not really going to be a problem here for casting. But if you get into the later stage of the game against Aphelios, Lulu, against Silas, against Gwen, with what is effectively a mostly melee comp, it's really tough. As Quid's taking a bit of a questionable trade there, as he's leveled down, and casting able to find a similar trade on top side.
Yeah, you can see Gen.G having a much better time top lane than mid lane. And it seems to me like Gen.G may have just had a plan. Maybe casting was like, oh, let's just give away Cassante, allow me to play the Gwen into it, and we'll give Quid counter pick in mid lane. Unfortunately, the mid lane portion of that whole idea is not going so well in these early levels, but Silas spends a lot of time on low health, so it's not really too much of a big deal unless the kills start to come in.
You know, he's
only a few CS behind. He'll get back.
It's not the end of the world. Going for first strike as well, so going to have a lot of damage with his Q as we're just proxying. I'm not sure. I didn't keep track. I think we see some pings going down, so I'm assuming they're aware of where Guwon is. And with that knowledge, that means that casting can just go and get a free back here. Gwen's early wave clear still quite strong. Wonder whether that is going to be the case, because otherwise you're in a bit of an awkward position here. Looks like it's just going to be a quick walk to the brush. They're still going though, and
All right.
Oh,
Okay,
that's
casting.
that's a fake back, but I don't know. Roamer, at the very least, I think going to be forced to flash here. I don't know how much casting can offer.
Oh, the chains wanted to land, but you can see with the flash, Winner able to get over there. Doesn't quite get the CC, but this should still be potentially first blood, but no! Oh, God. The charm fadeaway was just too good. And that is first blood going over to Guwon yet again.
And now to disaster. Because you can miss one of the skill shots, but you can't miss both and then still go in. Casting also not using the ghost, and you miss a full wave. So actually, I guess with the teleport, we'll be able to catch a little bit of the wave. But Guwon's fat again. You invested a lot of time, could have just taken it back here, and either this chain needs to hit or this flash Q needs to hit.
I mean, it was so close.
Yeah, when both don't go in, you can't. And then casting was fine, but perfect timing there from Guwon.
I think Roma could not have played that better as well. I think that was exceptionally well done. Waiting on the flash for as long as he possibly could, and then landing the charm right as he went under the turret. Oh man, beautifully done.
Yeah. And I don't. There's been a lot of talk about the Oblivion Orb. I'm neutral about it. I think there's better options, but we're gonna leave it at that. And overall, early kill for Wukong is quite nice. And casting, unfortunately, getting taken down early on there. Maybe with the Ghost, you know, you get that extra auto in, you get a Triumph proc, probably still down, but at the very least you'll trade 1 for 1 and you get first blood. Now not going to be the case. Yeah, there's a lot. It's on the three of them. And this is something we see every now and then in challengers, because that plays a big risk, right? Because if casting can also shove in that wave, right, proxy, get a free back in, and then have tempo in the lane. And then you can decide, I'm not 100% sure if Xanta's wave clear is good enough that he can bounce the wave back off, but regardless, you're going to have the opportunity to then go for a roam. By going for that play on mid, your risk versus reward is pretty skewed, so you need to get that kill. Not you specifically, but your team needs to get that kill. So the fact that that roam doesn't work out and casting dies is very, very unfortunate.
It is. However, casting, you can see, is still having a great time in this lane. Able to put a lot of pressure onto Rooster, of course. Rooster will be able to answer the wave that is heading towards his turret. But right now, the Gwen at least playing out the laning phase relatively well. Winner thinking about trying to assist. Good old casting here is...
Oh, I like this.
Okay. The 3-man on... If at first it doesn't succeed, choose a different lane and head up there instead.
I think they might be too late. Rooster does have his ultimate though. Reinforcements are on the way.
Yeah, Blastcone's going to come on through here as now Rooster underneath his turret. The ult is going to be stolen as Quid throws that one through. A little bit of extra CC, but you can see Duro is going to turn up. The grand entrance not quite enough to lock them down as Quid gets himself out of there alongside the rest of his squad. So, not going to lose anyone this time around, but one more time, Gen.G unable to find what they want from the roams.
I missed what happened to Quid. I'm pretty sure he Cassante ulted up through the wall into the...
Alcove?
Into the alcove. Because he was like
He really pieced out of that whole situation.
I hope we get a replay of that. That would be fun, actually. So, again, Gen.G trying to go for aggressive plays. And I don't know if they need to, but I do appreciate them going for it regardless. Guwon, you are a level down. I appreciate the optimism. And you have a kill, but... still not going to work out very, very well for you. And you also know the Vi ultimate. Vi ultimate in that situation is really the only thing that really guarantees anything.
God. Carfe really didn't want to flash. He definitely has to. We'll see whether he dies. Oh, the shield comes through from Lospa. So at least they managed to get a summoner out of Lure.
Yeah, this is really one of the situations where just flash. Because you'll keep your health bar, and you're going to be forced to flash regardless. And that's one of the things that I think for Carfe after today's match is probably going to be taking a look at that, like, because his flash usage has been somewhat questionable throughout some of the other games as well. And of course, it's a very split-second decision that you need to make. Possible setup here, but both Lure and Duro are very, very mobile. So actually getting lockdown even with Vi ultimate, if they're not further up the lane, can be a little bit tough. Let's see whether we are going to see some pressure towards this Lake Drake.
Yeah, Lake Drake, of course, coming through first. Haven't seen Jeff just yet. We'll see whether we get another one of those.
Okay, so we put a pin in it. why is Toxic Drake now Jeff?
Because Valdez
No, I
hadn't
know.
had his chance to say anything.
Well,
He
but-
requested
okay.
one name,
Yes.
Chronicler, one name,
Yes,
and that
but-
was Chemtech Drake
No.
is Jeff. Okay? And I think
But-
all of the
but
rest
we
of
had-
us, the collective and I,
We had a really
agree
good, no,
that
no,
Valdez is allowed to name the Drake.
Well, yes, but there was one Drake without a name.
Yeah, but no, he was Mechano Drake. As Kafei's dead. No Flash, remember. The Moonlight Vigil is going to get flashed, so at least there's a Flash now that was taken down. But Kafei overextended there on that bottom side, not having the greatest time.
I'm just a little upset. You know,
Okay, we've got a compromise. Thankfully, Live, Laugh, Lowry. Is that? Yeah, Live, Laugh, Lowry.
Yeah,
It's a fun name.
it's Lowry,
Anyway,
yeah.
Chad has decided that Hextech Drake is now Toxic Drake as a compromise.
no. We'll name Chemtech Drake Jeff, and I guess we'll find a new name. But we're not. No.
You
Not on
found,
board
you
with
found
that.
a new thing to disagree on. I like that a lot. Okay, we've got Jeff, guys. It's fine.
As overall, I think the pressure.
Oh, okay.
Winner.
There it is. The assault is going to come on through there as dashes out immediately. Does Winner, or gets booped out at least. Rooster's going to be able to finish him off there as well as he manages to get his prey to be as alone as possible. Losper in a lot of trouble as Casting was hoping that his needlework was going to heal someone by the looks of things, as Losper, of course, just getting attacked by his teammate there with an ultimate. Lure takes a bit of damage, but Kafei's struggling here a little bit in this lane.
And after all is said and done, it's a one-for-one trade. I think the main lesson we're learning here is Cassante is a bit overtuned in the hands of pro players. You know, in solo queue,
Yeah.
you never really know.
I mean,
what to
be
expect.
perfectly honest, I feel like playing against Cassante in solo queue is almost worse. An awful time over there. But this is... It started off decently well,
So-
but Rooster just, took the Vi through the wall the long way.
Well, the impressive thing is he would have lived if not for the turret shot.
Ah, that's very
Go-
cute.
Like, Rooster actually had him in a position where he also took an additional... Cool, that is good positioning from him.
Very
Nicely done
cute.
there. Do see the lockdown, I think the Vi pick showing its value. Being able to take down the Wukong nonetheless, but overall, Gen.G not really able to keep up in terms of early game here.
Yep. All right, well, Herald going to be taken. Hanwha Life Esports going to be able to nab that one. And as we can see, Hanwha now with a decent advantage, at least as far as the kill score. Moving up towards that 1,000 gold lead at 11 minutes is nothing to scoff at. And now Lake Drake being considered by Gen.G as a response. Great charm connects there onto Quid. And remember, this was Quid's counterpick. This is also the guy that was able to lock down POG for game number 1. They're going to be looking at this Silas a lot as Duro is considering it, but not able to get in there. Doesn't even have the ability to move over towards a smite. And so therefore, the Drake is going to be secured. So, can we get this turret? And the
Jeff.
answer is no.
That's fine.
Wait, what's Jeff? No, Jeff.
This is Jeff.
Oh yeah, Jeff's up here
This
now.
is
Yeah.
Jeff.
Next Drake's Jeff.
Okay, but we're still workshopping a Hextech Drake.
Mechano Drake.
That's fine. That's no problem. I'm on board with that. As long as it's
Or
not
Mecha
Toxic
Drake. Do you feel like Mecha Drake or Mechano?
I love that. No, Mecha Drake is great. Actually, might be even better.
I think that was
it's one
Puru. I think
syllable
Puru
shorter.
came up with
I love
with
Mecha Drake.
All right.
That's great. We can do that. Lock it in. Jeff and Mecha Drake, we're there. We figured it out. Here we
All right,
go.
in we go. There's a cease and desist to try and get on top of the Wukong, but look, they're turning it around. Cyclone, beautifully done. The fadeaway there from Romer as well, using the last of his mana. Ooh, another Spirit Rush would be needed, but isn't going to go after the extra kill. And Hanwha Life Esports, man, just going from strength to strength.
Overall, I'm really impressed.
Yeah.
Turret going down as well as Casting and Rooster doing the top lane thing. They're fighting, or at least they're pretending to, but not a lot is actually happening. Both about to hit level or second level on their ultimate, and
Oh my god.
overall,
Furnace Lab has it. Static Drake, because it's actually Static Shiv. And I 100% agree.
Okay.
Oh,
I'm on board.
that was such an oversight.
I'm on board.
Furnace
I'm
Lab,
down.
you've nailed it. Absolutely incredible. So Shiv Drake or Static Drake, either one, absolutely fine.
Ooh, I like Static Drake more. I feel like Shiv Drake is a little bit
A little bit Slay the
A
Spire?
little bit aggressive.
A little bit Slay the Spire?
No, just aggressive.
Oh.
Yeah.
For me, it's just a card that exhausts and does 4 damage.
I mean, Don't quote Slay the Spire. I introduced you to that game.
Oh, we're
Atlas.
only in the second series as well. Oh,
there's
dear me,
another
dearie,
one after
dearie me.
this. Oh, I love challengers. I have to keep saying that a lot because otherwise the exhaustion gets you. You have to
really
keep
does.
the energy levels high. If you're wondering, chat, why we're losing our minds, it's because we're doing free best of threes, and that's just the start of the week.
Well, I mean, I think the main thing is that you're still jet lagged after coming back from the Netherlands. Roma
Okay,
is going
yeah,
to not
that's-
get stunned up or rooted by the Everfrost. He's absolutely fine. I got off a plane yesterday. I came from Australia. The time difference is 2 hours, so I'm not jet lagged at all. However, I had like an hour's sleep because I can't sleep on planes to save my life. So we're both a bit loopy. You could expect maybe a little bit more of a classy broadcast next week, but I wouldn't hold you back.
I wouldn't.
Ooh, okay. We're just going to pull him underneath the turret. Casting does, of course, have the needlework, so can now throw those out, get a bit of his health back. He's going to be absolutely fine. The last one going to connect there as well. Nicely done. Looks like Gwen handling herself very nicely here in this lane for the moment. Of course, Cassante going to be able to do Cassante things, but right now, Gwen things trumping it.
Oh, we're diving deep.
Yeah, here we go. Another Cyclone to come through here as Carfe able to get himself out of the way. That was an interesting do-si-do. He's still dead, but it was funny. At least his attempt to get out, going all the way around the bad guys.
This is the most just play safe bot lane thing I've ever seen. Like 3.5 people are diving them 2 turrets deep. Oh, we're
Yeah.
racing for first turret blood. I think it will be Lure.
Yeah.
Oh, that's Zeri. Zeri with a kill.
팀의 포탑이
So, okay, the good news for
Ooh.
Gen.G is that Carfe isn't down 50 CS this time.
He's also on a champion that scales.
True. There we go.
Oh man, yeah, they know. They know immediately. Yeah,
I
there's
really
not- there's
do
not a lot
kind
you
of
can
like
do.
Carfe's idea, though. The theory was fun.
Well, if there is no Ari there, you might actually live.
Yeah.
But Bromer is there. I know what Quid's position was on the map, but he was unfortunately not in a position to answer. So, favorable trade again to Hanwha Life. I do think the game is very different from Gen.G's last game because you have 3 of like the best scaling champions in the game. So you can rest pretty easily, but it is still the type of composition when falling too far behind, you have a lot of single target CC, and that's about it, right? Like you have lockdown, polymorph, and that's it. You have a lot of damage.
Yeah.
But if your opponent is much more fed, then it becomes a lot harder. Jeff is coming to the Rift in about 20 seconds, and expect Hanwha Life to pick that one up. For Gen.G, I don't even think you think about contesting it. You just let him have it. You got the first Drake. You have plenty of time. You don't necessarily need to take any risks here initially, at least.
Absolutely. Got some snips going on here from casting, trying to get away from these charms. And why? Oh, okay, never mind. Here we go. Cease and desist going to be at the ready. Gets on through. Q doesn't land, but the ulti, it can't miss. So he's going to be okay. Still, Spirit Rush going to be utilized. Roma gets himself out of the way. Flash had to come through as well. Now Hanwha Life going to head on over to Jeff.
Don't need to
Look
fight
to take
this.
him down.
Yeah. All good.
Oh, okay. Quid does have a quickness
they're looking.
available. That's a bit dangerous. Let's see whether they can grab anything here from the subsequent fight. Okay, Roma, pretty tanky. Actually manages to pull Quid away. Rooster taking a fair bit of damage on the backside. You can see the ult comes through from the Zeri. It's decent amounts to come through from Gen.G as well, but it's just not enough. Casting gonna get mown down. Can it be the triple here from Lua? They're getting very, very low. There's the grand entrance. Another one. There's the triple. There's the quadra. Is it going to be a penta? And it is! Penta kill for Lua in his first series of 2023.
And I gotta give credit to Hanwha Life. I know we like to joke about Zeri, but that was just a very well played out team fight. And I want to highlight, when we get into the replay, where it went wrong for Gen.G, because I think that fight is winnable if you make a couple of different decisions. Because with this ultimate, you have so much power. And Rooster messes up here, tries to pull the Siders over the wall, but Quid then goes into the choke point, forcing the rest of the team to respond. And crucially, Carfe is dealing with a tank Cassante. He's not there, and then at this point, obviously, no flash available, no summoners. The back and forth, more than enough, and that should just be the game. I know previous we were, kind of on the fence.
We've seen a bit of this.
There's opportunities for gameplay. Are we gonna coin a name for Cassante and are they like the skateboard duo or something? Because they both
Jet Set Radio?
Yeah, they both you know, slide
guess.
down walls.
Yeah, I think we can do that. I mean, it's a little bit more difficult to really nail it as the Cassante, but still does work in a very similar way, doesn't
I've
it?
seen it a bunch of times at this
Yeah,
point.
true. I do kind of like that. We're certifying that moment. I think Wolf is probably capable of getting the full sort of certification of the Zeri moment there.
I think most AD carries do that there. I don't think this is a certified Zeri moment.
Really?
Yeah.
I mean, he got a pentakill,
Yeah, I
and
know.
he was 1-0-0.
Yeah.
I think it's pretty certified. Only going to get himself out of the way. Another battle is going to break out here towards the top side, and by battle, I mean Quid's just dead. It's kind of how that one goes. We've got some split pushing going on. Outer turret for inner turret and mid laner. You're probably going to take that if you're Hanwha, especially if they're able to grab this inner as well. So really, it's dominoes falling over left, right, and center. Over the wall once again, like you were saying, Jet Set Radio future for Cassante here this time around. Roma looking to try and defend on casting, moving towards the inner turret there, towards the bottom side. But Hanwha, man, it is really starting to look good for them. 6,000 gold the lead, massively fed Zeri. Even got that last kill as well, so now 7-0-0. The backwards James Bond.
I'm loving this Doro and lower bot lane duo. I'm actually, the more we see of it, the more I'm like, this is working.
Yeah?
This is great. Lore obviously getting a lot of the highlights, but if you look back and go to those fights, Duro doing a lot of heavy lifting as well. And I'm here for it. Hanwha Life overall looking pretty good. You know, the issues they had in game number 1, up until 30 minutes, they were very, very even. It was made one big mistake then. After that, we've seen that Guan has kind of rained it down in terms of aggression. The rest of his team is emptied up, and it's been working out splendidly.
Ooh, now we've got the really difficult question. Well, we don't have it now because we're not supposed to. We can't count our chickens. They haven't hatched yet. But does the Zeri get the POG vote? That's
Yeah,
the
you
question.
get a pencil, you get the PG vote. Yeah, that's
Is that how that goes?
I think so, yeah. I would give it to Rakan. I think Doro has been
I think Duro's been fantastic. I
really
also think
good.
Roma has had a really good game on this Ari as well.
definitely true. Yeah, that's where it all started to go wrong.
Yeah, right.
But I'm voting for Zeri.
Yeah. Would you guys judge us if we were to vote for Zeri? I think. No, I just wanna see.
You can have an opinion.
All right.
That's
Well,
fine.
Gen.G is going to look for a stop on the Baron here, as everyone on Hanwha just wants to dive forward. Cafe immediately going to flash his way out, but not so lucky is the Vibe. Moonlight Vigil does a bit of damage, but it's just not enough. And look at this. Cassante picks up that kill, but there is so much damage flying through. Another double to come down. Make that a triple for the Zeri. Quid's running away and was able to pick up a Spirit Rush to try and help augment that, but I think this might just be the end of the game.
Yeah, that went from a fairly competitive game to a complete blowout. Early game, going the way of Hanwha Life, but it was definitely one that was still up in the air. Then with the pentakill, we knew it was over, and Gen.G says in traditional Challengers fashion, if it's over, let's make it a quick one. And they do.
They absolutely did so. 21 minutes and 48 seconds on the clock at the very end. Definitely pretty quick. As, yeah, I think Zeri moment number 2, that is going to give it, and especially after a great game 2 as well from Lua, I think that after it was him suffering at the hands of the Jin in game number 1, really turned that one around in back-to-back games. So great to see from this Hanwha Life roster that I wasn't necessarily expecting that much from. Honestly, I really didn't know how to call this particular matchup, given the Pays missing situation. After game 1, though, I was really feeling like Gen.G was starting to find their stride, but wasn't the case.
I do love those Gen.G jackets. It's such a sharp improvement over some of their previous jerseys, which we won't go into.
Oh dear.
What I really appreciate and what this matchup gave us was mostly a lot of back and forth. Game 2 was not, and this game I think was actually very close up until you see the hike there at like 70 minutes.
Yeah.
That's when the game was over. But up until that point, for Gen.G, I think there's a lot of lessons to be learned there. And with Challengers, much more so than with LCK, remember, these players are learning. And for Gen.G, there's a lot of lessons to be learned. They took a couple of big risks in the early game. None of them paid off. And Hanwha Life played out the game very nicely henceforth. I think both Roamer as well as Lure having a wonderful game. And this bot lane, Lure and Duro, is one that I'm going to keep looking for. I think that we saw in the first round that Jiwoo is definitely trying to make his mark there as well. I think had a couple of really clean games as well. And with pace, there's a really big power vacuum, and John being away as well has clearly kind of diminished the level of the bot lane that we've seen from DRX. So overall, I love the early games of Challengers because you have no idea what's going to happen.
Yeah.
You have no idea where things are going to go, and especially with how many new players we have in. Really excited to see.
Yeah, I think giving Zeri the POG is the last real thing on the docket here as far as this game, but sort of to zoom out just a little bit on what this sort of means, I really, and I know it's just one game, I don't want to overreact too much, but Hama Life, if they can keep up a performance like this for this particular squad, knowing who they have in the LCK at the moment, it could be a huge year for Hama Life Esports as far as turnaround is concerned, because, I mean, they were a bit of a, you know, riding the bottom of the pack a little bit in 2022, and now in 2023 they've invested a bit more in their main roster, and if they're able to find some success in Challenger as well, it really could help solidify in Hama Life's mind that it's important to invest in your talent.
That's the end goal, right?
I like it, because we know Hanwha is a gigantic insurance company, so
Yeah.
it'd be really, really cool if they could devote more. So Lura's going to pick it up. No surprises there. Able to do about 30% of his team's damage. It was him and Roma that were able to get a lot of that work done. And look, you get a pentakill, you then follow that up with a triple. A lot of the eggs were in the Zeri basket this game as far as late game damage was concerned. So really doing his job well. And hats off to Lua this game. He was fantastic.
Overall, very cool game here initially by Hanwha Life, and the big thing is we don't really know the relative power level of these teams as we go further and further into the split. To give you an idea, if I remember correctly, I think Gen.G last split came in 5th or 6th. They went out in the first round of playoffs because, well, the enemy targeted phase and then the team kind of fell apart. And that gives you kind of an idea. I think Hanwha Life last year struggled way more, had to replace Lukalux halfway through, I want to say the summer split, but somewhere throughout the year.
Yep.
Shuffled around the roster a lot, never really getting anything really done. So starting off here with a 2-1, sure, but game number 1 was definitely winnable up until the point where they made a bad call, lost the game, and then game number 2 and 3, actually, game 2 was already kind of a stomp, but this was a 20-minute game. So
Yeah.
overall, really, really dominant showing from Hama Life Esports, and a great way for them to start the split.
Yep, I think it's fantastic for Hanwha. I mean, looking over this Gen.G side, we can say a lot of, you know, oh, you should have done this and you should have done that and stuff like that. But this is Challenger, and I think that, like,
that's the point.
Celebrating Hama Life Esports in their victory here is exactly what we want to focus on, because Gen.G, they'll go to the drawing board and they'll try and fix what was happening. I liked the fact that they were making plays. That was definitely good. I liked the early roam from casting. It
Just didn't work.
It was a bit of a Hail Mary. It didn't work, but, you know, you throw the Hail Mary, you spin around on the spot for a little bit, and you pick yourself back up again. You know, that's what I reckon is the way to make that one happen. But we are, you know, unfortunately, we don't have a way to translate our interviews just yet.
We
don't
haven't
worry.
found a way to clone G-Sun yet.
Yeah, we haven't. And also, if there was a way for G-Sun to do it, we would tell her not to, because she works way too much.
And we care about her. We wanted to take it easy. We don't care about ourselves. That's why we're all working 6 days a week.
We also do way less than G-Sun, so
that's definitely true.
that is definitely the main reason. But if there is a way that we can get the interviews translated, we will 100% make sure that we can do that for you. But so far, not the case. And of course, we haven't really been doing this for quite some time. But ladies and gentlemen, we are going to go to a short break. When we get back, our final series of
25 minutes.
the evening. We'll see you there. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Challenger 2023 Spring. I'm Atlas, joined by Chronicler for the third best of 3 of the evening. If our minds explode, hopefully we just have a good time on the way. Thank you so much for watching so far, and very looking forward to this final best of 3.
I am a little worried after what was a very surprising first series and a very competitive second series. This is the one on paper that could not be further apart. In case of Nongshim, there were question marks. In case of Fred Brion, there's a little less because I think a large part of the roster is the same, and they're also playing against a team that we know is one of the best in challengers. Especially the top side of the map, I think could make the jump to LCK if they weren't playing behind Showmaker and Canyon, and you know that's a bit of a problem.
Honestly, the entirety of D plus
Kia in general is
looking pretty good.
So really rough matchup here for Brian. Now we've already seen today that upsets can happen, but last year when it was still Fred and Brian, we saw a lot of struggle. Really for the team where they ended up in dead last. Team overall didn't look that great. Obviously, main team also going through a pretty big transition, and I wonder what's going to be the case here for Bro. I think Damwon should be looking to come in, dunk on them, and peace out again. Damwon also getting some extra practice in over the off-season as they participated in a number of other tournaments, or some of their players at least. So really curious to see what they'll bring here today.
I also think the loss against Nongshim would have probably lit a bit of a fire underneath them as well, considering the fact that that was definitely an upset win in the final of Challenger towards the end of last year. I could imagine a bit of a chip on the shoulders of the players has potentially developed, so I would expect them to be playing as hard as possible here in this first game to try and at least get off on the right foot. That would be my expectation anyway. As Brion not necessarily considered the toppest of the echelons of competition here in Challenger at least.
We love them.
We do.
But
and I think now, given the fact that Fredit has left the team and they are just Brion, we need to convince someone to make a company called GigaChad so they can actually be GigaChad Brion. What do you reckon?
Good luck on that one.
I mean, it doesn't have to be just me. We could all do it together. And together we can achieve anything. Isn't that what they say?
I'm good, but you can try.
Okay, Peru doesn't think that we're going to be able to do that.
I don't know where you are going to find the actual... I'm treating this with the
Maybe
care.
It's already a company.
No, I'm treating this with the care and... and the attention it deserves. I don't see a feasible way where we can create a company named GigaChat, sponsor it, or like make it profitable to the point where we can sponsor an LCK team and then sponsor a team.
But they're just Brion, right? And so theoretically, we don't actually need to sponsor them with any money.
You do. Otherwise, they're not gonna say.
But what if they just understand that they'd be better?
I'm not going to say you can be a name sponsor for free. That's a bad business decision. I don't see it happening.
Damn it. Actually, maybe we could crowdfund it. Could find a way to crowdfund it for summer.
Good luck on that one. I want to sing the praises. I want to sing the praises of some of the players here on Dom.
Okay. Or on D+.
On D+ Kia.
It begins. It begins.
As in case you're tuning in for the first time, maybe you never caught the unofficial Chronicler co-stream on Twitch. Completely understandable, even though
sponsored by Soup.
It had one of the best commercials that I think
has ever been made.
In general, it really is advertisement magic. As wow, we're getting the fans.
The full Challenger fan signs as well is super dope, as well as buying Poolbay and Lucid merch.
Yeah.
And this is only a selection of the fans here at the arena as well. So really awesome to see, like super awesome to see. And actually, I think that that the one on the right also had it signed by all the players as well. That is Challenger dedication. Are you jealous? Are you feeling like someone's coming for your title?
Yeah. Well, I'm just there for the global side, right? I don't think any of the Challenger players know who I am.
I mean, that is true.
I dedicate my entire life to Challengers. But that's okay, as we have someone with a D+ Kia thing, and then instead they drew over it with Breon and Hearts.
Oh no!
Look at that. That's a true.
Whoa.
That's a Giga Chat move right there.
That is. That absolutely is. Wow, that's brutal though. Just going over to the D plus Kia table or whatever, and then just
To the
scrolling
stand.
over it with a different green. Oh god, that's.
Well,
Never thought I'd live to see the day.
They're not green anymore, right? They're not mint green, and that's gone now.
Yeah, I know, but at least it could have been. Imagine if it was like the old Damwon green.
And then they changed it with the Breon Forest green.
Oh man, brutal, absolutely brutal. However, let's get into it. Let's break down some of these players because we do have a big challenge on our hands. We hop into our final matchup of the evening, Breon versus D plus Kia. Two names that have changed, that are still close enough to the old names that we are quite confused. So, one of these players I definitely recognize because I loved Gaimin. I was a big fan of Gaimin.
It's Gamin, but feisty, loopy gaming. On
I know.
one team.
Where was the feisty loopy gaming gone? What are we going to do without them?
It's not a thing anymore, unfortunately. Loopy is actually now on Big Plus Kia, although I don't expect that he will change, or that he will play rather, playing there behind Bible. The main thing for the Breon roster is incorporating the new players. This, though...
I think I know where Loopy went.
Oh my, okay.
I think I know where Loopy went.
Well, now we know. Wow, he's playing. That's wild. That's really cool. Bible had that one Amumu game that everyone...
Yeah. I was a huge fan
everyone
about
remembered
Bible.
that one Amumu game. But outside of that, both within, I think, Challengers and within the overall LCK, the games that he played, he was fairly up and down. However, Loopy coming in is really interesting, really
I think he just knows. He just knows a bit more about the Breon ecosystem. And so he's coming in for those inside
sniping.
strats.
There you go, yeah.
He's like, come in, I'm coming for you.
That's what matters in Challenger.
Absolutely.
Yeah. It's the organizational knowledge so that you can find the... Okay.
Yeah,
well,
you can find their Achilles heel. He's already tapped in, you know? He already knows, understands the ins and outs of the Breon playstyle.
it's a new team.
No, the Breon Hive Mind.
But it's a new team.
Created by
They're
Breon.
not the same team, Atlas.
Gamin is still there, okay? You just wait and see. Loopy is going to know. He's going to know everything, and it's going to be a huge brain move by D plus Kia. Almost said it. All right, here we are into Champion Select for game number 1, or match number 1, if you're reading the top of the screen. Poppy to be the first ban. Also, the first time we've seen Poppy today out of the 5 games we've already witnessed. An interesting consideration there.
Reason is Lucid is insane. Lucid is really good. To me, the best jungler within Challengers by a large margin.
Breon seems to agree based on these bans.
Yeah. Well, this is a great choice. Lucid, to me, is the key to this team. Him, Poolbay, and Thanatos are very much the core of what makes this Top 1 roster. It actually, it harkens back, right? Like, that's the cool thing to me, to the days of Damwon.
Yeah.
Damwon, like, way back Damwon, like Nuguri, Nuclear, Showmaker Canyon, back when they were still just a Challengers team. Of course, complete structure has changed, but it's this top side that has played together for quite a while now, ever since Chasey left at the end of, I want to say the end of 2021. Don't know if it was spring or summer, as Maokai going to get taken away as well.
Whoa.
Chase still on the list, and this, for the first time, we're going to see the Lucian Nami come through. I know it's only Lucian locked in, but let's be honest. Yeah, it's Lucian Nami.
We'll see whether D plus Kia get a little bit baited by it, but it's probably not going to be the case. Thanatos could theoretically...
yes,
oh my
please.
God, is this happening? Is Lucid doing it?
Elise is in a... I think Elise is in a great spot at the moment. I don't know if you're... Oh my
God, they're doing it.
Wait.
If they had a locked Lise in as well, I would have been so excited. But Heimerdinger is still left available, Chronicler. So are we going to see Lucian Nami versus Ash Heimer? Is that how this is going to go?
That's what's happening. Yeah.
What kind of 4D chess are we witnessing here in this Challenger match?
Okay, I'm calling it now. Like Lucid on Elise, I'm there. I am very excited. This is a jungler that, in my opinion,
oh my God. We've just got archery training bottom lane. Okay, never mind.
Okay, here's the play.
I think it's a pick
On-
comp.
okay,
I think it's
hear
a
me
pick
out,
comp.
Hear me out. It's the easiest game plan that you could possibly have, right?
Uh-huh.
You have a range advantage.
Uh-huh.
Level 1. Take control of the wave. Slow stack 3 waves. Lucid rushes level 3. You dive bot. They come back to lane. Wave bounces. You slow push back. Dive bot again. And you keep diving bot. You have Elise. There's no counterplay. They're
Oh
gonna
my
die.
God.
Nami's just gonna
I love it.
be blown up continuously. Oh
And
my
so
God.
now-
I love Lucid on Elise. I'm really excited. I don't know if you can tell. I'm very excited about this.
I think you're pretty keen about this whole situation.
Oh, Renekton's banned. Aw, boo. Boo, bro. No, that's a really good move. That is definitely what you should do and what you want to do. Renekton Elise go without saying. Even though we've not seen that combo. If you're an all-time league
Yeah,
viewer,
we haven't seen it
you
since
know.
like
But
it
it's-
used to be the classic bread and butter,
It
very
used to
similar
be-
to like Nidalee Renekton,
I think
that
it was
sort of thing.
better Renekton Italy.
Yeah.
Basically, because
Because you could chain the CC way harder.
You chain CC, and Elise can dive on any wave generally because of that's a dumb one or a D+. There we go.
There we
Special
go.
as well. Poolway loves his Swain, has been picked up. I don't love picking it blind, but this is something that they've done in the past as well. Does mean that the value overall for Murkthreads goes up with both Swain and Elise. On the flip side, though, I do think that the Varus will be lethality, so in that way you'll benefit from the enemy itemizing more heavily towards them.
Yep, I like it. Nocturne being the consideration here is a highly interesting move. It's going to be locked in as well. So Doiv going to be fighting a bit of fire with fire here as far as the spicy picks are concerned. Polu, what's coming out here as far as our last pick of choice? Ivory's pick hasn't been locked away just yet, so that's likely going to be the consideration here. Of course, options into Swain relatively abound, but going for a very simple one in the Victor. Going to just try and clear the wave a bit faster than the Swain, lock him down under a turret, have a good time that way.
No, it seems to me like the no-brainer.
Yeah.
Not the most exciting pick, but I think rounds out the composition. We have seen that the Gnar versus Cassante matchup is at least neutral. Cassante has more impact in team fights, at least thus far. But I don't think you can go for an AP laner because that would really mean that you have triple AP topside, which is kind of a disaster.
Yep.
And overall, I think that you have 3 lanes where if you get an early lead, if your enemy misses a trade, if you can stack a big wave, you can dive. Top 1 is obviously the most precarious because you need both good setup and also diving Cassante is just no. But every other lane, like Lucid, expect him to path either towards mid or towards bot, and need to have a big impact there, because this is the kind of situation where if Lucid does nothing pre-level 6, and Doiv can just farm and be Nocturne post 6 and like counter gank everything that Lucid tries to do, game becomes a lot harder to play for D+Ski.
No, I 100% agree. I'm very much looking forward to seeing how this Nocturne is going to be used to mitigate the Elise, because in the 1v1, I kind of like Nocturne being able to spell shield cocoons and things like that.
If you don't get jumped.
Yeah, if you don't
literally
just get
because of Elise.
obliterated, yeah. I think dumb one, D+. I think D+ are going to be sending Lucid towards that bottom side a lot. Like you were saying, ganking Cassante is difficult. You've got double AP into the Victor who can itemize against it relatively comfortably. And then Varus Ashe, so much setup. So I think that if Brionne can make sure that they're protecting their bottom side, they should be having a better time. But here we are, hopping onto the Rift here for the first game of our final series of the night.
Where are my fan chants?
Yeah, I was waiting for them.
Yeah. Maybe one day.
If we just wait a little bit longer. No, it's all right. We've got the rock out music.
I love the little.
Yeah,
my
I was,
favorite
I was,
part.
I was going to say that, like, for all of those who are dedicated to Challenger, knowing exactly when to do the doot-doot-doot-doots,
That's how you know.
that's
real
how you
Challenger
know.
fan.
That's a real Challenger fan right there. So that's what
oh
we're
my
practicing, guys.
God, Lucid's got PTA Elise as well.
Oh my. Okay.
Oh, talk about a level 3 power spike. My God. The most interesting thing to me, barring the draft, which love it, I think the bot lane will be extremely oppressive. And I wish good luck to Gamin and Polu for that one, especially with Elise in the game. Is very important is that Loopy is playing, because Bible, LCK, he was okay, had like one really good game, but outside of that he was alright. You know? Nothing groundbreaking, and seeing Loopy actually play, I mean that Damokia wants to swap away from him. Maybe it's just a single game. Maybe they just want to give him an opportunity.
It could be that like Bible isn't feeling well or something
also
like that.
Also possible. Yeah, we're not really going to read into it.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. Unless they announce it, I guess we just we assume that
exactly.
There was a reason for the decision. We just don't know.
Yeah, and there is no promotion anymore. That's important to note. The rosters are integrated, so they're basically the same. Yeah, I don't think.
Yeah, don't walk up. I don't think walking up's a good move.
No, you can't.
Oh
really...
my god, they are just denying as hard as they can.
Can they deny XP on the top minion? Yeah, they did. Ooh.
Wow. This
bad.
is really
time.
rough. Really rough. Oh my, that
Double,
combo.
Oh yeah, it's double Halo Blades as well. So like the early game, the extra orders you can get in are they're not a good time.
Like we knew this was going to be bad, right? This isn't a surprise necessarily, but D plus Kia are playing it out very well. And of course, Rahel we already know is a great player. Sitting behind Def makes things hard for him to be able to play on the main roster. However, excited to see what he's going to be able to do here to continue promoting himself as Lucid, pathing level 3.
Okay, no
towards
dive
the bottom side of the map.
In on the first wave, so maybe they want to set up a bounce. Could also look for an invade.
Good ward.
Oh, Will got spotted here, but I think he sees oh yeah, he'll have the timeout on the ward as well, so he'll know that he's been spotted, and I think just going to assure that they can crash. I don't really think there's dive opportunity here. They might go for it nonetheless. This is Elise. This is what you pick the champion for. You're level 3.
Yeah.
Not a fat wave, but we're going to try regardless.
Yeah, going to throw out an auto. Let's see whether this Cocoon is going to land. The Volatile Sputtling comes on forward. There's the repel just to get them out of the way. Loopy is really far forward, taking a lot of turret shots as Polo's like, I just want to go back to my friend.
They're waiting out the E.
Yeah, there we go. Cocoon going to get cleansed there immediately. The flash forward. Lucid picks up first blood. The juggling is gorgeous. Oh man, why don't D plus Kia get 2 teams in the LCK?
There's a reason, Atlas, why I've been excited about this team, and this is why, right? Like, this is as good as it gets in challengers. This team had all but won when they were broken by the unbreakable mental of Dundon on his 0-7 Jax. Because these kids, they're like 17. They don't know what split pushing is, but that's not what we're getting into. The juggling here is beautiful, and what you see is because of Polu getting zoned out, they're just awaiting the Cocoon cooldown. Gamindo still has his cleanse available, so it feels relatively safe, but then yeah, the juggling here, making sure that Loopy tanks that one shot, because while the Cocoon was available, Repel wouldn't be yet, so you can't reset the aggro there. Venatos might be taking a little bit of damage, but with Nocturne early, honestly, you're just looking to get maximum farming done, and that has not been great. Maybe they've been trying to look, might have gotten a single Krug on the top side of the camp. I'm not 100% sure, because that's where he came from, and he hasn't really been able to build up a substantial CS lead. But the key thing is, this is what you need to...
He didn't get a single Krug, because now it's 2 CS, right?
Yeah.
So he would have been on a different number.
This is what you need to do on Elise, and sometimes we don't see Elises do anything for free levels. And Lucid, he's like, I told you, this is what's gonna happen.
Yep, and there are no summoners on this bottom side. And if it ain't broke, like, it's going to be easier this time. Like, this is insane. Cocoon is going to land. There it is. Repel comes up, and this is just so simple. Here for D plus Kia, it's beautifully orchestrated.
They're not letting him play the video game, Atlas.
Yeah. And they're here to play a video game, Chronicler. They should be playing a video game. That's their job. Oh and steals. Lucid. It's just so cruel. Yeah, I'm going to give this at least a D+, probably a higher rating. That's the first time and last time I'm going to do it.
Right? Yeah, get it out of our system in the challenger cast, so we don't.
This is third best of 3 of the night. Okay, I mean, I don't have much of a filter anyway, and so therefore we're just gonna get them out of the way. Yep.
And Obviously, there's a huge lead for Lucid as well, but the key thing to me is that one of the kills also went to Rahel, who, by the way, interesting, not going for the lethality Varus, actually going for the unhit Varus here.
Interesting.
Which I quite like. I do think that otherwise you might run into issues with consistent DPS later in the game if you do go for the lethality build. But like with the lead, you're able to build up this early. Good luck to Bro, because compositions don't really matter like at a certain point where the lead gets so big, and especially like this is Ashe Varus. This is obnoxious to play into when it's even.
Yeah. And also, I think looking at the Breon team composition as well, it's relatively short range. I feel like you'd be able to get a bunch of autos if you are playing the Varus in a teamfight scenario. And you rely on, you know, volleys flying forward and things like this in order to get fights
also
going.
Also have both Na and Swain as like...
that's a big front line.
They're your beefcake, right? They're standing in front of you. They're looking menacing, and you can just try and auto.
Stand in the demonic embrace and feel good, I guess, is how it goes. Lucid going to be tidying up this Rift Scuttler after taking the Drake. That first Wind Drake is going to be secured. Lava Drake coming up next as far as Drake number 2. Earth, Wind, and Fire on the table, potentially.
Could be a case.
Do like me some of that. A little bit early.
It's Earth, Wind, and Lava now.
I mean, it's Earth, Wind, and Fire when you're referencing...
no, not Swain 2!
It's the third time. That's the time that really breaks them. And this time, Doiv is towards that bottom side.
The first 2 times was also plenty of breaking.
Yeah, true.
This is a Bane scenario that we're looking at.
Yeah. Oh, nice.
Sidestep.
Yeah, really nice sidestep there from Rahel. Gets out of the way of the Aqua Prison. This time, Doiv is able to clean up the camp fast enough, so Lucid's not going to be able to steal it. Nice little fadeaway cocoon for no reason. And he's going to be backing now as well. So not a lot that good old Nocturne can do, and of course, there's just not a lot he can do pre-6 anyway. So just not a lot of good news here for Bro thus far. Thanatos chasing Frim down the lane here.
Imagine thinking there'll be action in top lane.
Yeah, not really going to happen.
Oh, and the big downside is that with the amount of attention that Lucid has paid and Doiv having to try and hover, he hit 6 just now, right? And that's not... Ideally with Nocturne, you want to hit a particularly early level 6, and his first ultimate now, I think, is basically going to be game deciding. If he doesn't find a good paranoia play to kind of get them back into the game, you don't really have any other avenues, right? Like, scaling on Lucianami, we've talked about this a lot during Worlds as well. I don't think it is just a bully lane anymore. It's like one of those lanes.
No, it's fantastic late game as well, yeah.
It's mid-game in particular is mine, but even in the late game, we've seen Ruler is a really good example of this, like hard carry Lucian in late game team fights. But they're not going to be in the game, so they don't matter. And then Victor is the same. Like, Victor isn't really the type of hard 1v9 champion. Victor went ahead. It's so oppressive. And when you're playing in a team comp like this, you have relatively limited CC, and you're playing against a monster-fed Elise that got one-tap you, and a Varus that is looking better and better. Like, this lane gank, it has to work.
Yeah.
And well, I think Damwon, look, they read it like you're getting Herald on top side, you have a lot of vision, nothing's happening there. Wave's already pushed in, you don't need to go anywhere.
Precisely. It's just not a lot of avenues back here for Breon. Shout out to Yundo as well, illustrating that with the slight little zoom in on the Elise as he was panning over Doiv as well. Very nicely done. We might need to double check pronunciation of Doiv. I know for me personally, it just sounds like I'm putting on an accent and saying dive. And he's playing Nocturne, which is messing with my brain completely. Anyway.
It's a toughie.
Yeah, it is a toughie. In the brain, good night, by the way. Hope you sleep well.
That's the level we're at.
That's
we're
the level we're at.
Personal good nights in Challenger chat.
Yeah.
It's the community.
No, exactly. That's what it is. We're all here together, and I
this
know
game
in different places around the world, we're covering a lot of different I should go to sleep type times. You know?
Maybe it's a nap. Maybe it's actual sleep. Oh God. They're zoning him off the wave again, Atlas.
Yeah, this is just not very nice. To Gamin's credit, only down 20 CS. Kind of thought that number might be higher.
It's not their fault either. Like,
no, absolutely.
This is a perfect example of playing out an aggressive draft well, right? Because how many times have we seen drafts like this and then the Elise does nothing for like the first 6 levels and like...
I used to have a career commentating that. for a long time. Because Elise was picked all the time, and not every jungler plays Elise the correct way. That amount of pick is just insane. The combination of R buttons between Ashe and Varus, not too bad. Arrow of Corruption, maybe we should call
Dove
it?
can't even farm, because he has to keep hovering bot side in case Elise dives.
Yeah.
So like he's just wasting a lot of time not having being able to have efficient farm paths because he just needs to be there. And then the moment they leave,
Yeah, it's just the inherent threat of Lucid possibly being there. And that's why, like, in this scenario, in this type of matchup in the jungle, Nocturne versus Elise, Nocturne should have twice the farm.
Yeah.
That's a bit of an exaggeration, but it should be something like
I'll
that
allow it.
because he is a massive farming jungler and Elise isn't. But with that inherent advantage, that is just giving Elise so much room to get through the jungle. And that is one of the massive advantages that D plus Kia have put together right now, and why the gold lead is approaching 4,000 when it's only 2 kills, right? But the bottom lane doesn't play the game anymore, and this gold lead is starting to get to ridiculous levels. For like 12 minutes, that's massive.
additionally, what I really like is that there is no good solution here for Dominic.
The arrow is going to connect. There is a cleanse available, and Paranoia is going to come through to try and deter them as too far forward is Lucid, but does manage to go up into the sky. Tidal Wave is decent, but not a lot of damage is being done. Rahel standing his ground, holds the flash for so long as into the backline goes Poolbay, says welcome to the first day of challenges, Breon. We're going to make it very difficult for you. Never Move has to get flashed. This team is a ridiculous team, Chronicler.
I know!
How did they lose the final last year?
Because they've never seen split pushing. It's not a concept that they know. They're too young.
Oh my
no
goodness.
one, like, this just... Yeah.
This is just beautiful to watch.
Well, what I love, let's look into this play first. You see the normal issue with a comp like this might be your long range engage because you don't have a traditional tank, right? But this is where all your advantages that you have paid off. Like Rahel has a shield bow already, right? Like these type of plays, like 2 people die. D plus Kia will win the play if they're not as far ahead as they are here. But 2-3 people might die, right? But instead, they get everything. Okay, we'll allow Lucid to have a lackluster Shelly. That's fine.
No, that's fine.
He doesn't need that. I don't even think we're gonna get a charge it, but like,
I think he's
cares?
certainly put the work in. And honestly, denying the Herald is... Oh, no, never mind. Like,
But-
Loopy roams up, Lucid's here, they get the charge anyway.
what I love is there is no good option for Bro, because you can't let bot lane bleed, which is what Dorf was trying to do. But even if you say, okay, let bot lane go, like, look at the other lanes. how are you gonna, like,
Yeah.
how are you can't kill Swain. Killing a Gnar is really, really hard as long as Thanatos plays respectful.
That's
And
last
the
played
most
as well.
mind-blowing thing about D plus Kia is that they were able to keep all the players on this team.
Yeah,
Like,
true.
they didn't lose anyone in off-season, and I think it's because they clearly recognize, like,
Also, this is a perfect game. They haven't lost a turret plate.
yeah. They're,
Oh
they're really good.
Yeah, they are.
It's
And I watched a few Damwon games last season as well, but I guess I didn't really sit down and consider just how good
it's
this
different
team
when
is.
you're experiencing it. Yeah.
Yeah, and also this is against Breon as well, not necessarily
Oh, yeah,
one of the
Breon
upper
is
echelon
definitely one of
teams,
the-
and
one of
you
the
do
weaker
look
teams.
good when you're playing against a team that is going to let you look good a little bit more.
Agreed.
But this is still a
It's-
phenomenal display of how to pilot this team composition, as well as just continually put the hooks in, right? It's great League of Legends.
It's not really fair to Bro to immediately be thrown against what I expect will be like the #1 team in the league, right? And thus far, living up to the expectation.
Yeah.
And besides the Elise, they're not really giving anything away either, right? Like, obviously this team comp is good, but like, who picks Elise, right? Elise,
Yeah.
I think, is in a great spot in terms, if you look at like win rate and like the
I
power.
actually
She
really like
benefited-
metas where Elise is in it.
Yeah, she benefited a lot, I think, from the jungle changes, like at the start of the preseason, right? Making it a lot better for single-target junglers like herself to reliably get through a lot of the camps. Pet helping out a lot in that regard. And like, this is This is a Mufasa game.
Oh,
I'm kind of expecting
God.
him to just randomly throw it at some point. Not the game, but like throw the perfect game. Just going in too deep. But
Yeah. I mean,
but
they're a
this
comp that
is-
kind of has to do a little bit of that, right?
This is but this game is. This is just beautiful. I love watching games like this. And again, in the spirit of challengers, if you're trash talking bro, you don't get it. If you're criticizing Brian, that's not the story here. That's
No.
not what's happening here. This is, to me, like some of the best gameplay that challengers has to offer in terms of mechanical execution, and it's wonderful to watch.
Yeah, and it's also it's not fair as well. Like Dove has only just joined this team. Raptor got called up to the main roster. Him and Umpty are up
Exactly.
there playing for Brion in the LCK. So there is like there could not be a taller hill to climb in Challenger
your
than
first
for,
game.
for Dove
First
right
game,
now.
Yeah.
Yeah. So definitely, I wouldn't be too critical this time around on the other side. However, you can just watch and admire how well this Challenger team is playing out this game. It's just beautiful. And I'm happy just to continue talking about that. The fact that we've got Lake Drake number 3 denies our Earth, Wind, and Fire, so that's the negatives that I really want to put out there, to be perfectly honest.
Lake Drake.
Yeah, dang it, Lake Drake.
You'll take it as Brion because it means that you don't have to play against either Jeff or what did we land on? Mecha Drake? Mecha Drake?
Yeah, Mecha Drake.
Mecha Drake?
I like Mecha Drake. And Jeff.
Yeah.
And we know Jeff today. Jeff's staying at home. Valdez be happy.
Yeah. I like Jeff. New Jeff. Old Jeff was not great.
Old Jeff was the worst.
Oh my god,
I think
this
what-
build is disgusting. Like just to really
Oh
hammer
God.
home to make
Oh, he
sure
did it.
that your enemy team is
And
like,
the arrow
oh,
hits. Vision of
Ah,
Empire
this is-
comes down. Dove,
Hey,
he may
You
have
know.
just baited himself. That flash. Oh my God, Thanatos, you monster. I feel like we're just
They're all
fans.
dead.
We're just
They're
fans now. I'm
all
not even
dead,
play-by-playing anymore. Oh, that teleport might just be teleporting
no
to
way
their
if they're not
death.
dead.
Okay, can we do
Wait.
some shenanigans? I don't think so. As into the sky goes Lucid, he pops down onto Dove. Decent spell shield there, but it doesn't really do too much. He flashes forward. Pulbay is the one that picks up the kill. Is now Ivory. Yeah, I'm sorry. You've just loaded into the wrong game of League of Legends, I think. Garmin is going to try and do what he can as Loopy might be the first death, and there it goes, the perfect game. Very unfortunate, just the one kill onto the support. His Vision of Empire not going to quite find Frim, but they still managed to get rid of Gamin, and Lucid is well and truly going to kill him. There it goes. Execution with the Spider Q. And yeah, it's all over but the crying. D plus Kia, just absolute masterclass this game.
like what do you even say? Like they're so far up, but this is the most exciting thing to me about Dom 1 or D plus rather is the mechanical execution, right? Like the fact that they're like, yeah, we're far ahead, we can do this. Flashing over the wave, and you shouldn't go for this play. You don't need to go for this play by any means. But I love that they do.
Oh,
right?
heck yeah.
It doesn't matter at all. Pull back. I got Radiant Virtue, guys. No problem. I got Stopwatch as well. Who needs a wave? There's no wave. They're just tanking.
Yeah, just hanging out underneath the turret. I mean, Lucid brings a little bit of a wave. The Spiderlings, there
true.
you go. There you go.
Yeah.
Locked it in. Definitely does not do anything to stop the fact that there's no minions under the turret. However, they are at least minions.
Oh my
to
god.
someone.
So, imagine this. You play your first game for D plus Kia. First game of the year in Challengers. And you're the only one without a bounty. Unbelievable.
Loopy,
Unacceptable.
I think Loopy is
Atlas.
actually, like, Loopy just wanted to give a kill over to his old teammate in Gamin. He was like, buddy, I mean, we got to throw you a bone. Yeah. Oh dear. Well, it's a little bit of a shame for Brion fans, but still, it is so beautiful to watch. Sometimes you got to sit back and admire the good League of Legends. And this is like an 11,000 gold lead at 20 minutes. This Baron should just be taken from D plus Kia, because also their turn from a Baron pit is unbelievable. So they want to start this so that Bro come over to them so that they can get another fight.
Yeah, the only things we should say about the game is just admire it.
Yeah.
This is beautiful. This
It is.
as good as it gets, I think, in League. Outside of like the really close back and forth.
Yeah.
This is it's a very different game. It's a game if you're a Brion player, you're very unhappy about. Well,
You are,
I mean,
but like I think
you-
in a
you
game
also,
like
what are
this,
you
it
gonna
doesn't
do?
do
You're
that
kinda gonna
much.
giggle,
Yeah, it
right?
doesn't do that much emotional damage though, right? Because this game was over when Lucid's first gank completely shut out the bottom lane. Because then like the Nami becomes fish food.
Yeah, the first,
come in, can't play the
one,
game.
Like, the first one, there's scenarios where you come, and after the second one, again.
Yeah.
This is done. But the main thing to me is that, and this is something we see T1, for example, do, is that even though the setup wasn't perfect,
All right, hoping that they maybe have an opportunity. That is going to be the stopwatch now down for Rahel, who flashes to get himself out of the way, does die in the end, but can they win the team fight? Poolbay is just monstrous in this game, but 2 kills have gone down, just doing some Xante things. But still, it is only Polo that is left up and available. Sorry, no, Gumin's still there as well, but not for too much longer. Maybe I was just, it was a bit of a spoiler situation. As there we go. That is going to be the 4th kill of the team fight as Lucid's going to take down the inhib.
It's so unceremonious. He's trying to walk out alive, and Fennis is just like, throws 2 autos. Doesn't even need to use a scale. Takes a jungle camp as well. It's just,
Yeah. Maybe Gnar is actually the best champion. Maybe I got it wrong.
I think Gnar is doing exactly what you want a Gnar to do, which is be neutral in lane, and then in team fights. I mean, he didn't need to have an impact, so I guess he's just kind of.
This Poolbay
just
build,
bad.
by the way, is just illegal. What is it, like 4th item, Demonic Embrace?
Maybe.
They just
yeah.
never die.
I actually personally don't mind it, knowing that you have an Elise going for full damage as well. So
Yeah.
like you stocking up on more magic damage kind of has diminishing returns, especially because you're rolling this team. You got plenty of damage. You don't also need to do anything. And as we see, within challengers, Poolbay and Bulldog were they were the Swain players. When Ari was really meta within the context of challengers, Swain came forward as like one of the biggest counter picks.
Yep.
And both Poolbay and Bulldog, they just knew the champion so well in terms of like the limits, because Swain is one of those champions where you need to all in, right? You can't just sit and fish.
Yeah.
There's times where you need to pull the trigger, and they do it better than anyone else. And,
Well, apart from the other guy that's on D+ Kia. Because I remember Showmaker playing Swain and hitting 7 never moves in a row.
Okay, well, comparing to up-and-coming challenger players to a mid laner that has been one of the top 4 mid laners is a world champion. Okay, sure, Atlas. He's good. You know what? I'll take that comparison. That's a win in and of itself.
But like, I think that we're seeing it a little bit from a lot of these players, is that a lot of the strengths and specialities coming through from the LCK roster does filter down a little bit towards the challenger roster. As this arrow is going to connect, we'll see whether paranoia is going to be enough to deter this team fight. I don't think it's going to be, as the tidal wave gets so much value. To be perfectly honest, Poolbay now wants to get over that wall if he can. That never moved, just incredible. As Dove is well and truly dead. Lucid might die as he flashes out of a canceling Chaos Storm, but no, he's going to be absolutely fine. That wallop was ridiculous. Made absolutely no sense. That hitbox.
There.
I would pause the game right now because I think that looked like it was completely out of range. Super amazing stuff. That's going to be the clean ace here for D+ Kia, and we're going to go to a game number 2 pretty quickly as it's 24 minutes in game number 1.
I took the liberty of
yeah,
voting.
please. I was going to write it down after the second gank, but I think that was pretty obvious. They are going to be able to just, blow up the Nami as she was spawning, and that is going to be a dead Nexus. Just a masterclass. Gorgeous League of Legends out of D+ Kia. And I kind of want sister teams to come back to the LCK if they're going to continue playing like that. DRX won, by the way.
I don't know about that.
Congrats,
one.
guys. I
we
mean,
had the
they
right
did
one
it.
initially.
Yeah.
Oh, that's okay. There we go.
Hey, what?
Hey, that's Gen.G Global Academy.
We're cycling through. We're giving some wins to the teams that didn't pick up any wins.
They had
That's
a toughie
fine.
today. We're doing some mental support.
Yeah, we are.
The funniest
Look at
part
how
about this
linear
game,
that is.
The funniest part about this game is look who did the most damage in the game.
It's the guy that's up there wailing on Cassante all game, I guess.
Incredible. It goes for a complete masterclass
Yeah.
by Damwon Kia. This is a type of draft that has a very specific win condition, which is dive on early waves, either mid or bot. It was bot. They played it out flawlessly, both in terms of execution. you know, you can like nitpick and say maybe they wanted a couple more extra minions. Like, it doesn't matter. They had a very clear game plan, executed it perfectly, both in terms of macro execution as well as in terms of micro. Micro in particular, like some of the hard moments, Thanatos finding some key moments on his null. Lucid goes without saying. Exceptional game from D plus Kia. For Bro, what you gonna do?
No, I think this is one you just sweep away. You don't even do any like VOD review. You're just talking about what you want to take into the draft next time around. And I think, you know, we've been seeing a lot of Ashe and Varus bans all over the world, honestly, the beginning of this year. So maybe that's an area to attack. I don't know whether you necessarily need to target ban Elise. But also a side selection switch up could certainly add to Bro's chances as well. So possibility to head towards the red side that's been the most popular choice in game number 2 could certainly be an option there.
And
there it is, the most obvious POG
he
ever.
is. If this kid wasn't playing behind Canyon, he would have been called up.
I know, it's
like
so sad, isn't it? Like,
I mean,
Lucid and Pool Bay sitting behind Canyon and Showmaker, it's so not fair.
no, for D plus Q, this is great because if you ever do lose Showmaker and Canyon,
Yeah,
you got round 2 coming right up.
I mean, I'd be nervous though, like, especially like if you think about if Canna has a season that isn't as good, or something like that, Thanatos could just be playing for D plus Kia, like straight up.
No,
with
I
the
agree.
new rules, with the amount of switching that can happen. That's why I think that like this year especially for starting a Challenger broadcast is so important, because we might just see these players next week, right? In the LCK, it could just happen. It's probably not going to, but we could. It's really, really cool. But ladies and gentlemen, we are going to go to a short break. When we get back, game number 2 of the D plus Kia highlight reel.
파란 팀의 포탑이 파괴되었습니다. 팀의 포탑이 파괴되었습니다. 파란 팀의 포탑이 파괴되었습니다. 파란 팀의 포탑이 파괴되었습니다.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Challenger 2023 Spring. I'm Atlas. This is Chronicler, and it is time for game number 2 between Brion and D plus Kia. D plus Kia absolutely destroyed Brion in game 1, and we'll see whether they can come back with a little bit more gameplay availability in game number 2, because I don't think very much of it was based on Brion and what they did, more about what D plus Kia did and how much that really ruined the day of Brion.
What I'm worried about is that you can, say, ban Elise, and then you're banning Elise, which you're not going to feel great about.
Yeah.
But you also can't not ban Elise, because they'll probably just do the same thing. Because with any prior lane that they can find, right? If you don't ban Elise and they end up getting a Karma, you're going to run into very similar issues. And unfortunately for Brion, I don't see any short-term fixes to what just happened. Because I think that mechanically and overall, in terms of experience and cohesion as a team, D plus Kia is so far ahead of the curve, not just of Brion, for the record. Expect them to be one of the best teams, if not the best in Challenger regardless. But like, how do you deal with that if you're a team that has played like for a couple of weeks probably together? It's really, really rough.
Yeah, we'll have to see. And I think that with a bit of a side selection change, that might be an opportunity there. Get yourself a little bit of a more comfortable drafting position. We'll see what Brion have actually selected. They are going to be hopping over to the red side. Surprise, surprise. So not going to have the opportunity to, counterpick the Lucian like D plus Kia did so beautifully in the first game. But I'm still not entirely sure whether it's going to change the outcome of this particular series.
I want to say that I believe, and if this was the LCK, I would, but it's Challenger, so we can be a little bit more honest with you guys. Good luck to Brion is all I have to say.
Not that we aren't honest when we're on the LCK broadcast.
I think in the LCK broadcast, we err more often on the side of let's try and make it entertaining, make sure that there is a semblance. And you got to understand, I'm referring not necessarily just to LCK, but also to how I streamed it last year, where the words "it's over" were said a lot.
Yeah.
Like they were very often uttered in any Challenger games. Often wrong, I might add. Often it was in fact not over. And they found ways. In this case, though, draft is going to give us hopefully a bit of a better picture, but you could do the same thing that we just saw with, say, a Rek'Sai, for example. Or and I don't think Rek'Sai is in a great spot. I think Elise actually is quite strong as a jungler, in that she has a decent win rate in solo queue right now as well. I don't think that for competitive, often she will be on the forefront because she does require exactly the type of games that we just saw.
Yeah. Looking forward to seeing what Brion want to do. And I want to see the adaptations in the draft. We're going to be getting there very, very soon. In fact, right now. As we can see,
do you ban
blue
Elise?
side for D plus Kia.
That's my big question. Do you do it?
Well, last time they banned Poppy Sejuani, remember? So
yeah, those are. I mean, Lucid and Poppy probably does the same thing. That's the thing I'm really worried about. But we'll see. For Dumor or for D plus Kia, that is going to take a while. There really is not a lot they have to do. They can just sit back, watch. Oh, there it is. Yep.
Sometimes you gotta do it.
You gotta, yeah. I think otherwise, this will happen.
Yeah, well, the Maokai going to be taken away from Dove as D plus Kia. Let's see what the plan is this time around. They're going to have the first option. They're going to ban away their own Elise that, of course, Loopy played very, very well in game number 1. Means that we are going to see a very different bottom lane this time around. Of course, half of both sides have been removed.
Okay, you don't be one Poppy. There's just no way. So, assumption, Cassante?
Oh, Wukong, I guess.
Okay.
Huh. Sometimes you just want a Wukong.
Why is one of Lucid's iconic picks? Don't pick Varus. Don't pick like 2 stationary picks. If you go like Varus Heimer, I guess is the idea here. But into Wukong.
Yeah, that...
Varus specifically, I think Heimer is fine. Heimer actually deals with Wukong relatively well, being able to both keep on the lookout for him, and also if he does dive in, you do have a lot of upfront bursts.
Yeah, I like that a lot.
Ugh.
Rahel and Loopy going to have a plan for this, though, because that's looking like a very scary lane.
It's Zeri Lulu.
Is it just Zeri Lulu?
I think it's just Zeri Lulu. I don't think they can.
Wow.
This is the alternative approach, which is we're just going to team fight. Which, you know, I like Lulu Wukong a lot. I think it's a combo that can be very obnoxious to play into. Zeri Lulu obviously going to be a neutralizing lane, not really going to have a big impact. Fi, good as a counter into specifically the Wukong and into the Zeri. So thus far, at least the draft looks infinitely better for Brion here.
Yeah, remember last time at this stage of the draft, we're like, oh, D+Q, we know exactly what you're doing. You're killing the bottom lane at level 3, and that's what happened. This time around, it's more like, D+Q, you want to get to later in the game, and you want to win these team fights, and Brion have a beautiful answer to that in the Vi. Cease and desist, pretty good at denying Zeri. As we are seeing a couple of bans here, the Jace is going to be taken away as well as the Renekton. Bit of a top side focus. Cassante still hasn't seen a ban just yet, and banning Renekton instead of Cassante is an interesting choice. Seems like Thanatos has some plans into it, as of course played the Nard a pretty great effect in game number 1.
Are you handshaking? It's just nah, Cassante again. Both seems to be like, yeah, that's fine. Yeah, that to me says we don't want to play Gwen into it. I do think the Gwen actually worked quite well, even though
I think
Gen.G was
a good pick into
unable
it.
to do that much in the game that Gen.G Global Academy played. It was, I think, in terms of individual pick, still fine.
Yeah,
Seemed
I thought
like,
casting actually played well in lane. It's just things didn't go well outside.
No, the game
of it.
was a disaster. Yeah, but specifically that was quite nice. Yeah, we're just going to give over to Cassante here,
Yeah, looks like it's going to be Cassante.
obviously.
And then, of course, D+Kia go towards... Oh my god, if this is Victor Nah, it is the most boring draft.
Poolbay could go for it. It's definitely Nar. I don't know about the Victor. Might just go for Swain again.
Could do that. I like Swain's area especially. Oh, or just play Karma.
Oh my god. I love that as well.
All right, Rahel, you're carrying. See you on the other side.
Yeah, this is a Rahel 1v9 type of call. Although, if Lucid gets the lead, which after last game, I'm not feeling too bad about.
Yeah.
This is a very non-interactive draft from D+Kia in terms of you shove waves, you're really hard to punish in any way, and then you team fight around Zeri.
Yep.
Once she is chilling by, I don't know, 2-3 items.
Well, it's going to be hard to play out the laning phase, I reckon, for D+Kia this time around on the bottom side of the map. I think that Varisheimer have so much power and control in that lane. We'll just have to see whether the nameplates are going to come into effect in that regard, or whether there's just a stray monkey that decides to ruin their day.
Could be the case. Post 6, we have seen Vi be pretty successful in locking down Wukongs, of course being able to follow even past a clone. And I think level 3 might have a window. We've seen a lot of Wukongs do this when the champion is quite strong, try and go for an early invade, get a lead that way, because if Vi does fall behind substantially, then the game becomes not very fun for her to play. And the pick potential of Brion, amazing. One downside is, when it comes to actual engage, they're in a little bit of an awkward spot, so if they lose control of the map, they can't either threaten picks or poke. Their composition kind of falls apart. And for D+Kia, somewhat similar. They're more looking for flanks than for picks, because if either Lucid or Thanatos find their way into the enemy backline, it'll be a toughie.
It certainly will.
Brion to play out.
Well, we'll see how it goes here as, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for potentially the final game of the evening, or the first game in Brion's run to claim their first victory of Challenger 2023. That could be the way. That could be what we're staring down the barrel of. But first, we need to rock out to super cool music and have a look at Summoner's Rift from really high up in the air, Chronicler. That's what we have to do.
I want to give us a task. When the cool breakdown comes, I want everyone to spam doo-doo in chat.
Yeah, we need some doo-doos in chat.
We need some doo-doos. You know, you can do some dancing emotes. Get ready.
Here we go. Oh, we missed it!
No,
Oh, That is, oh man, I was there. I had my hand in the air. I was ready.
I was getting ready to headbang.
Oh, it was right there.
It was coming.
Oh man,
it was
now I have to
about
wait
happen.
until tomorrow, perhaps. Like, we need Breon to win this so that we can get the payoff.
And then not have a level 1 invade happen, I guess. Maybe that was what set it off.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe we just started the song from a different point. I don't know. Either way,
I'm
very
sad. I was looking forward to having everyone, you know, come together and make some imaginary noise in the chat. That would have been great.
I know. A little bit of a disastrous start to this game, but we'll see whether these teams can pull it back. Already, Poolbay is being calmer, which is annoying, to say the least.
Virtue as well.
Yeah, is he going to do it twice in a row? He's just a virtuous gamer.
He would.
Well, almost able to get the shield in time was Loopy. That's okay. See how Rahel and Loopy are going to be able to play out a far more gentleman's bottom lane type situation on their side. Of course, Gamin and Polu have an opportunity to be pretty obnoxious. We'll see whether they can actually manage to do so. As Frim, Thanatos, both of them very familiar with this lane setup after playing it for quite some time in the last game.
We call this farming damage for Thanatos, and yeah, Frim's just chilling. There's not a lot happening. Due to the leash that was given by Sidestep,
Yeah.
Thanatos is going to have a slightly later level 2. So Frim going to have a little bit of control of the wave as... Oh, Karma.
Yeah.
You are definitely a champion. That
Taking the
went
Fox
good.
for a walk. That's what he's doing. Well, hopefully we just don't spend too much time looking at
don't
mid
really
lane,
need
you know?
They're perfectly fine. When I lived in London, they were actually on the streets everywhere. It's kind of a baffling sight to see.
Foxes?
Yeah.
Really? Wow.
They just live there. They just walk around. You know, they're just amongst us, just minding their. I mean, they mind their own business in regards to me. I don't know if you have like chickens or something, then you might be in trouble.
Well, like, I mean, foxes are an absolute massive pest in Australia. They kill all the native wildlife. They're actually, you know, hellspawn.
Yeah, you guys have a lot of trouble with that, don't you?
Yeah.
That's why you guys are very understandably protective of all the specific flora and fauna you guys have.
Yeah, and we also ruined the lives of a lot of New Zealanders as well, because I think we accidentally introduced Australian possums into New Zealand or something.
But I can imagine that did not go over well.
I think that's what I don't actually know the full history, but I'm pretty sure there was a bit of a mishap with a boat and a possum. A whole bunch of possums got to New Zealand, and it was bad news. But I might be entirely wrong. Don't know whether there's any Australians up. It's getting pretty late, but it's not too late. If you're in chat, let us know. Anyway, Ivory's going to take a bit of damage here. Manages to walk it out. Of course, Poolbay being very frustrating on this Karma is
Payback?
okay. Yeah, Doive looking for his opportunity. Is he going to Doive? I don't think so.
You don't have the accent to do that. You can't. It needs to be like very very deep cut in terms of British accent to really nail that.
Hume has confirmed that apparently I was correct with the fact that bit of some invasive species issues. I know they had a lot of land birds, like the kiwi, for example. The national
Kiwi,
mascot
ostriches,
on the ground.
Emus.
Emus
love emus.
They're Australian. They're also big enough not to worry about a fox. They could just boot a fox in the head, I think.
Poolbay dead?
Poolbay is in a heck of a lot of trouble. He's going to get charmed back. The flash was decent, but not enough. And in fact, probably shouldn't have been invested there. That is going to be first blood going over to Ivory. This is fantastic for Breon.
Really nice start to the game. I'm going to be very happy about that. Able to go get the summoner, which you're Karma, and you're playing into Vi Ahri. It won't be fun. Post 6, you will have a terrible time. Fortunately for Poolbay, the moment that Doive showed mid, we see Thanatos immediately benefiting from it and being able to get a lot of damage down. And yeah, for Poolbay, gets taken down. He's hovering towards the side of the map where his own jungler is, but Doive able to dodge any vision. And yeah, once that Q hit, you are most certainly dead. And without the flash especially, As soon as Doiv has 6, even with Flash, you're probably dead. But now you really can't do anything because otherwise, you know, if you're not too far up the lane, then you can flash under to safety underneath your turret, but you can't. So
Yeah.
if you're underneath your own turret, something is definitely going wrong here.
Yep, but also Pulbay doesn't really need to care that much as long
No,
as he
he's not
can
relevant.
put a shield on Rahel at some point towards the later stages of the game. He's doing his job. That's basically how that one goes. However, if Ivory gets super fed off the back of this, that's when things become a problem. As now, Frim was looking for his opportunity. Flickback not going to connect there. And so Thanatos will live. Flash not invested, but Ghost was thrown out there from Frim. So you can see getting a bit feisty there towards the top side, but now missing a summoner spell.
The setup is very different from the Monkey. I do want to highlight that as Jeff has joined the Rift. Might be a goal for either of the two teams here.
Yeah, welcome, Jeff.
Where, as you pointed out, this is a type of combo. If Rahel falls behind, if he falls behind the curve significantly, you don't really do anything. Like, your comp just doesn't provide that much. You maybe can win early on off of Lucid damage or if he gets fed, but that doesn't seem to be a very likely occurrence. And you can see the difference in the way Damwon plays, or D+ rather, plays as well. Playing towards farming. I think they're looking for first item spikes at the very least. And then if they see a good opportunity, I'm sure they'll pull the trigger once the ultimates are available. But now maybe just try and sneak an objective left and right. I'm not sure if Lucid is going to get spotted here on that ward. Didn't see any pings, so I'm pretty sure he made it out. And he knows as well that the Brion was in the bot side of the map. Picking up Jeff.
Yeah.
As,
Next one's going to be
they're coming
Earth.
up.
I love that. Bit of Kwame. Did you watch Captain Planet in the Netherlands?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
I'm pretty sure Kwame was the Earth guy in Captain Planet. I reckon Twitch chat could probably confirm that one.
I mean, I believe you,
All right.
but I'm not familiar, is all I'm saying.
All right. Well, look, well, hopefully we get some
You
confirmation.
can lie to me. I don't think this will be a particularly high-octane game for the foreseeable future.
Yeah, it is definitely slowing down. I feel like it's because D+ Kia didn't want to do stuff in the early game, and they're not. Like, all right. Fair enough.
That's not the game you want in your second game of a third best of 3 on the day.
Yeah.
Game 1 was a lot better in that regard. We could just sit there and go, oh,
Yeah, just like you
was
just get
amazing.
really excited about the things happening on the screen and stuff like that. So far this game though, Brion do have themselves a slight advantage. 600 gold, nothing to scoff at. They also have the Drake as well, and they're looking to pick up
Yeah.
Shelly. This is good news. Rahel, if he gets some plates though, might even be happy about the whole situation, as Gamin's going to make his way back down towards that bottom lane. And Frim looking to come on over and is going to be able to at least spot what's going on, but they get the cry anyway. That is going to be Harold falling as well. Sorry, Shelly falling as well. My original name for Rift Herald when she first entered the Rift was Harold.
Harold the Herald.
Yeah, Harold the Herald.
When did we swap to
Shelly was
Shelly.
it was just another one, and I think we just decided that we liked Shelly better.
Makes
we
sense.
did a vote, I believe, many years ago.
many a year ago? We've added a lot to the league lexicon. I feel. I say we. I don't think I have necessarily, but the LCK as an institution has
As an
added
institution,
a lot.
I
As
would
an
say so too.
institution, yeah.
We add to the syllabus quite often.
Much, yeah, definitely very aggressively. I would add. If that's good or bad, you know, depends on who you ask.
Yep.
Personally, I'm a big fan. That's why I ended up here. Yeah, you know, if I'm like,
Surprise,
what are
surprise.
these clowns doing? I wouldn't have applied, would I?
Yeah. No, if you had have known, I think you probably would have rethought your decision, but that's fine. Thanatos going to find a wallop and a Gnar into the wall here. You can see we're sort of running out of stuff to fill with at this point in time because D+ Kia are just trying to slow this game down as much as humanly possible. They're doing a very good job of it because, as you can see, we're back to dead even despite that first blood going towards the mid lane. Pulbay having a very good time farming. Doiv going to look for something here onto Loopy, who is somewhat caught out, but just says Skippy really loud and is going to be able to get himself to relative safety. Polo's going to come on over, misses the grenade though, the most difficult skill shot to land in my opinion. There we go, ult underneath the turret. Can the dive work out? But the wild growth is going to be there, and Rahel, absolutely fine. They're not going to be able to find this one whatsoever. The juggling doesn't quite work out for Gum in there towards the end. However, they do survive. A lot of howevers, and it's going to mean that Bro unable to augment their kill score at all. And D+ Kia walk away just fine. That charm was beautiful from Ivory. And Spirit Rush is going to mean that, oh, never mind. Okay, karma things happening as he just flashes and picks up the kill. What is this? Oh, Karma Gaming.
I didn't even know Karma had that much skill expression, Atlas.
I don't know whether
That's
she
a
even did
first.
that. Oh, no. Man, as soon as that charm hit and Ivory did all of that upfront damage, I was like, oh, we got this. But then you just take the Ari for a walk, I guess. Was it a Mantra W that managed to
Yeah, Mantra W gives you,
there it is.
the lower it is, the more health it gives you, so a lot of health there, and then this, I gotta say, this flash from Coolbay, I appreciate. I don't even know it's necessary. I think the cooldown was still up.
I think he saw the start of the Q animation or one of the animations, and
he's like,
and then flash
I'm
Q
not taking
to
any
make
risks.
sure. Yeah.
Fortunately, it is Radiant Virtue, so that kill doesn't really matter. Shocking turn of events. But that has also taken away the one angle, and even though it's not in the most entertaining way, while all of this has been happening, D+ Kia have actually clawed back their way into a lead this game, right?
Yeah.
Like, neutralizing play on bot side, dive was failed. As a result, Lucid is able to get a little bit of a farm lead. Now Brion will probably claw it back after getting some blades here for free. But overall, this is not the lead you're looking for.
No.
If you're Brion, right? Like it started off very well, but then it very rapidly kind of started showcasing the inertia that many a person might wrongly, I might add, associate with the LCK. Yeah, but it's definitely
it's
definitely here.
Yeah, no, we are slowing down somewhat. I feel like it's also going along with our brains quite effectively because my brain is like virtually stopping working.
Yeah, I know. I've mixed up champions a bunch of times already. I think you called HLEs at some point.
Did I really? That sounds like something I'd do.
I'm not into customs, Atlas. I'm not in the best of spots. I'm not.
How's the greenhouse?
So if on one end of the curve you have Kobe at MSI jet lag, and on the other hand you have normal person, I'm like right in the middle. That's where I'm at right now.
Well, Kobe at MSI was definitely a lot of straight up Kobe. That is very, very true.
It's very pure,
indeed,
unadulterated Kobe.
I would never say too much though, because it was glorious.
No, it can't be.
It's some of the best content ever.
No, impossible.
But yeah, I'm kind of feeling it with you. I haven't had quite enough sleep to get me back on form. However, we will be back with far more of probably exactly the same result next time we're casting on a Monday. Next time around, though, it will be Valdez and Wolf that have the Monday shift, so it'll be their turn to lose their minds, and we'll be on the Tuesday shift next week. Pretty sure, but who knows?
The cool thing about Challenger is that, especially as we get deeper into the split, you'll lose your mind no matter what. It doesn't matter if it's the first series or the second. I remember some best of ones that made me question a lot of the things that I thought I believed in. As slowly you can sense that we're encroaching on like late night radio host territory.
Yeah, it is feeling a little bit like that.
I don't mind, you know, see what the...
Do you want to just lower the... We could lower the tone a little bit and just go into like... And so we've got some ARAM occurring in the mid lane.
Shooting over the wall here, but nothing too invigorating.
We could potentially take some calls from the audience as well, so make sure you text in on Twitch chat, and we could get back to you with any advice that you might have about your life, unless something happens in this video game, in which case we'll go ahead and commentate
we'll
that.
spring right into action, but until then, we are just enjoying the smooth sounds of minions getting taken down by champions one after another.
Indeed, Rahel just stacking up that cash money over and over again. Currently sitting on a 20 CS advantage over his opposition. That's what we want to see. Charm is going to go wide there. as Pulbay has the ability to speed up Loopy, who also has the ability to speed up themselves.
Got a little bit too close to action there. Was a wee bit scared, but everything's nice.
Yeah,
Back and calm again.
it's calming down one more time. In fact, Denunciator,
The
yes,
K-
someone
the
said
KRM
jet lag.
continues. It's wonderful. I'm loving it.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing is happening.
It's not. There is a Scrya's Bloom
Ward's
gazing
gonna go down.
beautifully,
We'll get taken.
wistfully over the river.
Possibly an inkling of a fight.
Ooh, at least a Rift Herald, the second of the game, is going to be taken down
I
to
don't
very
think you
low
want to do this,
health.
Brian. I think you just let it go.
Do
You know,
it. Was considering
look deep into yourself and know that it's better to let these things go. Beautiful.
They're going to wait it
So
out.
in control of their own emotions. That's admirable.
It's beautiful. Come in, also getting a bit of damage done there, as you can see some poke coming out. I really
Indeed.
did say words a little bit too quickly there.
Can't help
Don't
that,
really,
Atlas.
I don't really want to, I don't want to break it.
Don't want to break the spell.
Definitely don't. So if there is any, no one's said anything.
At what point
Ooh.
are we faking calls?
No, we're not faking them.
We're not fake. I mean, I'd be down.
We're not faking them at all. In fact, Puru is our first caller.
We can do.
They ask, when will casters dance on stream? Chronicler, could you answer this one for us?
Thank you very much. I will not comment. I think dance is something that should happen organically. When you're in the right state of mind, and forcing people to dance is a little bit crude, and
What if the
perhaps
person-
more so to try and
What if the
Make fun
person
of someone.
promised to dance?
that would be me. I still owe the people an anime dance, and I would much appreciate you if you didn't remind them, because I swear every time I think I'm getting away with it, because I really don't want to. But I feel like now that I've mentioned it again, the possibility is out into the world yet again.
Well, I am feeling very good about the fact that I did reinstate in people's minds that you owe us an anime dance.
Yeah.
And I believe also that Puru knew exactly what they were asking. As in we go, we've got a bit of a fight. Cyclone comes down, Chains of Corruption in answer, really nicely. But there is still a Wild Growth that's going to be available.
Taco
The defensive
coming in.
cooldown's very, very high. Doiv is just going to go down. No ceasing and desisting for D plus Kia this time. And that is going to be a couple of kills, or at least one kill.
Just one
kill. I thought
It's
there was
just
so much
one
action.
kill, Atlas.
There was so much action compared to the
It's
rest of the
just
game,
one
Chronicler.
kill.
So much action.
Oh, let's go. We got him.
Hey, look, Shirley also dived towards the turret, as you could see. Man, I got a little bit scared because we raised our voices so high. I'm like, are we going to wake the neighbors? And then I realized we're in a studio, and I'm not at home.
Soundproof studio. It's giving me flashbacks to Worlds 2021 when I had a mattress up against my wall to make sure I didn't wake my
Yeah,
neighbors, and I
yeah.
had to do my Gen.G rants because I was really mad at them, and I couldn't actually raise my voice because I was afraid that they were gonna like bang the walls or call the police.
Oh, no. That would have added to the entertainment value. Let's have a look at this one more time.
As a lot of damage coming down here, and it looks like a good target because of the mini Gnar, but unfortunately the Lulu ult keeps him alive for a really long time. A bit of an unfortunate cleanse there from Rahel, because Doiv doesn't care if he actually would have gotten the ulti off. Unfortunately for Doiv, he was focused down the moment that the targeting recticle of the ultimate started, and as a result, teleport from Frim not really getting anything done, and overall, in true Challengers fashion, it's day one, and we're losing our minds.
Yeah, massively.
perfect.
You also said recticle, which I think is absolutely hilarious. I don't know why.
Isn't
It's
that-
not
that's-
a real word.
Is it not?
No, reticle. It's just
Oh.
reticle.
Okay, well,
but
apologies for
recticle
that.
is, oh, it's brilliant. Anyway, Thanatos is going to hop over the wall, quite literally, because that's the name of the ability. Wild Growth not going to save him this time, as that is Piercing Arrow from Gumin. So, even like all things should, as Ivory dives for it, it's a really nice charm, but no follow-up onto Rahel there, unfortunately. Cyclone is going to be the response here from Lucid, and now it could be the certification moment. The first kill for the Zeri does come in. Not going to certify it, however, because a lot of it was just Lucid playing some real good Monkey King.
Lucid's play there was so, and I hope we get a replay of that. I want you to pay attention to the fact that he initially looks like he gets engaged on, then sidesteps, and then goes in for the re-engage when Brion's guard is down. And unlike the first game, which was start to finish domination, this is looking very different. Watch here, Lucid able to draw so much attention so that the fact that Rahel gets charmed and guys, it's time from, it's not going to do anything. He gets hit.
Yeah.
Lucid single-handedly due to the shielding actually is a big threat, and this is something we haven't really talked about because we were talking a lot about the Zeri and we were also losing our collective minds. But what's really, really key is at this point in the game, we're still relatively early in, right? Not that high in levels yet, not that high in resistances. So the damage from Wukong actually really hits. So what you see there is just with the shielding from Lulu and Karma, he by himself basically took on like 3 people for a considerable amount of time. Cooldowns went into the back line, didn't get anything done. He went McKill second as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is Pulbe is just like, I just need to press buttons on Lucid and Rahel, and it's totally fine. Like he knows his job.
He knows
entirely.
And he
And look at this. We've also got Shirelias, so like it's like the most enchanter supports that you can possibly have.
He has 3 kills on
I know.
Radiant
Yeah, I
Virtue,
know.
McKill's
And he also
Karma.
1v1 outplayed Ivory, who got first blood.
Like
on
he
him
does
as
it
well.
all.
Yeah, he does.
Now all we need is for him to play bruisers, you know?
Find
Unlock his inner trophy.
yourself a mid laner who supports his team like Pulbe. That's what you got to do. That's what you got to do. It's just he's also got a lot of haste. He's a hasty boy. Is Pulbe in that mid lane? Having a very good time. It is going to equal out to about a 4,000 gold lead, and slowly but surely, D plus Kia are just hitting critical mass. And I barely even want to watch the Zeri moments that are going to happen towards the end of the game.
The worst part is like, I don't think there's a lot you can do, barring D plus Kia making big mistakes. Because even if, and this is a big if, you need 3 things to happen. Rahel needs to miss position, then Doiv and Ivory at the very least, preferably more people, but at the least those 2 need to be on top of Rahel, and Pulbe and Lupi can't be there. Because it doesn't matter how out of position you are. If Karma with Radiant Virtue and a McKills, and there's a Lulu with Wild Growth and heal
Yeah.
as well. Like, you're not killing Zeri.
No, you're not.
It's just not happening. And like,
you've got
then what do
double
you do?
cleanse as well.
You can't kill Karma. As long as Thanatos, which, again, power to Thanatos, we meme a lot on Gnar, but when Gnar is played well, Zaze is another really big example of this.
Yeah.
Like, you see the value of the pick. It's just, I think that it is really interesting as a champion that, while kind of boring, is Pulbe just tanks and full combo and doesn't care at all.
Extendo beam.
While the champion, I think, is definitely boring, the skill expression in terms of a good and like a great Gnar or like a mediocre Gnar
Oh, it's huge.
are mind-blowing. And unfortunately for Bro, I don't think Thanatos is going to ever be in a position where he's like mini Gnar and easy to take down. As this is just rude.
Why is Pulbe doing so much damage? He has no damage items at all. I guess he's hitting Polu, who's, you know, just not exactly the tankiest guy. Well, Doiv does have a decent angle here. Can get over the wall.
They know.
Possibly. Lucid going to move on in there, and yeah, you can see Doiv feeling like he's been spotted out. All right, Thanatos has hit that Mega Gnar. This is the window here for D plus Kia to try and find something. Boulder is going to connect there as Thanatos just gets himself out. Yeah, in we go. Q's going to be charged up. Wants to go for the 50-50. There it is. Early smite to come through from Lucid. But can they win the fight is the question. As D plus Kia looking for their angle, not being too hasty about it, as you can see.
Oh, God.
And Lucid's looking to try and get this flank angle. Rahel is behind him. He can skate on over. He can land here at any time. They're looking to try and split up the fight as they dive on forward. Rahel, no one's there for him to hit. The rest of the team, though, is still winning out the fight. What's going on here, Chronicler? They've got all of these augmentable champions, but it seemed like the enhancers were just enhancing each other and still winning the fight. This is so dumb.
What can you do? No one dies. You just keep on trucking, Rahel.
Yep, I think Gumin, he's
think
defecting.
He's
He's out of here.
fine.
He's like, this
He's
G plus
chilling.
Kia team, they're all right. They're able to get the execution. Very nicely done. This is we're making sure that we...
Give me a replay of that fight, because that was lunacy. What happened is effectively we got 2 fights, but because of all the summoners available from Brienne, everyone kind of flashed out the moment that Rahel skated over the wall. Because again, look, I want to look at... We basically have Lucid and Rahel, chapter 1, and then we have chapter 2. But the moment Rahel comes in, everyone flashes away from his ultimate. No one is actually going down initially. They get framed, sure, but that doesn't really matter. And in the meantime, because of the entire backline being under threat and Brian at this point being substantially far behind, they don't actually kill anyone of the... Yeah, that's yeah.
So Ivory survives,
'cause-
come in survives.
Because you can't kill you can't kill anyone on Dunwall. It's just they're either too slippery or they have a critical mass duo, and this is such an uninteractive comp. The one upside,
Redemption as well.
the one upside is that they got the Lava Dragon, which means possibly
Hey, there
that
we go.
if Brion gets the next Drake, which by that point I don't think Dunwall should get that.
Fire
but-
Soul's pretty cool as Lucid gets over the wall, but is it enough to save him is the question. Wild Growth says absolutely yes, as it seems like he's just unkillable. Doif is likely dead and is going to be going down, but can they get more is the question. Ivory, fantastic charm. As the flash forward from Rahel. Oh my goodness, you said something about critical mass, or at least one of us did, and we're getting real close to that because that's an Infinity Edge in his pocket and you can see he's not afraid to
I
use
think that's
it.
game.
It may
They're
just
gonna
be.
end it.
All right.
That's it.
That seems like somewhat of an anticlimax, but all of a sudden it's an 8,000 gold lead as well, Chronicler. This game just fell out of Brion's hands without them even really noticing. It was a sleight of hand victory here by D+ Gear.
I don't think you can call it sleight of hand when it takes 20 minutes out of us.
27 minutes, in fact. As Ivory's looking to run this one out, but he's going the wrong direction, and that is going to be him falling down. Just tidying up some loose ends here on their side. And I'm not entirely sure who to vote for. I'm gonna go with Lucid again.
All right.
Because I think his Wukong was absolutely fantastic.
I'm going to go with Full Bay.
Yeah,
I
for the
don't-
disgusting
I
karma
don't
play.
want to, but I feel like I have to.
Yeah, I feel like he's probably gonna get it, but I something happened and I'm incapable of voting for karmas.
It's a personal thing.
Yeah, I think there were a couple of years ago where there was just too many, and
It's
they were
you've never
so
gotten over
strong,
it.
and they were definitely the reason why their team was winning. But it felt so bad, you know?
Yeah, they don't feel like a very high... The most high impact moment in the entire game we got was the 1v1. That was it.
Yeah.
The 1v1 between Karma and Ari. That was hype. Everything else...
By the way, I was corrected. Kevin Kim with a great comment here that it's sleight of hand by the world's slowest magician. That's sort of what sums up that
Isn't
game.
the whole definition of sleight of hand that it's quick?
No, it's not. No, it's just that
Doesn't
no
have
one
to be.
notices.
Okay, that's
you
fair.
can be as slow as you like.
Yeah, that's how the comp works. Look at the damage. Oh,
Yeah.
Actually, no, the Karma
the
part,
Karma's doing way too
not
much
okay. But the Zeri doing the most damage. I'm sure like 3K of that came from like the final fight after he got IE. Roughly for Brion, we did see them get a little bit of an early gold lead, but as expected, I think Damwon then did everything they could, keeping really good track of where Dorif was, not contesting when they didn't need to. And it's not fun, it's not interesting, but it's the best way to play out the game in that scenario, because you know, if you can get to free items on Zeri with this comp, you can do it anyway. And in hindsight, you know, maybe it should have been the Lucid vote again, because I think his team fighting sense was together with Pule was one of the biggest difference makers. And I can't get over how cool it is to me that we have a mid-jungle duo that is as good as they are on B+.
Yeah.
Right? Like, going
And in
back,
Challenger as well. Like,
Yeah.
these guys are playing absolutely LCK level League of Legends. Especially Lucid's performance today was just amazing. Of course, you know, you have to take into account the opposition that they're facing.
True.
And Brion have, you know, yet to really find their footing so far this season and stuff like that. But
It's gonna
you
take
just
a while
watch,
for them.
you watched like the raw planning and execution of these like really creative compositions and stuff like that. You can see that this is a team that's going to be going places.
Yeah.
And it's going to be difficult for them to get to the main roster because, of course, that is definitely some
that's happening.
some
Yeah.
top end of the LCK type material. But it certainly means so much for, you know, if you're watching D+ Gear play this game and you own a team in another region, or you own a
salivating.
team that doesn't exactly have the greatest
yeah.
roster in the LCK, you're like, oh man, that's ridiculous. It's
No!
404.
No!
Understanding not found, I guess.
I was on board with Lucid. I was on board.
What?
I was on board with my boy Pool Bay. Of all the pogs for Zeri, this is definitely one of them.
This is definitely one of the Zeri POGs. That is absolutely
So
true.
I do actually want to give credit to Rahel. I think Rahel was a definite weak point on Damwon Kia last year. Back then they were Damwon Kia, so I'm safe there.
Yep.
He really was. The team was extremely good, but it was really very about the top side of the map. And again, can draw historical parallels there with our own Nuclear, right? Who, after he got replaced by Beryl, the team, or after he got replaced by Ghost Rider, the team as a whole started to function a wee bit better. But Rahel was just, the team was still good, and he wasn't a detriment, but he was definitely the weakest link together with Bible. And I know this is Zeri. I don't think he should have gone POG for this because this is a comp that literally revolves all around him. But I do think that what he's shown here today is really cool. Of course, again, playing against weak opposition, but to me, as someone who's seen him play for like the last year and a half, it looks like there has been a bit of development. And that's really cool. And that's very exciting.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing what D plus Kia have planned for us for the next few games that they have as well, because this is a team that does look like they're front runners for not only being the best in the league, but also for playing some of the most interesting compositions. And I mean, that last one, it wasn't uninteresting. It was boring. I think we can pretty safely say that that style of comp, mid, Karma, Lulu, Zeri, like that sort of stuff, that's boring. We're allowed to say it. But
it was well done.
It was well executed. They played it out in the right way. And when boring is creative, I'm okay. I'm okay with it. You know, we can just do some radio segments and stuff like that. It's totally fine. We have hand mics now. It feels real doing like those sort of radio segments.
Yeah.
You know?
Maybe we should like hang them up, you know, to really get the real radio DJ vibe going.
Oh, like hang them from
yeah.
a thing. I don't know whether you guys can...
I don't think you need to act.
I think it needs to...
You need to act it out right now. But yeah,
like that.
That's what, and then you can like lean in forward and be like, "Hello, everyone."
Yeah, I think we can do that, but we have absolutely no fallback,
LCK
so I have no idea what my voice sounds like.
League radio.
Yeah.
I mean, that's kind of what was happening.
Yeah.
For a large part of that game.
Yeah, it's LCK CR or
So,
something. Yeah.
Overall, that marks the end of the first day of Challengers.
It does.
It had everything but an Elder flip. That's the only thing that we haven't seen yet, and that
in fact,
that is...
Elder didn't even die. We didn't even get to name Elder.
No, we still need to do that.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Okay, so Elder needs a name. We're happy to stick with Shelly and Shirley because I just don't want to rename Shelly and Shirley.
I think that's fine. I don't think we need to overforce it.
Yeah, I think that's good.
We'll get back. I have some suggestions, but maybe.
So we'll take stock.
To Veldis and Wolf tomorrow.
Oh, that's true. Maybe I think Wolf might need.
Well.
Yeah, Wolf might need to name Elder Drake because Valdez got Jeff. We took care of most of the rest. Of course, here at the Challenge broadcast, we also had the broadcast team contribute to at least one or two of them, as Wind and Earth are both, you know, that's on the top left of the screen. Totally fine. Jeff, Chemtech. We had Mecha Drake to come through. That was Puru that came up with that one. Absolutely fantastic there. We had Lake Drake, which was some of your best work.
Thank you.
I'm not going to lie.
I'm very happy about that.
So as it turns out, I have named nothing.
But you have... No, you did Mecha Drake. What are you talking about?
No, that was Puru. I was Meccano Drake.
That's good enough.
Credit where credit's due, you know?
I'll allow
I
it.
read that in Twitch chat.
I have, of course, over the
Oh,
years...
no, it's Static Drake. Static Drake.
It's Static Drake.
Yeah, or Shiv Drake.
Renamed it.
If it's feeling spicier.
Let's do Static Drake.
Man, now I'm going to get confused.
I want your take, Atlas. After your first official day of Challenger, I know you've been on the co-stream every now and then. How did it feel?
Well, I'm a little bit tuckered out because 3 best of 3s is a lot of best of 3s. Thankfully, I mean, it's only 7 games. It's not, you know, we could have been here for 9 games.
We could have been.
In reality, but we're not. It's 7 games. It does feel like it was a long day, but that might have been from severe lack of sleep.
Possibly.
That may also be playing a bit of a part here. I know that you are quite jet-lagged yourself, but I did have a great time on the show. How about you?
It was lovely. No, what I was, obviously, I was so stoked that it was an official Challenger broadcast. I have been very, very passionate about this league for a while, and with some of the LCK players that have come in, and now obviously also you guys actually partaking in it. I think it's is really exciting. But I was worried because, you know, it is still different, but it feels the same. And that's the best part of me, because I think that Challengers being its own thing, being this nice little cozy silly league where we see both some of the mechanical talents that Korea and the LCK has to offer that I guarantee you will win an LCK down the line, is incredible.
Yeah.
But we can also just sit here and have some fun, and that's wonderful.
Absolutely. Also, Lithify, tuck Atlas under a blanket. Thank you so much. I would very much like to be tucked under a blanket, and that is what I'm going to do as soon as we get back. But let's go over today's result. DRX managed to take down Nongshim. Gen.G able to get the win over Harmalife Esports in a pretty close series, to be perfectly honest. A lot to look forward to for Harmalife Esports there. And then we had the D+ Kia show. First, they showed us aggressive, fast-paced League of Legends, and second, they didn't. But they still won.
They showed us peak LCK gameplay in a slow and methodical, well thought out. No, it was boring, but it was well executed nonetheless.
It was beautiful boring. It was
it
glorious
really was.
boring. It was like watching the prettiest snail you've ever seen cross a path.
How can what are the what are the defining factors for a snail to be pretty?
I mean, maybe
Is it the house?
beautiful, maybe interesting.
Is it the house?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like
a nice swirl?
Yeah, you know, it's like
I like it. I'm on
Alright.
board.
Well, speaking of being on board, are you on board with some more Challenger League of Legends
Yeah.
tomorrow? Kwandong Freaks are going to be taking on KT in the first match, brought to you by Valdez and Wolf, and then T1 against Live Sandbox. And I think that one might be a toughie. We'll see how T1's Challenger roster is going to hold up against
They
Live
have
Sandbox this time around.
MSI participant Bay.
Hey, and
At the
actually,
ready.
I'm not going to lie. I thought Bay was pretty good
He
at
was,
MSI. Was it a couple of years ago now? Or was it last year? No, it was a couple of years ago.
And I also want to highlight on the closeout that Smash is a player that I think is going to be very exciting on T1. So look out for that tomorrow.
Yeah.
I'm glad we got to get through the entirety without a fight, at least in public.
Yeah. And
Well,
look, now, can I not? Maybe if I don't end the show, then you can't attack me at the end.
Smart. I like it. Just keep it going.
I didn't know it was that bad. Were the jokes really bad? Was there one that was sticking out that really bothered you? It was Medic. When Medic comes in, it's the competition.
I'm just kidding. I had a wonderful
You
time.
know?
It was amazing.
That's the real problem. But I think that it's probably time to end the show. I'm not entirely sure whether we're supposed to. But I guess if I just stop talking, maybe we'll just end the stream.
And otherwise we'll keep going.
I'm going to test the theory for a second. Thanks so much for watching, guys. We'll see you tomorrow for more LCK Challenger 2023 Spring.
집중하세요. 싸 엘라 싸 티리디. 집중하세요. 가엔나 티리디. 집중하세요. 라스리안 옴니. 싸 엘라 싸 티리디. 라스리안 온비. 집중한 가엔나 티리디. 평화가 함께.
빨간 팀의 포탑이 파괴되었습니다.
아